Good morning and welcome to Kimbolton for the 5th round of the Kart Racing Club Championship, incorporating the Kimbolton Festival, where you see practice is drawing to a close with our TKM O-Plate drivers out on the circuit right now. I'm Chris Sora and delighted to be along once again to bring you all the action from the Kimbolton circuit. And joining me alongside me, he's back from his racing escapades, is Charlie Ellis to give us all the insights into the action today. And Charlie, how are things looking this weekend?
Yeah, it's the racing looks good so far. Obviously, I haven't been here to have a watch, but I've heard some comments in the paddock this morning, and it all sounds really good.
And the track today looking in prime condition. Weather forecast looks fairly steady. There's a bit of rain yesterday morning, but looks a lot more settled today. The track about 15-16 degrees or so. Quite a cool air out there at the moment, and what you would say is approaching perfect conditions for racing. Now, we have had 2 heats over the weekend so far. We're going to have a look at how things stand for today. Obviously, the timings may alter slightly depending on the race schedule, but we have the 3rd heats of the weekend coming up very shortly, starting with the Honda 200 Micromax and the Waterstrift Restricted. They'll be out for the first race very shortly indeed. The pre-final later on after the lunch break, and then the all-important A-file. Now, of course, we've got the K-plate and the O-plate races taking place today as well, so plenty of action throughout the afternoon here on TNL Sports, where sport lives. And a big welcome to those of you watching the broadcast on UK Karting, the new channel run by Motorsport UK. So for any viewers who are joining us on the UK Karting channel, welcome, and we hope you enjoy the action here at Kimbolton. Now, of course, the Kimbolton Festival here, Charlie, it's one of the bigger meetings on the calendar, and quite a historic event as well.
Yeah, it's been around for quite a few years now, and obviously it is such a brilliant event. They do a lot more than you would on your usual club weekend. Obviously doing their annual trolley race, which was won by, let me find the screenshot, won by the Spice Girls.
The actual Spice Girls, or well, that'd be a bit of a coup, wouldn't it? That'd
be nice to see, wouldn't it? So obviously the trolley race, and also we're doing this weekend for a charity. So a big thank you to the paddock as well, who's raised a lot of money for this charity. The charity being Promise Dreams. So Promise Dreams help out with terminally ill children, and providing experiences for them is a short amount of time. It's a brilliant way to obviously commend the charity itself, and what a way to do it with racing. Yeah, it's been a long supported charity here over the weekend, and a couple of meetings in the past it's been fundraising for Promise Dreams, so check out the details at promisedreams.co.uk. We're going to get underway with our first race of the day. It's the 3rd heat of the weekend. This is the Honda 200 Micromax and the Waterswift Restricted. Now, the Honda's a little bit lower on terms of entry numbers, but still some pretty good drivers to look out for. I'd like to welcome, of course, our new supporter, providing prizes for the top 3 drivers in each class, Vroom Lubricants. You'll have seen the very impressive-looking advertisement for their full range of products. So thanks to Vroom Lubricants, who will be supplying prizes for the top 3 drivers as we go for a wave round for another lap. The start's been called off it. Oh, dear. No, that wasn't supposed to happen. I think there was a bit of an accident there. That was just Charlie Page, I think.
Was that Charlie Page, was it? I think we're going towards the centre of the track and caught each other there, so nothing intentional, of course. The driver's okay.
It's all that sudden judgment when you have that full start. You kind of have to slow down again, but sometimes the drivers may not see that full start.
I think it was the number, looking at the kart, might have been the number 0 possibly, Josh Cook. We'll have a look at the grid here. So it's Lucian Smith from Charlie Page, Max Jolly, Sebastian Behrman, Luke Millward, Josh Cook, Buddy Hugo, and James DeVroe making out the 4th row of the grid. Logan Rolfe, Oliver Dawson, Benedictas Mazikas on row 6 from Finley Beals, Mason Muncher, Teddy Higgs, Zach Andrew and Jensen Darlow, Logan Baker, Finley Bedford, Louis Williams Mabs, Theo Hamilton, Jack Fulbrook Harmer, row 11 from Jackson Heath, row 12, Soy Henderson and Aurora Joel making up our grid of drivers. So they're going to go around once again. I think everyone's okay. That nasty little incident at the start there, which was unintentional. There's a kart off the side of the track having some mechanical issues as well, but the race goes on.
I'm looking at the barrier at the start-finish straight. It's just about being repaired in time. So brilliant job by the marshals, the Orange Army,
getting the barrier sorted, but we're about to get ready to go racing for the first time today. And it's lights down, away we go. Lucian Smith tries to have a look at a move on the inside, can't get it done. So it's going to be Charlie Page who holds it in the lead. Lucian Smith falls down to second place. And, third place actually. Sebastian Behrman goes through on the inside to take second place. And it's head to head, going down to the bus stop. Charlie Page just about holds on, but a good start so far in this race.
Yeah, nice clean start. They go through Derek's corner for the first time, heading up to the very top of the circuit now, the Dan Weldon corner, this long, sweeping right-hander that takes them down to the TKM straight. Good clean start. Everyone's staying out of trouble on the first half lap. We did have a kart drop out on the formation lap with some mechanical issues. Oh, down the inside. Nice little move there from Behrman, I think, as he made it stick. Oh, it's going to be tight out of the final corner. And I think he's done it. We'll have a look when they cross the line. Yes, he has. So Sebastian Behrman takes the lead from Charlie Page now. Lucian Smith, Max Jolly, Josh Cook, who's recovered from that nasty shunt on the formation lap. He's got into position and sits in 5th place. Luke Millward, James DeBro, Logan Rolfe, Oliver Dawson and Buddy Hugo rounding out the top 10 as they all go charging through, as we see Behrman just starting to come under pressure. He's taking the lead. Yes, sorry, he's taking the lead, isn't he? So the number 33 now into the lead of Charlie Page. Let's see if Behrman can try and fight back now here, Charlie, as they make their way down the TKM straight.
Brilliant driving here so far in the cadets. Charlie Page just holding on by Sebastian Behrman. I say that, he has a look. Max Jolly on the inside of Lucian Smith. That was a good move. Gets it stopped just about. But that was a brilliant move there by the driver in third. And number 14, Max Jolly, just about is holding on all he can. Sebastian Behrman's having a look on the inside of Charlie Page. Can't get it done. He's going to have to buy this time and wait for another go. Can't always go on the first couple of laps. It's all about what happens at the end of the race. Max Jolly, though, the man on the move so far, will he have a look at the front two? We'll have to wait and see the next couple of laps.
Yeah, look at the number 3rd place kart there. Max Jolly just starting to close up somewhat on the leading 2 drivers. Behrman just sitting on the back of Charlie Page at the moment, looking to try and find an opening here, and Page looking very quick, making his way through Kimbolton corner. Again, you see Behrman just having a peek on the inside on the exit of the corner. Here's he going to try and line something up as they make their way down the Heinz straight. Look at Behrman in 2nd place, just looking at the leader. Anything going here? Well, not quite. Has to follow line astern as they make their way through the Stowe corner. And Behrman still all over the rear wheels of the race leader, Charlie Page. Max Jolly looking threatening in 3rd position, although not too far behind in 4th now. That looks like it could be Josh Cook that's moved into 4th, behind the number 14 of Max Jolly, who has incidentally set the fastest lap of the race. So Jolly again closing up on Behrman here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And Max Jolly here looking very quick indeed.
Yeah, Max Jolly is the man on the move right now. You were just saying Josh Cook, yeah, he's just about closing in right now. Sebastian Behrman is right behind Charlie Page here, so maybe he's biding his time and waiting for a move. We'll have to wait and see, but I'd watch out for Max Jolly here. The number 14 car, that orange and black car, the Carlos Sainz chassis, is slowly closing in, having a look, see if he can make a move. So far, so good in the cadet group. Behrman right behind Page, almost bumping him down the straight, giving that sort of slipstream effect. The slipstream is so important around this track. This track is full of straights, and yeah, obviously the slipstream effect is really strong. Charlie Page getting the head down, trying to get all those temps out of his car. You know, you have to be right on it with the kart. You know, a couple temps can put you through first to last, so you have to be right on it. And so far, Max Jolly, I'd still watch out for him. He's just sitting there. Yeah, we've still got quite a long while left. 3 minutes, 3 minutes 50 seconds plus that additional lap, and it's all to play
Behrman getting close there as they make their way up towards Derek's corner. He's just trying to find an opening here at the moment. Charlie Page doing very well to hold on to the lead here, covering the lines quite nicely. Some nice smooth lines around this circuit, and all the time the 3rd place driver Max Jolly really being drawn into this now. He's right on the back bumper of Sebastian Behrman in 2nd place. Behrman again just having a peek on the inside, looking at the lines here as they make their way through the Castrol corner. Nice smooth driving there though from the race leader Charlie Page. Oh, it was a little bit of a tap there from that might have been from Jolly there, just getting a little bit close to Behrman as the rest of the top 10 go through. Millward Smith, Logan Ruff, Buddy Hugo, James DeBro, Massikas in 10th position, a little bit further behind. as the top three go charging through. And Max Jolly now right on the rear of Behrman in second place. Behrman again having a peek down the inside. Can't find a way through. Charlie Page still holding on to the lead quite magnificently at the moment as they make their way through Derek's corner. Page still there. Page looks a little bit quicker in some of the more technical parts of the circuit here, just doing enough to hold on to the lead. And Behrman at the moment, and of course if you're new to this and you're thinking that's a familiar name, that's the cousin of course of Ollie Behrman, the Formula 1 point scorer, so certainly well within the family here is Behrman. Having a look again at Page, and Jolly still can't find a way through in third at the moment.
No, he can't, and whilst this is all happening, Josh Cook's having the best time of his life. He's slowly catching up to the back of the top three here, so maybe this could be a last minute move, try and find its way through to a podium spot. So far it's looking good here for the cadet group. They no harsh contact's been made so far. We hope not for the rest of the race, of course, but Charlie Page, he's just about holding on. Sebastian Behrman actually set the fastest first sector, so obviously something's kicked in. Could be something to do with the tyre pressure, you know, the tyre pressure, so you can set them high or low depending on where you want them to come in during the race. And you know, tyre degradation is always important. Max Jolly, strong move to the inside on Sebastian Behrman. Watch out for Josh Cook as well. He's going to go side by side with Behrman down to turn one. Will he get... Oh no, he closes back in, can't get it done, but Max Jolly makes it up to second place. Now we have got a minute and 30 seconds left. Push that additional lap. Will he have a look at Charlie Page? We'll have to wait and see. Josh Cook, however, is right behind Sebastian Behrman. Now Josh Cook, he's made a lot of time in the last few laps, so he definitely has the pace. Max Jolly sets the fastest first sector, so he is on a move right now. The pack is closing in. Obviously that slipstream effect that I spoke about earlier, it's coming into play. Will Max Jolly have a look? We're going to the final corner. He made this move last time.
Didn't quite work out for him there, did it?
Bit of banging into the last corner.
We just saw actually Charlie Page waving them on there, just trying to get them to work together, because we have still got 47 seconds on the clock. So essentially 2 to go. Here we go down the inside. Not quite.
He tries to go for the move, but number 14 Max Jolly couldn't get it stopped. So maybe Charlie Page breaking a tad bit later than him. But Sebastian Behrman, maybe he might want him to charge back. You know, he's lost that place a couple laps ago, but that doesn't put a driver off. That makes him think, you know, maybe the car in front is quicker.
Charlie Page hasn't left an opening at all during this race. He's controlled it from the front nice and early here, getting the lead early on, and in no mood to give this one up lightly, as again we see that move down the inside from the number 14 Max Jolly. Now he's got the lead in the corner. He may lose out on the exit down the straight. They're going to be side by side down the straight now. Is that going to be one lap to go? Not quite. No, they went through just before.
Charlie Page has a look on the inside, can't get it done. So Max Jolly, who's really had to cover off down the start-finish straight, manages to take the lead spot. So in the last couple of laps, has tried to close in. Late move there by Charlie Page. Makes the move on Max Jolly and takes the race lead once again. Josh Cook, however, has made it into third. So brilliant driving by Cook in the last couple laps there. Managed to close in whilst they were all battling and, you know, tangling about. And he's managed to make his way into third. He has to look at second. Max Jolly has to brake a bit later just to try and cover off from Josh.
We're going to go through onto the last lap now. They went through just before the clock went down to 0. So essentially we're going for another lap in this race, as we see again. Number 14, Jolly trying to make things work down the outside. That's going to allow number 0 in there now, Josh Cook, who gets through to second place. That move didn't work out there for Max Jolly, trying the outside coming through the corner. Jolly again, you remember he got shunted into the barriers on the formation lap. Quite a nasty looking shunt, so he's recovered very well here. And Josh Cook, the last challenger now for the number 33, Charlie Page, who has done superbly here. And as they make their way down towards the final 2 corners here, Charlie will be determined to hold on.
Charlie Page is having to properly defend into the last couple of corners here. Into the last corner, here we go. Josh Cook tries to go around the outside, can't get it done. He'll try and go for the cutback. Will he get the run? Max Jolly and Sebastian Behrman side by side for third place. But it's Charlie Page that holds on to take heat 3 here at Kimbolton for the festival. Brilliant stuff there by Charlie Page. Josh Cook manages to make his way into second place, so brilliant stuff there. Sebastian Behrman and Max Jolly side by side. It was 100th between the two, so brilliant stuff there by the drivers who finished 3rd and 4th. Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly. Logan Rolfe finishes in the top 5, 2.6 seconds behind the leader. Buddy Hugo manages to come into 2nd place. Benedictas Masicos finishes P7, followed by Luke Wilmard. James Ricks and Lucian Smith drops down 9 places to the top 10. Here is the results on your screen there. Charlie Page takes the win in Heat 3 here at Kimbolton. Sebastian Behrman manages to take 3rd. Josh Cook 2nd. Here are a few of your drivers down near the back. Problems for Jensen Darlow, who
yeah, that was the one. I think he must have dropped down on the formation lap. I think we saw a kart going off onto the side of the barriers. That's your 3rd heat of the weekend. We're covering the Sunday part of the Kimbolton Festival here. Later on, we'll see those drivers out for their pre-final, which is the accumulation of all their points across the heat races. And then, of course, the all-important final later on today. We're going to move on then to the Mini Inters, who will be taking their place out onto the circuit for their formation lap in just a few moments. The karts are in the holding pen right now. There is a very short pause here because that stricken kart is being recovered from the track. It's down by the Kestrel corner, so hopefully shouldn't be able to take too long to get that kart off the track. He bailed out, I think, Jensen, at the start of the race. The kart was lifted. There he is, number 16. And this is the Kestrel corner, the penultimate corner of the track. So it is fairly close to the circuit barriers. They should be able to get that kart back to the pits. And hopefully if Jensen get the kart sorted out for the pre-final later on. It's always bad luck, of course, when you drop out of contention before the race has even begun. But he's got to dust himself down and try again later on today. So we're going to wait for that kart to be taken off the circuit, which should be any moment now. Of course, the karts can't go on the track until all obstacles or incidents have been cleared. So just a couple of moments here as Jensen, there we go, a quick jog over the track. And we'll hopefully see him a little bit later on today. So the Mini Inters out here. Well, just a bit of a shout out for some of our sponsors, of course. We are delighted to be supported once again by Torque Racewear. Driver of the Day, which myself and Charlie will be determining later on. They'll get the gloves. And Driver of the Year getting a race suit later on this season, iZone. Free access to members for the daily performance clinics. Launched race engines, 10% off tyres for HKRC members. As always, Amesbury Plant Hire, helping keeping the track tidy by sweeping the circuit. We'll have a look at some of our other sponsors a little bit later on, of course. These sort of events simply couldn't take place at the level they do without the support of the sponsors. So thanks for all the companies for supporting the Hunts Kart Racing Club in 2024. Here is the grid for the second race of the day. Jensen Self from Otis Cleary, Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings, Theo Bradshaw, Devin Taylor, row 3. 5 is Nain and Turacek. Row 6, Giannoni, Turacek, Wheatley, Cody Lepotrel, Ollie Thompson, Louis Baker, Ruben Jenkins, Ambrose, and the final 3, Archie Lee Bullock, Toby Wortley, and Anderson rounding up the back of the field as they make their way down here, Charlie, into the final quarter. There's a kart on the track down by the Mitsu Straight, but I think they should be able to get that going. Now, whether the race will take place here, Charlie, we'll have to see, or whether we'll go in for another run round.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but around the final corner comes the Mini Inters. We're going to try and look at getting this race started.
Yeah, the kart's
I think we probably
now,
will.
So hopefully be alright.
So unfortunate for that driver, but really slowing up here. I think it's time to get racing here for the Mini Inters. And down we go. Oh, on the concrete. Who was that? I couldn't really see who that was. Jensen Sale, though, has already bridged a bit of a gap so far. Coming out of turn 1. Brilliant start by Jensen Sale. I think Leo Livings has managed to get his way into second place. There's Otis Cleary on the inside of the MS car. He holds on to 4th place. And who is that in 3rd? I think that's Sebastian Clark. So it's been a strong start for some of these drivers. A couple of drivers having some problems there in the bus stop section. Obviously, the bus stop is quite a tight area, and obviously a bunch of karts going into it on the first lap isn't always going to go as planned. So as they come round the first lap, let's see the results then. So it's going to be Jensen Sale who takes the lead. Yeah, Leo Livings in 2nd, and Devin Taylor in 3rd, who's made up 3 places. So brilliant start there. Theo Bradshaw has made his way to 4th place. Otis Cleary's not had the best one. He's dropped to 5th after starting 2nd. Max Wheatley, watch out for him. He's in P7, but some strong moves in this race, Jensen Sale has managed to bridge a bit of a gap, as I said earlier. It's clear he's going to have to watch out for a driver behind. That's Adam Judicus.
It was a quite a messy start to the race, you might say. They were really keeping the cars as slow as they could to try and preempt the starter, and it all got a little bit tasty out there. So a few drivers jostling for position in these early stages, but Jensen Sale has got the jump on the field here as he goes over the line to complete the lap, setting a very neat 44.75 last time around. Otis Cleary, number 11, the 4th place driver. There you see him, fastest driver on the track right now. He's got Theo Bradshaw, Adam Jatis just behind him, Sebastian Clark and Hayden Fisher right there, a little bit further down in the top 10 with Max Wheatley and Adam Turacek rounding out the top 10, but still the number 40 of Jensen Sale. Now, we saw how close the racing was in the previous heat, but here Sale is determined to try and put a couple of laps in here, just try and break the toe. The gap just under 1 second last time around. There is a waved yellow. I think it might just be an official crossing the course, so no carts off the track. So the track is now clear, but here we see, there's your race leader and Sale. We'll have a look at the gap when they cross the line here. So Sale goes through the gap round about 7/10 of a second between first and second position, so staying pretty clear thus far. So Jensen Sale here, Charlie, I think is just trying to keep that cushion between the guys fighting for second place, and they do well to work together here to try and close up on the race leader.
Yeah, you've got about a pack of 4 carts there, and you know they all could look at working together to try and catch the leading driver of Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale is driving a brilliant race so far. He's already bridged the gap about half a second, which may not seem like much, but you know when you're looking at it on the screen, it's actually quite a big gap. So he's doing pretty well here to hold on to that gap. There's a move there. That's Theo Bradshaw looking on a move on Otis Cleary. Doesn't get it done, but he had the better run coming out of that final corner. So maybe that's a thing to watch out for in the next lap or two. But Otis Cleary, he's going to have a look at Leo Livings and try and sort of catch onto the back of him, and maybe later in the race have a little look for a move or two. There's a few moves
a little bit further
down
back,
the
actually.
race.
Sebastian Clark's moved up into 6th position now, number 51. There's the number 12 in there as well, Max Wheatley, who's also got past Clark. And these are trying to work together a bit here. We saw actually the number 12 of Wheatley just gesticulated to Clark just to follow on here, as they're not too far behind that leading group of drivers. Down the inside goes the 22. Turacek with a brave move down the inside, going in towards the Kimbolton corner. And they're just trying to catch up with that lead group of drivers. There's the number 12 of Max Wheatley, currently sitting in 6th place, trying desperately to close up on that lead group of drivers with Otis Cleary, the number 11. At the back of that train of the lead group, Jensen Sale still holding on to that half-second lead, which doesn't sound very much, but quite big in the terms of a karting sprint race as they make their way through up towards the Dan Weldon corner. There is the number 121 there, Adam Jatis, who's moving through into the top 10 with Adam Turacek and Jamie Ambrose in there as well. And the number 14 of Devin Taylor still holding on to that second place, trying to close up on the race leader. But you can see from the camera angle there, Charlie, how that group in 6th, led by Max Wheatley, is just starting to close up on the lead group here.
Well, you say that, Max Wheatley set the fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely driving, you know, a couple tenths actually quicker than Sale. So the driver Max Wheatley did a 44 dead, Jensen Sale did a 44.3, so 3 tenths quicker. Maybe could be one to watch out for in the next couple of laps.
Oh, nice move down the inside there from the number 44 Theo Bradshaw. Made it move on Dan Weldon corner, a difficult corner to make a pass, so he did very well to take that inside line. And you see the number 11 there of Otis Cleary just drifting a little bit wide, going into the Kimbolton corner, trying to get the drive out of the corner. On the run down to the first corner to Stowe, here they come. And still number 44 though, holds on to that position, Theo Bradshaw, now into 4th place. There's the number 12, oh, down the inside from Max Wheatley on Otis Cleary. So Wheatley up to 5th place. Wheatley with another fastest lap of the race here, 43.9. So Wheatley really on the charge here. We've got just over 2.5 minutes to go. And there's the number 11, Otis Cleary, fighting back with the Sebastian Clark in there as well. But Max Wheatley, another fastest lap of the race, has made some very concise overtaking moves here. And, well, here we are, Charlie, coming down to 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And Wheatley really on a charge.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have a look at Theo Bradshaw next. He's got a couple... he's got half a second to catch. But maybe could have a look in the next couple of laps for a move for P4, that would be. But so far, actually, this might be one to watch out for. Devin Taylor and Leo Livings in the last couple of laps have catched up to Jensen Sale.
They're just starting to reel in the leader here, aren't they, Charlie? There's the race leader, number 40, Jensen Sale, with the green overalls. You can see him at the front of the pack here. But as you can see, Devin Taylor and Leo Livings just starting to push each other on here a bit now. We've got 1:23 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, so still a couple more laps to go in this race. And Jensen Sale, who just goes over the line now, he's had things pretty much his own way so far, but he can sense there's drivers closing up on him. And Devin Taylor just having a peek on the inside. As they make their way through Stowe Corner, they go flying through the willows, down the Imitsu Straight, towards the central part of the circuit. This is the Derrick's Corner, that bus stop section in the middle of the track here, one of the more technical parts of this relatively fast-flowing Kimbolton circuit, through the Dan Weldon Corner. And here we see, Charlie, I think Devin Taylor is just starting to weigh things up here, looking at moves to try and make a pass on Jensen Sale in the closing stages.
Well, you see these two teammates obviously working together. That's the beauty of having teammates. You can kind of, work together and act like a pair of grapes. And slowly, actually, here's a move here. That's Devin Taylor on the inside of Jensen Sale. Leo Livings tries to have a look. Can he get it done? No, Jensen Sale holds around the outside. So brilliant move by Jensen Sale, who holds around the outside of turn 2, but has lost the place. Actually, he goes straight back in on Devin Taylor. Devin definitely did not see that one coming. Jensen Sale back on the inside, takes that first place back as about to close into the last lap. It will be soon. Jensen Sale, when it mattered, managed to get back into first, and from nearly losing maybe a podium spot there, because in fourth, Max Wheatley, it's really closing down here. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, watch out for Max Wheatley in fourth place as we go through to the last lap now. And Jensen Sale with that opportunistic move last time round. I don't think that Leo Livings saw that one coming on the previous lap. So now down to the final lap of the race. Here they come through towards Derrick's Corner for the final time. Now this, of course, is where Sale repassed and took the lead again, but Livings is fighting back here with less than half a lap to go. They make their way through Dan Weldon Corner for the final time. Still watching in third place is Devin Taylor. Max Wheatley still there in fourth, but going to be a tall order for him. Down in towards the Kimbolton Corner for the final time. And look how defensive Sale is there, guarding the inside line. It's going to be tight to the line though, could leave himself open. Drag race to the finish line, but Sale takes it from Leo Livings, Devin Taylor, Max Wheatley, Theo Bradshaw rounding out the top 5.
Wow, that was really close at the end. Only 400 split. Jensen Sale, Leo Livings. See, that's 2 races now that the battle and the drag races across the line have been so close. That's always brilliant to see from our drivers. In Mini Inter, Jensen Sale takes the win from Leo Livings. Devin Taylor rounds out your podium spot. So the 2 synergy drivers there, Leo Livings, Devin Taylor, just working together, trying to, catch up to Sale, which they did, and they had a go, but Jensen Sale just fought straight back.
Yeah, that was brave move there from Jensen Sale, who winged, as you can see, by 400th of a second from Devin Taylor, only a 10th of a second behind in third. Max Wheatley, Theo Bradshaw running up the top 5, as you can see, 1.3 seconds covering the top 5. Clark Ambrose a little bit further down. And there is the remainder of your 19 driver race. Fraser Anderson, a non-finisher, but we saw there with Sale guarding the inside line at Kimbolton there, Charlie, and that really could have left him open for a pass, and that's a brave tactic from him. Race number 3 in our programme is the Junior Rotax and the Junior X30. This is the 3rd heat of the weekend. We'll see these drivers later on, of course, after the lunch break for the pre-final and the A-final later on this afternoon. Junior Rotax and Junior X30 taking to the track at Kimbolton in what is approaching perfect racing conditions. We're into about 13-14 degrees. Joshua Smith from Joel Dixon Cohen, Banzel, Archer in 4th place, Samir Paul, John Richardson, Kai Veitch and Owen Keenan on row 4. Mikey Walker, Teddy Cooper, Jason Duchis, George Phillip, Fletcher Jameson, Charlie Wolford on row 7, Lucy Wielden, Alfie O'Brien on row number 8, Charles Kitely, Jensen Hartshorn, Ben Morgan, Archie Richards, Elliot Surtees, Dominic Parabok, Arthur Brownless and Alexander Gergwis on row number 12. And the remainder, Harry Russell, Rhys Owen, Logan Hartshorn, Lachlan Homer, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Alex Wiley.
So the Junior Road taxis are about to get underway here at Kimbolton for their Heat 3. Down into the first corner goes Joshua Smith. Joel Dixon Cohen holds it around the outside. Oh, there's a driver on top of another. Couldn't see who that was. But that's a couple of drivers in the barrier there at turn 1. But now back to the front of the grid. It's Joshua Smith who takes the lead. Joel Dixon Cohen holds on to second place. And it's all battled through the field. Yeah, Joshua Smith just holding on there onto the lead. A couple of drivers getting thrown off wide. That was Alexander Gergis who had some troubles there. Nearly getting thrown off the circuit more like. William Archer there in 4th place. He's going to look for a podium spot. There's a late move. I think that is Owen Keenan, who's went very late on the brakes into the last corner. Gets the kart stopped, gets it turned. With Joel Dixon Cohen's taking the lead. So brilliant driving by Joel Dixon Cohen at number 167. Manages to take the lead from Joshua Smith. Ariana Banzel is in 3rd place on that strawberry kart. William Archer just sitting behind. So the top 4 here have kind of, already made a bit of a gap from the rest of the field. It's more like a battle for themselves.
Just started to break away a bit now. The top 4 in this race, Dixon Cohen from Smith, Banzel and Archer. So these 4, you would say here, perhaps they could do well to work together here, to put some solid laps in and try and pull away from Owen Keenan. In 5th place, the 2 drivers in that incident on the first corner, incidentally, as we see that move for 2nd place. Teddy Cooper and Kai Vage is out of the race, but he did walk away, so we'll see them later on, of course, as the race goes on at the front of that battle for 3rd place hotting up here. Banzel, Archer and Smith all fighting away now. Joel Dixon Cohen, 42.55, fastest lap of the race, just trying to break away from this fight, which is now for 2nd place. There we see Will Archer on Joshua Smith, so Banzel now to 2nd place in the number 48. And Iman Banzel just trying to close up. Oh, was down the inside, diving through into Kimbolton corner. Is he going to make that move stick? Here's the number 15 of Joshua Smith doing all he can to hold on to that position. Now this is going to allow Banzel to pull away a bit here. There you see Banzel just that little cushion. Joel Dixon Cohen fastest lap of the race. And Banzel there in 2nd. This is all working well here, Charlie, for Joel Dixon Cohen, who's just starting to pull away. Rest of the top 10 all very close, to a little bit further behind this lead group. So this Junior Rotax, the next 30 race, still running very closely.
Well, Joel Dixon Cohen, he's always shown pace here in the club championship so far in the last couple of rounds, but hasn't really been able to, put it out there and really show what he can do. Here's a brilliant battle. Joshua Smith, William Archer, you just saw in that last lap, really having a go at each other. Owen Keenan right behind him. Who is he working with there? That's the driver in 6th, John Richardson. So the 2 drivers there going to try and work together to get onto the back of 4th and 3rd here. Joshua Smith, though, he's in a sticky situation. He needs to hold off from William Archer, but he needs to try and catch up to Banzel, because if he wants any chance of getting a win, Banzel is your best shot to follow. Owen Keenan there on your screens. John Richardson right behind, also in 7th place. Samia Paul is closing in, so it's sort of like a three-way train, trying to catch up to the back of 4th and 3rd here. So William Archer has got a few drivers to watch out for, so it might not be over just yet. I mean,
yes, Samir Paul just pulling away from that group on the edge of the top 10, who are having their own little battle here. So there he is, the number 13. Samir Paul having a look at John Richardson, who in turn goes down the inside, banging wheels there with the number 29 of Owen Keenan. Very close racing as they make their way through Stowe Corner. And this is really where the action is right now, as Joel Dixon Cohen continues to control the race. There is the number 68 of John Richardson, who holds on to the position, just tagging onto the back. Will Archer in there as well. There's number 13 though, Samir Paul doing all he can to try and find a way through. There's Owen Keenan, 29, just ahead of them. Keenan currently sitting in 5th position right now as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. But look out for Samir Paul here as they make their way over the line. There is a kart in trouble on the infield there, so they got the yellow flags, no overtaking. We may just see the kart on the left-hand side. That's the number 32 in trouble, which is Mikey Walker, who's in the midfield, dropping out of contention. So with that kart on the track, no overtaking going on as they have to start again now as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. Dixon Cohen continues to lead the race. Banzel second, Smith, Archer, Keenan and Richardson as we focus on the number 13 of Samir Paul. Having a look again down the inside of John Richardson, can't find a way through. And here we go, charging into Kimbolton corner. And at the moment here, Samir Paul looking threatening down the inside. Oh, now can he make that stick? He timed that perfectly there. That was a textbook block pass, I would say, from Samir Pool there, Charlie.
Just about got it done before the yellow flags came, the yellow flag zone. So brilliant driving by Samir Pool, got it done when he needed to. Now, will he kind of work with Owen Keenan here, or will he, get past him and try and go for the podium spot? William Archer's kind of lost a bit of time to the top three. He's half a second behind Banzel, so he's got some work to do if he wants to have a look at a podium spot. But you have to remember, it is a heat, so there's something really big to win off here, except for, that bragging rights and those, those championship points, those all-important championship points. Joshua Smith, actually, in the past couple of laps, has got down the inside of Banzel. So Joshua Smith, who's been really dominant here in the club championship, has won a couple of rounds here, so he knows how to win races here at Kimbolton. But he's going to have to try and see if he can catch up to the 167, Joel Dixon Cohen, who's been driving a brilliant race so far. I don't think he's actually won a club round here this year, so this may be a first of many for Joel Dixon Cohen.
Yeah, he's doing very well right now. The pass on Smith from Banzel has meant that Dixon Cohen extends his gap now to just under 1 second, which obviously doesn't sound very much, but if you know your karting in a heat race, that's a fair cushion to have, with just under 2 minutes left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, so still a couple more laps to go in this race. Still every potential here for Smith and Banzel just to try and tag along here and catch up with the race leader. Still there in fourth is Will Archer, looking threatening in that 4th place 261. He's looking to try and get involved as well. Keenan Richardson, Charles Kitely, Spike Jameson and Jason Duchess rounding out the top 10, but further back Harabat, O'Brien, Riso and Lucy Wilden, Logan Hartshorn down to 15th place, all running very closely in the midfield, but there's action all the way through the field here as Joshua Smith desperately tries to pull away from Army and Banzel. We've got 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining, so should squeeze another lap in here, if not 2, before the last lap flag goes out. So Joel Dixon Cohen looking very good at the front of the field here. Just looking at the lap times here, Joshua Smith is starting to close here. He's taken about 1/4 of a second out to the lead of Dixon Cohen. So Smith here, Charlie, with I think about 2 laps to go here, could be staking a late charge.
Well, you just thought about Joel Dixon Cohen there. It looks like he made a mistake or two in that last lap, and that just shows how much it cost him, because he's lost a couple tenths that could seek an opportunity for Joshua Smith to have a look at a move. Here is a good battle going on. Here's Samir Pool on the inside of Owen Keenan. I think he just went for the move. I couldn't see if he got it done or not on our screens. Joshua Smith just about holding on for Banzel. I think he got the move done, so Samir Pool went down the inside of Owen Keenan on the second to last corner, manages to get it done. It's part of overtaking opportunity there, so to get it done you've got to have some bravery, and I was going to say something else, but maybe keep it PG. Samir Pool just holding off from Owen Keenan, John Richardson just behind. Will John also have a look at move? We'll have to see in the next lap or two.
There's just ahead of these drivers, Will Archer is just starting to catch up on that battle for the lead as we look at the number 13 of Samir Pool, bravely fending off Owen Keenan, who again has a peek down the inside. Nothing going there going into the final corner. We've just moved on then to the last lap of the race. Joel Dixon Cohen, the gap goes down to half a second as we look at the number 13, Samir Pool, still fighting with it. Oh, down the inside there goes 29 of Owen Keenan with John Richardson. They're still fighting away. Now, this really could benefit Samir Pool in that battle for 5th position, as Joel Dixon Cohen leading them up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Still that fight going on. We just saw Joshua Smith and Banzel there fighting away, so action here, Charlie, but Joel Dixon Cohen looking good at the front of the field.
Yes, they are. Joel Dixon Cohen round the final corner. Last lap board was shown the last time round, so round the final corner it's going to be Joel Dixon Cohen takes the win in Heat 3 here at Kimbolton. Joshua Smith lines up in 2nd place. Brilliant job by Smith. Another good result for him, which he needs in that championship battle. Banzel finishes in 3rd. William Archer, Samir Pool, Owen Keenan, John Richardson, Charles Kitely finishes in 8th, followed by Fletcher Jameson, and Jason Dukas rounds out your top 10. Dominic Parabic comes to P11, made up 11 places, so brilliant driving by Dominic there. Some more drivers to look out for throughout the grid. We had Logan Hartshaw made up 13, Reese Owen made up 11, Alex Wiley, who was in the X30 class, actually took the win there in the X30 class, Made up 14 places from 30th to 16th, so brilliant driving there. Jack Owen Jawbridge, your GNX 30 driver. Here's the results on your screens there. Joel Dixon Cohen taking the win there. Half a second gap from Joshua Smith, so it wasn't enough for Smith to have a look. Maybe it could change in the pre-finals. There's some drivers in the back of your grid. Mikey Walker had that problem and went into the barriers coming out of turn 1, and Kai Vetch, I don't actually think started the race, so unfortunate for Vetch. But that was a good race, actually.
Yeah, that was our Junior Rotax and Junior X30 heat number 3 of the weekend, and we'll be underway very shortly with the TKM Extreme getting underway very shortly. Thanks, of course, to Vroom Lubricants for their support of the series, joining us as a new sponsor, and they'll be providing prizes for the top 3 drivers in every class this weekend at the Kimbolton Festival. As we look at, I think that's the number 36 of Leo Robinson there. There's Veitch, who went out of action on the first corner. Nasty looking crash, but as you can see, the driver's okay, and hopefully we'll see them later on for the pre-final. So there is Leo Robinson in the TKM Extreme class, lining up alongside Kian Bennett. Those drivers will be out on circuit very shortly. Just a brief pause for the next race gets underway. TKM Extreme in association with Clarkson Motorsport. There is a stricken kart out on the track, just being pushed back to the paddock, and they'll be underway very shortly. Thanks, of course, then to Clarkson Motorsport, and, of course, to some of our other sponsors that we didn't credit earlier on, to Easy and Elegant Wedding and Events, with the full event photography services. Vroom this weekend providing the podium prizes from their maintenance range from the lubricants for the top 3. Alrum Racing Engines giving the K-Plate winner in all Rotax classes a set of tyres. That's a very good prize, I have to say, because tyres aren't cheap nowadays. And Talco for the TKMO plate and the K-Plate winner vouchers. We'll talk about Race Sky Q a bit later on today as well. One of the new features in the later part of the season, as TKM Extreme, I think, will be ready to go in just a moment. You may well see, actually, the kart being pushed away. There it is. So
that's a bent steering column if I've seen one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he must have had a... well, I thought it was a mechanic. I must have missed that one. It was a bit of a shunt there by the looks of things. So looks like we're about ready to go for TKM Extreme. This is the 3rd heat of the weekend, of course. And we'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments as they make their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap in association with Vroom Lubricants. Top 3, of course, getting prizes over the weekend. Here they come down towards the Derek's corner. That sort of bus stop style chicane here. So it was Kian Bennett and Leo Robinson out at the front of the field. Bradley Peck, Charlie Whitehouse, Sean Abbott, Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman and Patrick Leaf. Harrison Morrow, Jake Cox, Thomas Shaw, Luke Woodward a bit further back with Harvey Jones, Jessica Fitchhall, James Munro, William Bloom, Thomas Walker, Harry Higgs, Liv Jakins and Gemma Kiddy rounding out the field as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner here, Charlie, ready for the start.
So heat 3 here for TKM Extreme. Watch out for Liv Jenkins at the back row. She's quite strong here at Kimbolton, so maybe one to watch out for. There's drivers all over the grid who had a chance of winning later today. Here we go here for heat 3. Leo Robinson on the outside, Kian Bennett on the inside. Let's see what happens going into turn 1 here. Leo Robinson will have a look round the outside. He tries but can't get it done. Kian Bennett just about holds on. Bradley Peck is all over Leo Robinson, tries to find a way through, can't get it done though. And who is that? No one. Who's that that's come through? I think that is Bradley Peck actually. So Bradley Peck has hold on to P3. Spencer Lane, I think that is, has made his way to P4. Say that. It could be Charlie Whitehouse. Actually, no, Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane, the number 11 car, has made his way into 4th. The drivers are all pretty much stayed together here on that first lap. Kian Bennett. I'll say Kian Bennett was leading. Maybe Leo Robinson is. Down the inside goes Leo Robinson. Makes his move on Kian Bennett. Makes a charge on Kian Bennett. And oh my word, it's about 5 wide. And near the back of the grid.
There, isn't it? So that was the right in the heart of it there. Number 17, I think. The Harry Higgs and Thomas Walker. Liv Jakins fighting away. Of course, they mentioned Liv. She's up to 17th place now. So she's looking to try and fight through. Like you say, very strong driver at Kimbolton. Leo Robinson holding off this very close start to this race, of course, so it's all to play for here, I would say. Kian Bennett keeping the pressure on. Spencer Lane, Bradley Peck, Charlie Whitehouse, Sean Abbott, Luke Jarman it's as close as that as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner once again. Robinson still leading the way, but very early stage in this race, still 6.5 minutes to go, plus the one lap. There were 1 or 2 contact warnings from that fight on the first lap there. I think going out to Thomas Walker, also to the number 12 as well, I think. Thomas Walker dropping down to the back there. Harvey Jones getting a warning as well. But at the front of the field here, Leo Robinson just pulling away slightly from Kian Bennett. Spencer Lane fastest lap in third, number 11. And then we got Bradley Peck, Charlie Whitehouse and Luke Jarman just 1.2 seconds down, so it's all still very close there. You just saw Jarman leading out it. Morrow, Woodward, Patrick Leaf, William Bloom rounding out the top 10. But it is still the number 36 of Leo Robinson that leads as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Still that fight for third, and we just saw Bradley Peck, I think, make a move on Lane into third place. Yes, indeed. So there is the number 82 of Bradley Peck now into third place. Very distinctive there with the black cart and the white helmet. Easy to spot out there on the track. And Bradley Peck now coming back under pressure from Lane. Whitehouse right in there as well, the number 43 in fifth place. Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott. But it's still Leo Robinson that leads the way. 5.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap as they make their way through towards the Dan Weldon Corner, heading back down towards the TKM straight. And Robinson controlling this race so far. But I think here, Charlie, this race is finally poised as we see. Oh, nice little move down the inside from Peck, who seems to like that approach into Kimbolton Corner. Everyone just biding their time here a bit, I think.
Yeah, the Kimbolton Corner, as you said, one of the best overtaking opportunities. You can kind of go in as late as you want and get the car stopped. Then you've got to try and cover off down the start-finish straight. But
I think the problem there as well, Charlie, is it's easy to make a pass going into Kimbolton Corner, just outbreak down the inside. You've got to be very precise how you do it, because if you go too deep, you just sacrifice yourself going down the Heinz straight as well.
Yeah, the cutback, the switchback manoeuvre is always an easy one to pull off there. But TKM racing in itself, it's so close. I mean, you look to the other races, after a few laps, they've all bridged a bit of a gap for each other. These guys are still in one pack. There's about 7, 8 cars just in this first pack. You can see it on your screens there. About 7 cars in one pack. You never really saw that in the other races. So TKM provide such brilliant racing here, and the carts itself and the engines they use are brilliant. Just you see them at the start of the race, they're kicking up white smoke and everything like that, and you can smell the fuel and how rich they run these engines. Kian Bennett makes a move on the inside of Bradley Peck for second place. But this is proper karting. This is where it really started.
And here, when we watch the leaders going through, you see these micro alliances almost forming up between the drivers, because you'd almost imagine a heat race like this, it'd be just non-stop racing and banging and barging. But you've got to be really tactical in these sort of heat races. You've got to work together. It's a similar principle almost to like a peloton in cycling. You just got to try and find your moment, work with the other drivers, which we were seeing this leading group doing here. Bennett has made the move stick, and he's just trying to drag the others along as they try to close up on Leo Robinson, who's had the race to himself so far. 3:20 on the clock, plus 1 lap to go. Leo Robinson just starting to be closed on slightly by Bennett in second place. Bradley Peck still there, and you see the rest of the top 10 charging through. Lane, Whitehouse, Jarman, Woodward, Harrison Morrow, Patrick Leaf, William Bloom in there, Sean Abbott and Thomas Shaw. Now, there was the number 42 a moment ago, only about 2 seconds down on the leaders. Here they come over the line once again. So Leo Robinson really starting to be closed on now by Kian Bennett, who sets the fastest lap of the race, 43.02. Rest of the top 10 going through, and a bit further down there, Harvey Jones, James Monroe, Harry Higgs, Jessica Fitchhall, Thomas Warner going through as well. I think Fitchhall dropping down to 20th. Liv Jenkins up to 14th position now in this very competitive race. But back at the front, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and Kian Bennett, fastest driver on the track right now, is really pressurising the leader here.
We sort of have like 2 races here, because this is the battle for the top 5. Here's a move, Kian Bennett, that is a really strong move on Leo Robinson. That's not usually someone where you make a move. Oh, Leo goes straight back in. Oh, rubbing side to side, bumper to bumper. That's pretty much how you do it here.
And look here, Charlie,
Kian Bennett has a look back on the inside. Now watch for Spencer Lane. Will he have a look as well? He does. So down the inside or goes to the outside. Go Spencer Lane. That's the problem with that sort of complex. You kind of have the inside, but if you can't get it done, it changes to the outside, and you're kind of in a sticky situation. Bradley Peck is in P4. He's just holding on for Spencer just behind Spencer Lane. Charlie Whitehouse is just sitting there. You're biding his time. Now Leo Robinson has stipulated to Spencer Lane, saying, come on, we've got to go, we've got to push together to work on Kean Bennett and see if they can catch back up to him. It's going to be quite a struggle, but Luke Jarman, I've just seen behind in 6th, slowly closing in here. That last lap, with all the battling going on, Luke Jarman is slowly finding his way through. He's still got quite a while to go. Bradley Peck's having to defend into the bus stop, having to defend off number 43 there, Charlie Whitehouse, but Kean Bennett just slightly bridging a bit of a gap. So could this be a race win sealed early for Leo Robinson? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
this is only
let's have a look here as Robinson starts to just a little bit of a nudge there going into Kimbolton corner. We're going to go through on the clock here with 44 seconds here, so I think it's going to be tight here as we see Bennett holding the inside line. Will we have 1 or 2 laps to go here? I think it might be 1 here, because they are starting to hold each other up as they make their way through Stoke Corner and the Willows. Everyone just starting to bide their time here, plan their overtaking moves very precisely here, because this race is still wide open. I think there's going to be 1 lap to go next time round. It's going to be very tight on the clock here, so how quickly they come through. Down the TKM straight they go then, and you can see now that Kean Bennett is driving quite defensively there, guarding the apex as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. And again, very tight on the inside. Oh, that allowed, might be Whitehouse through on the inside as, last lap then just about goes out. Look how defensive Kean Bennett is driving, absolutely guarding that inside line. That's going to sacrifice a little bit of speed through the corner, bunching everyone up behind him here. And I think, also Luke Jarman closing up here, Charlie. This is going to be a tight race to the line here.
I just saw Bradley Peck there, made a brilliant move round on Charlie Whitehouse, goes round the outside of him. But Leo Robinson here, with a couple corners left, going into the last sector now, has to watch out for Spencer Lane behind him, has to watch for Kean Bennett in front. Will he go for a move here? No, he doesn't, but Kean Bennett, will he defend the last corner? Yes, he does. Leo Robinson closes in. Will he have to run coming out the final corner? No, he doesn't. Kean Bennett wins Heat 3 here in TKM Extreme. What a race that was. TKM always providing brilliant racing for us commentators, and hopefully you guys on the stream as well. Kean Bennett takes the win there. Leo Robinson just in second, 2 tenths off him, so it wasn't enough. Kean set the fastest lap on that last lap, so that just shows how much he was really pushing it on that last one.
Yeah, nice driving there from Kean Bennett to guard that lead in the final lap. So Leo Robinson was second, Spencer Lane. Bradley Peck will have a look at the provisional results very shortly. Charlie Whitehouse running up the top 5. Luke Jarman in 6th, only 7/10 of a second, covering the top 6 competitors there. That's how close it was at the end, and we'll see the rest of the top 10 shortly. William Bloom from Harrison Morrow, Thomas Shaw, Luke Woodward, Patrick Leaf, Sean Abbott, Jake Cox, Liv Jakins, and a bit further down, Thomas Walker, Harry Higgs, Gemma Kiddy, and Jessica Fitch-Hall. Honda 200s. A bit later on, of course, we got the TKM Extreme drawing to a close. As we move on to one of my favourites here, Charlie, the KZ UKs. This is Fast Furious Racing.
Oh, fast is just KZ as in itself. I mean, these karts exceed over 100 miles an hour going to turn 1, even when they start off the line. So obviously standing starts as well. This would be very, very exciting.
This is a slightly different track layout. Now, we've seen the Derrick's Corner, that bus-stop style chicane. That is omitted by the KZ UKs. The Yamitsu Straight is a lot longer, and they run right the way through into the Dan Weldon Corner. So the karts out on circuit now. These are what you might call your shifter karts. 3 brakes on them as well. They carry a lot of speed, approaching 100 miles an hour at the end of the Yamitsu Straight, which isn't a particularly long distance to get that sort of speed up. So it just demonstrates the kind of power that these karts have. Going out of course onto another formation lap, they carry a lot more speed, so they need a bit more time to get the tyres warmed up. And decent entry KZs today. We generally see some great race action from these karts, Charlie.
I mean, yeah, no matter how many drivers are on the grid, there's always something really exciting to see with the KZ UKs. I mean, they're just satisfying in itself. I mean, the way you have to drive these karts is so different to any other category. Like, you know, the road taxis, you have to be really smooth with the steering. With these, you have to be proper aggressive with the kart, but not too aggressive that, you know, you cause a lockup or, you know, you put too much power down, because you know, that makes a really big difference in these karts, and if you get it wrong, you properly get it wrong in a KZ kart.
So in association with Broome Lubricants, we'll have a look at how they line up. So they're going to go down for their standing start. Isaac Smith from Ryan Green in second, Hannah Lang in third from Daniel Chabula, Joe Charlton, Jason Baker, Jake Baker, Bailey Regalsford and Richard Palmer rounding out the field. So for the first time today, we see a standing start. They'll be watching for the lights in just
now. Isaac Smith just had to jump out his car and get it started again.
Engine, I think
his car is stalled, so I don't think he can get that car started. Will he have to push the car off?
I think they have to
wait. Yeah, he's got to go around again.
Yeah, so they got to go, and you see a few of the drivers there already signalling they want another run round. So we're going to go for another formation lap here. So Isaac Smith, the pole sitter, just lost the engine on the grid. He's managed to get it going again. Bump started the kart.
That's the problem with these KZ karts. Are really easy to stall, especially when you're having to, you know, form up for the start, just accidentally letting go of the clutch. And these guys have hand clutches as well, so, you know, all done on feel. Here is the grid then for your KZ UK. Isaac Smith starts on pole. Ryan Green alongside Hannah Lang, Daniel Chabula, rounds out row 2, Joel Charlton, Jason Baker, Jake Baker, Bailey Riggersford, and Richard Palmer rounds out your grid of I think it's about 9 drivers. So although, you know, not as big grid as we've seen before, still a lot of action yet to see. Hopefully Isaac Smith can keep his kart going until we get racing.
I think Ryan Green has lost the engine, maybe just trying to get a nudge from one of the drivers. You'll see them coming around onto the position any moment now. There's the number 12 of Daniel Chabula, who lining up in 4th position. They're trying to get the kart going for Ryan Green, number 97. You just may see him on the back of your screen in a moment.
I don't think he can get that kart started.
He lost the engine now, so it looks like he's out of contention now. Looks like the race is going to start, and the number 97, just outside of the final corner, Ryan Green, is pushing the kart there. You see at the back of your screen there, pushing the kart off to the infield, so it looks like he's going to be out. Here we go for the start then. KZ UK gets underway with Isaac Smith getting a lovely drive on the inside down to the first corner. Hannah Lang and Daniel Chabula right in there as well. Clean start there. And the number 91 of Hannah Lang goes through into 2nd place. Bailey Rigglesford also gone away well, but Isaac Smith with a lovely jump on the field there, making his way through towards the Dan Weldon corner for the first time. Daniel Chabula, Joe Tarleton, Jason Baker right in there. There's the number 38 of Jason Baker rounding out the field. But a lovely start there from Isaac Smith. Absolutely nailed the start and leads them down into the first corner.
Bailey Rigglesford has had a brilliant start. He got his way to 2nd on that start. Just having some problems now as they go through the yellow flag sections, so no overtaking into this section. Well, I say that. Daniel Chabula has a move on Joe Charlton. I think he may have got it done after the green flag. So that will be all good for him.
Just to demonstrate, actually, the speed here, Charlie, from these KZ UK karts. Of course, they do miss out the chicane, but from a standing start, that first lap 39.6, so about 3 seconds quicker than the TKMs from a standing start.
Well, that just says it in itself. Speed and aggression if required in these KZ karts. Coming down the start-finish straight, this is where they'll probably exceed the most highest speeds. They'll probably will round this track, exceeding speeds of over 100 miles an hour easily. 6-speed gearbox as well, so they'll be blasting through the gears up and down throughout this track.
Bailey Rigglesford here's had a fantastic start to the race, number 192, fighting his way through. Now got Hannah Lang just ahead in 2nd place. Isaac Smith just starting to pull away now from the rest of the field, as we see Rigglesford just weighing up the opportunities here to get past Lang. Just tagging onto the rear axle here, having a look and jinking about, just looking for lines here, I think, Rigglesford, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to have a look, see if he can find, find some time against Hannah Lang, see where he's quicker than her. And actually, it's just a move into Dan Weldon. Has a look, but can't get it done. He was trying to it's going to put himself in a bit of a sticky situation there, where he's on the outside of Dan Weldon, which, you can't really form a move there. So he's going to have to wait and buy this time, wait for maybe Hannah to make a mistake. But he's going to have to watch out, actually, because Joel Charlton is right behind, and he might have a look, unless Daniel Chabula has got anything else to say about that. But Rigglesford is all over the back of Hannah Lang. This may be a close one here in the next few minutes.
So Hannah Lang holding on to that second place. This is all allowing Isaac Smith to pull away 1.7 seconds. That's a big margin in a karting heat race. Still hanging in there in 4th and 5th place. The number 15 of Joe Charlton, 12 Daniel Jabula, 17 of Richard Palmer, right in there as well. Jake and Jason Baker a little bit further behind. Oh, dive down the inside from Charlton.
That definitely caught Rigglesford off.
Couldn't quite make that one stick. That's going to allow Hannah Lang to pull away slightly here as again down the inside he goes. And look at number 12 there. Daniel Jabula trying to also follow on the inside. Can't quite get through. But a nice little move down the inside there from Joe Charlton, who now moves into 3rd place, closing up on Hannah Lang, who's alone in 2nd place right now. But all on his own is Isaac Smith at the front of the field. 4.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And Joe Charlton just starting to stake his claim here. There's number 12, Daniel Jabula. And Richard Palmer just hanging on the back there, just watching it in 6th place, trying to get involved in this one.
Rigglesford just got caught surprised there by Joe Charlton that last lap. But he's going to try and keep behind Charlton, see if he can close down Hannah Lang for 2nd place. Hannah's driving a brilliant race so far. Made it 1 place, so he's already started in quite a good place. Got it done in qualifying, as yesterday they had the qualifying and the 2 heats, of course. So they've already had a bit of racing throughout this weekend, and obviously that's going to affect the tyres a lot actually, because they've got quite a lot more racing than they usually would on a normal club weekend. So that's going to obviously take a big effect on the tyres and obviously throughout the race. Especially when it comes to the finals, the tyre handling is going to be a lot different.
Just spotted Hannah Lang there, adjusting the air intake on the radiator, so there's not really a kart setup during the race there, isn't it?
Well, I mean, these conditions today, you just say about the wind and stuff, it's going to get quite hot today, so these engines, when they get hot, they don't work very well, so it's about managing, you know, getting a fine line of not being too hot, but not being too cold, because that also restricts the engine in a way. So using the flap on the radiator just to try and balance the engine temperature, make sure the engine is running at optimal and where it should be.
We might see this a few times during the race. Just watch out for the driver's hands. You may occasionally see them just reaching down to that flap that Charlie says on the radiator at the bottom there, just to adjust the amount of airflow. Now you see Joe Charlton starting to string a bit of a race together here and closing up on Hannah Lang. Isaac Smith, the race leader, has set 2 or 3 fastest laps in succession, now leading by 2.5 seconds. So the battle now really is wide open for 2nd place. Isaac Smith is gone and away right now. Hannah Lang has been 2nd for pretty much the entire race. Managed to fend off Bailey Rigglesford, but Joe Charlton started to string some neat laps together. Lang just signalling to try and work with Charlton just to drag along here, but I don't think Charlton's going to be in the mood to listen to that here, as he just starts to have a look at some of the openings into the corners here. Now, of course, if he's going to make the pass, he's got to be clean here, because we've got Rigglesford, Palmer and Jabula very close behind. So Lang holds on to that 2nd place for now. This is all getting a little bit tactical here. Lang again, you just see, going for the gears down into the 1st corner. Rigglesford just starting to look as well. So these drivers, let's have a look at the clock. We've got 1.5 minutes pretty much, 1:42 to be precise, plus the 1 lap. So this one's still wide open here in this fight for 2nd place, Charlie.
Joel Charlton's really trying to close in on Hannah Lang. You can just see him reaching down, flicking through the gears, and you know, you're technically driving the car one-handed for most of the lap, even in the corner. So, you know, it's sketchy in itself just driving with 2 hands, never mind 1. So these drivers are really put to the test here in these karts. Rigglesford has a look on Joe Charlton, can't get it done, but it's just looking at to becoming a good race here in the last minute or so. There's about 5 drivers in this pack, and who could all have a look at each other and have a look for a move, but it's all going to be about Joe Charlton and what he does on Hannah Lang.
No one's going to be the first to make a move here just yet. It's 52 on the clock. The race leader just about to go over the line now, so they'll pre-squeeze through another lap before we see the last lap board. Isaac Smith with another fastest lap of the race, lapping consistently in the 35.5 region, 35.6 last time round, so he's well clear of this battle for 2nd place. Hannah Lang going through. We've got 35 on the clock now, so I think the race leader Smith should get through before the last lap board goes out. So effectively 2 more laps to go in this race after this. 35.51, fastest lap of the race for Isaac Smith. As we watch this battle for second place, not much overtaking here. I think they're just weighing it up. It might get a bit tasty going towards the final 2 laps. Oh, but I say that, down the inside having a look is Richard Palmer. Couldn't quite make the move stick though. He loses out, of course, on the exit of the corner. You may have just seen Ryan Green there on the infield cutting a frustrated spectator right now. Of course, lost the kart at the start of the race. 2 laps to go in this race. Next time round will be the last lap there. We just briefly saw Isaac Smith on his own merry way. The gap nearly 4 seconds, but Hannah Lang doing a great job here to hold on to the second place.
We were just about Ryan Green there. He's probably got the best view of the circuit, but obviously would rather be out on track. So unfortunate for Ryan Green. But yeah, Hannah Lang is not done and sealed yet for her in this race. Second place is good, but it may not be may not be able to hold on to it. The last lap board is being shown just off the commentary box, but we still have 1 lap left. So this is a penultimate lap. Here's Isaac Smith on your screens. It's just set at 35.51 on that last lap. So the fastest lap of the race go to Isaac Smith, and I can probably see why. He's pulled a gap of about 4.5 seconds. So the gap is always getting bigger. Actually takes a checker flag there. So Isaac Smith wins here in KZ UK for Heat 3. It's a drag race across the line with about 5 karts there. Hannah Lang holds on to second place, followed by Joel Charlton. Bailey Rigglesford makes up 4 in the end, makes it to 4th place. Daniel Sabula rounds out your top 5. Richard Palmer gets to 6th. And soon to come across the line are Jason Baker and Jake Baker. Here is the results of your screens. Isaac Smith taking the win there. 4.5 second gap from Hannah Lang. So Hannah was probably more focused on the drivers behind than the drivers in front. Obviously frustration there for Ryan Green. He's probably going to try and get that kart sorted for the pre-final if he wants any chance of getting a good place for the final here. Yeah, obviously those pre-final results determine where you start for the final.
He'll have a bit of work to do there, won't he? I think so, in that pre-final, ahead of the all-important final later on this afternoon. Racing today brought to you in association with Race IQ. All the live race data you need to be a winner, direct to your phone with no need for GPS trackers or extra kit. Race IQ is the simple way to view valuable real-time race data after the lights go green. Know your stand by tracking your position, lap times, gap data between drivers in front and behind you, plus a lap counter and the best lap info. Everything you need to know to develop your Race IQ, and sign up now with Race IQ, which we'll see several times during the broadcast here today. X30 Senior and the R177 is coming up in a few moments. We're just waiting for the stricken kart of Ryan Green, which we lost that kart at the start of the race. We'll see him, of course, later on in the pre-final, and we should see our X30 and R177s, Aaron Lask and Harry Cottrell, at the front there, making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. This is the 3rd heat of the weekend. X30 Senior and R177 in association with Torque Racewear and with Vroom Lubricants. Drivers out onto the track for the formation lap right now. As you can see, the weather conditions quite cloudy here at Kimbolton today. It is quite steady weather, no rain forecast today. And the R177s making their way out onto the circuit as well, just a little bit further behind. 2 race classes in one here. So it's Aaron Hask from Harry Cottrell, Tristan Powell, Christopher Bingham, Charlie King and Katie Ashman, the leading X30s. R177s including Alex Jones, Alfie Bray, Matthew Hunting, Stefanos Athanasopoulos, Gordon Chenery, Elliot Kennedy, Simon Pugh and James Butcher. Those drivers a little bit further behind. As we see here, Charlie X30 Seniors taking to the start.
Slowing it down here, come around the final. Well, they properly slowed it down here, come around the final corner. The revs are rise, so we go racing here in CNX 30. Down here we go into turn 1 then. Aaron Lask on the inside, Harry Cottrell on the outside. Aaron Lusk can't get it stopped, and Harry Cottrell has been thrown away with him. So Aaron Lusk on the brakes, couldn't get it stopped, actually locked up there as a couple drivers going off at the second corner. So Tristan Powell has actually made it to the lead there at the start. Who was at Katie Ashman has made it to second place. So
there's the R177s getting underway with the number 10 there, Josh Gollin, I think was pushed a little bit wide there. Josh Bass and Alex Jones fighting away. They had a bit of a disjointed start there. The yellow flags were still up, and then they managed to clear the track just when the race got underway. So one or two of those
going off there. Second place, Christopher Bingham. has had problems there. So who's... Kate Ashman's actually held on to second place there. And side by side, for third place, that's Charlie King. So Charlie King's made the way into third place. And in fourth goes Jack Dan. So on your screens there, your small screens, 177. There's a battle for the lead there between Josh
Gollin and
Josh Bass and Josh Gollin. So
yeah, Bass with a nice move down the inside. Of course, I was saying the yellow flags were up there for the start of that 177 race. So one or two of those drivers timing the start to perfection. They may close up on the back markers from the X30 as Powell continues to lead the way by just under a second from Katie Ashman and Charlie King. They make their way.
That's really heating up
that's
there.
getting close to the edge of the top 10. That's a very tight battle there. So it's going to be Powell leading, Ashman second, King, then Aidan Rudge, Jack Dan, Morgan Hills, Peter Jurovic, Josh Jones and Rhys Newburn, all very close, with George Mayle and Thomas Borge a little bit further behind. And still Josh Bass leading from Joshua Golling, Matthew Hunting, Athanasopoulos and Gordon Chenery fighting in the 177s, a little bit further behind. But Tristan Powell 1.4 seconds ahead. Katie Ashman holding on to that second place here, Charlie, but it's all getting very close behind her.
Well, there's a lead battle for fourth with Aidan Rudge, who's made up 6 places at the start there, starting from P10. So because of that drama at the start, there's actually been some good moves. Morgan Hill's made up 9 places, managed to take up 6th place. So brilliant driving by Morgan Hill. Yeah, it's quite a packet of about 4 or 5 cars who are all really battling together, trying to find their way through to take that final top 4 spot. But maybe it's not enough now for maybe a top 3 or podium spot. You know, Aidan Rudge, he's going to have to work all he can. Morgan Hill really pushing the kart to its limits. That kart is really stiff. Maybe that's how he likes it. Charlie King, though,
is closing up on Ashman.
Yeah, so catching up to Kate Ashman is Charlie King. Aidan Rudge and Morgan Hill are side by side, come around the last corner. Let's see what happens there. Aidan Rudge goes into the back of Morgan Hill, just lets him go and maybe follows him. Maybe Aidan thinks Morgan is quicker, and maybe they could have a look together trying to catch the top 3. But
the track is really coming towards the karts here, and the pace really picking up now. Tristan Powell fastest lap briefly, 41.36. Rhys Newburn in 8th fastest lap outright, 41.29. And the pace of this race is really starting to pick up here. They're shaving a few tenths here and there off the lap times each time round as Ashman just pulls away slightly from Charlie King. Morgan Hill still there in 4th. Still Joshua Gollin, Josh Bass leading the way in the R177s. Jurovic up to 6th place. Aidan Rudge in there as well. The lap times continue to fall. We're in the low 41s right now as Tristan Powell, the number 88, leads the race. There is your 177s on the inset screen. Alex Jones, Matthew Hunting, Gordon Chenery starting to fight, but Joshua Gollin now back into the lead, the number 10. As we see the number 16 of Charlie King regrouping now and just starting to put the pressure back on Katie Ashman as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner, final corner on the track. Ashman far enough ahead to prevent any kind of move as we see the R177 battle still with the number 10 of Gollin leading the way. Bass, Jones and Hunting very close behind, so Josh Bass putting the pressure on Joshua Gollin. Aaron Lask on the move in that battle in the top 10, but still here Charlie King is putting the pressure on Katie Ashman.
Yeah, in the last couple of laps there, Charlie King has made some promising ground here on Katie Ashman. Maybe this could be a move to come in the next 3 minutes. But so far, Charlie King is just biding his time, sort of waiting for an opportunity to come about. Obviously, Charlie King is going to know that he's probably quicker than Katie Ashman in some parts of the circuit, and it's about using that advantage because he can see where he's quicker than her, but Katie can't see where he's quicker than him. So, I mean, she'll be looking behind on the straight, trying to manage the gap, but Charlie King here is in probably in a better spot out of the 2. Morgan Hill has made his way to 4th, made up 11 places, so he's going to try and have a look at catching onto the back of the top 3. Although it's quite a big gap, about 2.6 seconds to catch Charlie King, so it may not be enough with about 2 minutes left to go. There's a move from Aaron Lusk, I believe, who made his way on the inside of Aidan Rudge. Yes, he did. So Aaron Lusk on the inside of Aidan Rudge. That was a battle for 7th place.
Just looking at the 177s here, and it's still the number 10 of Joshua Golin that leads away from Josh Bass there. We see Matthew Hunting, Gordon Chenery, Stavros Sopoulos there in 6th position. That class from Alfie Bray, Elliot Kedden a bit further behind. As we see Katie Ashman still holding on to that position. The number 16 of Charlie King keeping the pressure, and there is the 177 battle, which is still pretty close here. Josh Bass, they go through the Derek's corner. There we see on the bottom of the inside. Oh, having a look down the inside there, the 164. Josh Bass from Joshua Golin. They make their way down to the Kimbolton corner as we go back to the number 16 of Charlie King, who's just lost a little bit of ground now on Katie Ashman, who's put some very good laps together. There's the fight for the lead in the 177s. Side by side, going down towards the Stowe corner. Bass having a look for the lead, but Golin holds on. Katie Ashman is putting together some pretty decent laps now and holding on to that 2nd place. 16 still charging there, the machine of Charlie King. But Katie Ashman here, Charlie, she's putting together some pretty decent laps right now. Well,
consistency is always key here in any sort of racing. Actually sort of closing in on Tristan Powell. Was a 10th faster than Tristan on that last lap. Katie set in a 40.8, Tristan 40.9. Charlie King, though, can't match Katie's pace, which is surprising, saying that the last couple laps he was actually catching her. So maybe this might just be a train and they'll just stay together, or will Charlie King have to go for a real late move? But I think Katie Ashman was sort of looking behind her in anger. She's jumping out of the seat. I don't think she's struggling with something, and Charlie King's on the inside. So going into turn 1, Charlie King makes the move on Katie Ashman. Katie was struggling to get the car dialed coming out the final corner.
Oh, I just noticed there, Charlie, if you're going to have a look when she comes back round, when King went down the inside, Katie Ashman ran into the back of King there with quite some force. Would that be enough to dislodge the nose cone, I wonder? It seems okay to me, but that was quite a hefty hit when he took the line away.
We'll have to see, because obviously the nose cones, if they do drop, that is a 5-second time penalty, which will be added to your race. So that could always mix things up here in any sort of racing we will see later today. Could predict some of our finals, we'll never know until later today, where you can watch here on TNL Sports.
That seemed a strange one to me there, Charlie, because Katie Ashman is putting together some good, decent laps and all of a sudden seemed to lose a load of pace. And I think maybe just lost the rhythm there, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. If you mess up one corner, it kind of ruins your rest of the lap pretty much. You lose that momentum, and especially when being overtaken by Charlie King, she's going to have lost that momentum. And it's about mentally rebuilding your mindset to keep going at it. You're in a sticky situation there, but round the final corner, Tristan Powell isn't in any sticky situation. Takes the win from Charlie King. Katie Ashman makes it to 4th. Morgan Hill makes it to the top 5.
Just going to have a look at the 177s now, making their way down towards the final 2 corners. Joshua Golin has led pretty much the entire race, but it's going to be a late move here from Bass on the inside. Can't find a way through.
On the cutback though.
Side by side to the line here, but he's going to move across. And Joshua Golin takes the 177 victory. Bass in 2nd, Jones 3rd, Chenery 4th, Bray in 5th, Anasopoulos, Elliot Kennedy, and a little bit further behind will be Matthew Hunting, number 50, Simon Pugh and James Butcher running at the 177 field.
Well, both classes there providing some great entertainment for us here at Kimbolton. Tristan Powell in CLX 30 taking a win, and Joshua Golin taking a win in Rotax 177. Here's the results on your screens then. Tristan Powell takes the win from Charlie King, Katie Ashman, Morgan Hill, Reese Newman, Aaron Lask. Rounds out your top 6. There's a couple drivers from behind. Joshua Gillen takes the win there by Josh Bass. Alex Jones, Gordon Chenery, Alfie Bray rounds out your top 5. So some brilliant racing there in both categories. Obviously always something to watch when the X30 Seniors and the 177s are out together. But next race coming up here will be Senior Rotax Heat 3.
Yeah, Charlie Webb and Archie Walker lining up at the front there. This is the third heat race of the weekend here at the Kimbolton Festival. Round number 5 of the HKRC Hans Kart Racing Club 2024 season. Racing pretty much once a month throughout the year. Next round of the championship on July the 14th. And all of the club championships here on TNL Sports throughout the 2024 season, right the way through to December. So Charlie Webb leads them out from Archie Walker, Deacon Russell, George Donald, Alex Adams-Acton and Jack Collins a bit further behind. Luke Bates, Ewan Richards, Tom Pryor. We'll have a look at the grid now. So there we see Webb from Walker, Russell, Donald, Adams-Acton, Collins, Luke Bates, Ewan Richards making up the 4th row of the grid. Tom Pryor from Luke Sellingham, Louis Weaver, Alex McGee, Tommy Edmonds, Michael Morgan, Ryan Ward and Elliot Pugh on row number 8. Row number 9 is Adriel Naguar, 7 Kaczmarczyk and Daniel Archer, Luca Osmond Price, Miles Roby, Lucas Theo, James Henson, Cassius Dieth, Andrew King, Ben Southgate, Isaac Reynolds, Av Chapman Lewis, Sam Cornwell, Scott Goldsby on row 16, James Tester, Luca Mann on row number 16 and Ennis Alajbo, row number 17, rounding out this big field of drivers here, Charlie.
So Archie Walker there, the number 7 plate, 7 seeded in the British Championships last year. Around the final corner, we will get racing here. In senior road tax, side by side, Charlie Webb and Archie Walker. Archie will have a look to the outside, can't get it done. Deacon Russell holds it on the inside, holds on to 3rd place, but side by side, Archie Walker round the outside of turn 2, gets a move done. Brilliant move by Archie Walker there. Charlie Webb holds on to 2nd place, and Deacon Russell rounds out your top 3 there. I think just behind is George Donald and Adams. Luke Bate actually has made his way to 5th place. Some brilliant moves through the fields already. But Archie Walker round the outside of turn 2. I've never really seen a move like that been done before. Charlie Webb just holding on down the start finish straight. Will Charlie get the run? Might have a look into turn 1. We'll have to wait and see. Archie already defending into turn 1. So if he's going to be starting to defend from now, maybe this will bring some excitement to this race. Charlie Webb on the cutback gets the move done. Archie Walker will just have to wait and by this time wait for another opportunity to come about. Luke Bay is making some moves through the field. He's already made 2 places on that first lap. So Chris, the racing so far in the senior road tax first lap already been quite well here.
Yeah, as always, senior road tax racing very close and very competitive, especially of course in these heat races leading up to the final. Charlie Webb still fighting away, very close on the edge of the top 10. They go charging over the line. So it's Webb from Walker, Deacon Russell, Donald, Luke Bates, Adams-Acton. Early retirement from the race was James Tester, the kart, hitting some mechanical issues on the first lap. He's gone back to the paddock, but the race goes on and still 6:19. More than a few contact warnings being thrown out a bit further down the field. Number 18, I think, getting one. Alex Adams-Acton currently in 6th place. And a bit further down the 155 also Luca Osmond Price, only about 3 seconds off the leaders this race. Very close and competitive, 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here as they make their way out to the Kimbolton corner, and over the line they go again. So it's Webb leading from Walker. Deacon Russell up to 3rd, fastest lap of the race 40.97. There's an incident there with 2 karts out of contention on the previous lap, which I think maybe Elliot Pugh, one of those possibly, and James Henson possibly. So the wave yellows out, drivers are okay, but the race goes on as they make their way through towards the Dan Weldon corner, and it is still Charlie Webb that leads the way. Archie Walker in 2nd, Deacon Russell, George Donald, Luke Bates rounding out the top 5, Jack Collins, Lucas Ellingham, Ewan Richards, Tom Pryor and Alex Adams-Acton. But there is the number 12 of Jack Collins. Down the inside goes Lucas Ellingham. Neat little move there, and he makes it stick. You'll see Ellingham pointing forwards there, trying to get these guys to work together here, Charlie.
Lucas Ellingham, he's won the races here before. He's been here for a few years now, so he knows how to win races here. So he will want to work with Jack Collins here. Charlie Webb on the inside of Archie Walker gets the move done for 1st place, and just behind Deacon Russell and George Donald, the 2 Jack's Motorsport drivers. Will they work together, see if they can pull through together?
Nasty move there, landing. Just caught the back wheel.
Off there by Jack Collins, so I wonder if there was a bit of contact into the entry. Jack Collins tapping the back of Lucas Ellingham, spinning him sideways. Just about manages to correct it, but there's Jack Collins. I think his nose cone has definitely been pushed in. You can see it rocking its way on the braking zone.
I think that was a bit unfortunate there, Charlie. Ellingham turned in, just caught the back wheel. He did very well to save that, you know. I thought I was expecting him to go flying there, but...
call that Toko drift more like. But,
I think he's 10th place now, so good save from him.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Jack Collins, on the other hand, may have a penalty at the end of this race for that dropped nose cone. He's got Adam's accent to worry about behind him, and in front of him, that is Thomas Pryor. So, Thomas Pryor has been in a sort of odd race so far. He's just had to sit there and bide his time, wait for opportunities to come about. That's what racing is in general. You just have to wait for your luck and your opportunity to come about. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's working for Adam's accent. He's made his move on the inside of Jack Collins. But there's a move from Deacon Russell on the inside of Archie Walker. Place. So the battle for second is still creeping on. Archie on the switchback, and Luke Bate is having a go with Deacon Russell. The three Jack's Motorsport boys. You know, they'll be having to watch out for what they do, because, you know, the number one rule is never hit your teammate. And that would get quite feisty in the awning, I would say.
Charlie Webb just trying to break away from this fight for second with Archie Walker now back in second place. You see Deacon Russell, Luke Bate and George Donald all running very closely. Just going out of shot there goes your race leader Charlie Webb, and you can see for yourself the gap, which is just under 1 second all of a sudden. So Webb putting together a very neat lap. We see the number 50 there, just coming into the final corner. A bit further down there, Andrew King fighting with Daniel Archer, Isaac Reynolds and Zav Chapman-Lewis, a bit further down the field. Ennis Alexbo has gone up to 26th position from last position, so he's making up a few positions a bit further down the pack, as Charlie Webb, it was 1 second last time round, or 0.91. Oh, down the inside goes Deacon Russell, and should hold on to that one as well. So Russell now to second place. The gap goes up to 1.1 seconds as the fight continues. Oh, look at it getting tasty a bit further down the pack there. Number 14 right to the heart of that one. Looking further down, Scott Goldsby, Sam Cornwell, Alex McGee, Tommy Evans all fighting away. So action all the way through the field here, Charlie, and Deacon Russell with a neat move into second place.
We just saw that Luke Bate made the move as well, Archie Walker. It's kind of the teamwork method that goes around. One guy goes for the move and brings the opportunity for the drivers behind to have a go. So brilliant move by Deacon Russell and Luke Bate, who have respectively made second and third place. So Jack's Motorsport pretty much locking out the podium spots here. Archie Walker's having to really defend from Ewan Richards here, and George Donald, his teammate, will
there's a orange flag for number 16. George Donald, the chain guard, has come loose, I think. So George Donald, that's a black flag, orange disc. If you don't know your flag signal, that's basically signifying a technical fault. Told it's the chain guard, so he'll be out of the race.
Well, that is pure disappointment there for George Donald. And that means he's got some work to do in the pre-final, because that's going to be quite bad for his championship points. And obviously the points adding up from the heats determine when you start for that pre-final. So he's going to have some work to do in the pre-final. But the best thing about the pre-final is...
you see him, his hands
coming up, he's coming in. So unfortunate for George Donald. But what's so good about the pre-final is that, you know, you could try and drive through, and then you actually create a good starting position for that final, which is, you know, all important. So, yeah, brilliant stuff by George Donald, you know, safely brought the car in, and obviously the marshal's done a brilliant job there to pick it up, that problem, and, you know, stop some serious harm being done to the driver and to the circuit.
Yeah, as you can imagine for yourself, exposed chain and sprockets on these fast-moving drivetrains on these carts could pose quite a safety risk, so quite rightly bringing him in, although that is unfortunate for the number 16. Charlie Webb leading by 1.1 seconds still from Deacon Russell, Luke Bates, Archie Walker, Tom Pryor on the charge, the number 17, just charging along here. I think he may have been overtaken briefly. Lucas Ellingham fighting back as well, the number 99, after that nasty little drift earlier on. Did well to save that one, you may remember. But Deacon Russell still being hustled down the back straight by Luke Bates, those two driving together, of course, on the same team. So working together as best they can, although Charlie Webb is out of touch a little bit now. A bit further down the field, out to the top 10. Kosmarczyk, Luca Osman-Price, Ben Southgate, Scott Goldsby, Tommy Evans all fighting away. Sam Cornwell, Miles Roby, Alex McGee, 20th position. Adrian Legual, Lucas Theo and Cassio Diaz all in that midfield battle. We just saw them going through the Dan Weldon corner. as we now move on to the last lap, and Charlie Webb has had a superb race here. Leads the way through the final time, through Derek's corner, through to Dan Weldon. There's 21, Deacon Russell, still charging in second place from Luke Bate, but Charlie Webb here is looking good.
Well, you say he's looking good. Deacon Russell at last lap was a couple of attempts quicker, so could be looking at move. Actually, no, never mind. Checker flags come out, and it's Charlie Webb who's going to take the win. So senior Rotax heat 3 goes Charlie Webb. Didn't see that last lap board. So brilliant stuff there by Charlie Webb. Oh, some contact there. Jack Collins and I think that's Michael Morgan having some contact at the end. So Charlie Webb wins in senior Rotax heat 3. Deacon Russell in second place. Maybe a lap or two could have determined a different result. We never know. Luke Bate finishes third. Archie Walker, who I think was struggling with pace there, had to defend for most of that race, finishes in fourth place. Ewan Richards rounds out your top 5. Alex Adams-Acton and Lucas Enningham finishes P7 in the end. So brilliant stuff to save it. Here's the results on your screens then. So Thomas Pryor finishes 8th, Louis Weaver 9th, and Ryan Ward rounds out your top 10. You just said about Jack Collins, maybe dropping down further. That 5-second penalty may be applied if his nose cone is out of position. Some drivers in the back of the field, look at those retirements. George Donald had to retire from the race. Elliot Pugh and James Henson was in that crash earlier on. But that was a good race to start off senior Rotax.
Looking good, of course, for our final race, the TKMO plate before the lunch break. And there will be a few moments before the race gets underway. There's one or two incidents on the first corner, so as the marshals wait. Just to let you know, of course, there's still plenty of action coming up here on TNL Sports in the next few weeks. And just to let you know, of course, if you subscribe to TNL Sports, the British Supermoto Championships at Crell Raceway on the 23rd of June. And I'll be taking you down to South Wales on June the 30th for the Road to MotoGP, the British mini bikes at the very fast historic South Wales circuit. That's on June the 30th. And then we are right back here in just over a month's time. Round number 6 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton on the 14th of July. Why not throw a like to TNL Sports on YouTube to check all the action. So 3 pretty high profile meetings coming up in the next month on both 2 and 4 wheels. I think I'll be my old friend Phil G. I think will be taking you through the action on the British Supermoto Championships. He likes to take to the track himself sometimes in that one as well. And that's always a good one to check out as well, the British Supermoto Championship. So check out TNL Sports on YouTube as we turn towards the TKM O plate. We'll have a look at the line. There's 1 or 2 drivers doing the double duty who we saw earlier in the TKM Extreme. We'll have a look at the grids in a few moments at this third race. This, of course, will be the final heat before we pause for the lunch break, and they'll be right through for the afternoon for the pre-finals and the A-finals. So still a long way to go at this meeting, and of course thanks to Vroom Lubricants for the sponsorship of the top 3 prizes for these drivers as well. TKMO plates getting underway with Kai Springfield from Liv Jenkins, Johan Calichurn, Jamie Mead on row 2, Leo Robinson, James Morley, Jake Cox and Lee Whittingham taking us down to 8th place. Rest of the field made up of Luke Jarman, Harrison Morrow, Gareth Haynes, Mitchell Cornell and Spencer Lane. So some pretty decent drivers here, Charlie, and this I think will be a close race.
Well, I've heard some comments about this race yesterday. Apparently it was very, very exciting, so let's see what happens here in the O plate for TKM. This is not actually the O plate final itself, where they'll be winning that O plate. This is just a heat race. Johan Calichurn takes the lead there, and looks like Leo Robinson just gets it to second place. Kai Springfield had a rough start there, drops to third. Someone to watch out for, Liv Jenkins. We talked about her earlier in the Clubman race, in P5 at the moment. But so far, the top 2 here have already started to bridge a bit of a gap here. So we'll have to see what Kai Springfield can do if he can close in that pack. So although we haven't got the same amount, same grid as the last one, the last TKM race. Has a move there. Leo Robinson on the inside of Johan Calichurn. Gets the move done and sorted. Sealed and done here at Kimbolton for Leo Robinson. So after the first lap, I was going to say Leo Robinson's leading. He still is. I was seeing Johan Calichurn did. He had a look at move there. Couldn't get it done. So Leo Robinson leads from Callie Churn. Kai Springfield is in 3rd place. Jake Cox in 4th. And Jamie Mead rounds out your top 5. I was taught
it's looking good here. I'm going to be very careful of what I say here, bearing in mind the old commentator's curse. But from what I was told yesterday in this TKMO plate race, the level of racecraft was very high indeed. That's why I say I'm going to be careful. It's going to turn into Mario Kart now I've said that. But yeah, look, you can see how close they're racing, and not much between these drivers. The whole pack has gone through. There we see the camera angle. That is everyone. And they are all covered by, I think, just a shade over 2 seconds. Anyone, well, theoretically, anybody could win this race, I think, here, Charlie, depending on how the action goes at the front. So we've got 13 drivers. We've got Spencer Lane out of the race. 12 drivers left in the race. But a very high quality of driver here. You can see how close they're racing together here. And it's all a bit tactical here. We've got 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and it is still Leah Robinson that leads the way, from Kai Springfield and Johan Kalichern in there as well, number 28. 26 in 4th, Jake Cox. Here they come, making their way through the Kimbolton corner, and it is all very close right now. We've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. I think everyone just biding their time here, Charlie, being very careful as to when to make a move.
Yeah, these drivers really have a lot of respect for each other, which actually helps provide this great racing we're seeing. A lot of overtaking moves for the lead on that last lap, but Leo Robinson is just holding on here. Kai Springfield in 2nd. Will he have a look? Not into the bus stop. A couple of kart lengths back.
I think one here thing as well, Charlie, is if you make a move here, you've got to make it stick, or else you could really screw your race up if you're too wild.
Yeah, I mean, if you go in too hot, can't get the kart stopped, that's really going to affect you, because literally the whole field is together. There's just one pack all racing for the lead here. So although only got about 12 karts out on circuit at the moment, it is brilliant racing. Leo Robinson might have to watch out for Kai Springfield. Never mind, he just sits there. You know, he's still got 5 minutes left plus that additional lap, so Kai Springfield's just going to have to wait there. And, you know, there's no point going just for the move straight away. Although it's nice, you want some racing. It's just going to, you know, ruin your race almost if you get it wrong.
Yeah, this is a finely poised race here. No one really going for the move just yet, but everyone just driving incredibly closely, sticking in that almost like four-wheel peloton, you might say, staying in that group, looking to make the move. And here we go, down the inside goes Springfield. Now, can he make the move stick? Of course, it's a very difficult place to make that pass sometimes. I think Kalichern may have got involved, couldn't quite get the move done. So, yes, indeed, Kai Springfield down to the lead, but down the inside. Outbraked himself a little bit there, though, Leo Robinson. But look at Kalichern on the inside.
Wide.
Saw that gap emerging on the inside line, and Johan Kalichern dives down the inside, going out to Stowe Corner. And we have a new race leader with 4+1 on the clock here.
What a grandstand, definitely like that one. Everyone was shouting about that move from Johan Kalichern. My word, 3 into 1 usually doesn't go. But these TKM Extreme drivers really showed a lot of respect for each other then.
That's a classic karting pass there from Kalichern, wasn't it, Charlie? We see again, just 97 there, Jamie Mead having a look. Kalichern saw that gap, he just saw the move happening and was ready to go.
Oh yeah, this is a proper karting battle here. Johan Kalichern back on the inside. This is exciting here at Kimbolton. Leo Robinson has a look and gets it done. So on the inside goes Kalichern and Robinson, and Kai Springfield's going to have to sit there and watch out because Jamie Mead is actually right behind.
I just spotted there Kalichern coming out towards the straight. He's just looking over his shoulder. You could see the other ones were fighting for position, so he's just determined now to put the pedal down and just try and get the line sorted out here for a couple of good laps in here just to try and break the toe. But it's not really happening here because fighting back is Robinson having a peek on the inside. Oh, he's still hanging on in there though. He could line himself up into the first corner, but here we go.
Oh, this
Kalichern immediately going defensive though.
Oh, he's sticking it on the white line. Leo Robinson's going to have to stay there as well. Kai Springfield goes a bit wider, tries to carry a bit more speed through, but can't really do much. You know, everyone's kind of just parking it on the apex. Leo Robinson has a move on the inside. Kalichern side by side. Kalichern holds it. Kai Springfield comes through. Brilliant move by Springfield.
And in second there, 97, Jamie Mead following into second position there.
It's all kicking off here at Kimbolton in the open. Jamie Mead's shouting at him, go, go, go. We need to go away. Kalichern has dropped to third, but it could have been a lot more than that. Livia Jenkins has made it to fourth. Brilliant stuff there by Jenkins. But as you see, It's literally just one pack. This is brilliant. Watch out for Olivia Jenkins on the inside of
she's having a look there. She's done it.
Use the concrete to pretty much get on the inside, but my word, this has been some brilliant racing here at Kimbolton.
So that fight for third place is just allowed here. Kai Springfield and Jamie Mee just to pull away briefly. Now, can they make that advantage count? The gap was about half a second, and it's not very much at all. So these two really do need to work together here. They've been gifted the lead, you might say, through that little move at the front. So they've got to take that opportunity now and try and pull away from the chasing pack and try and make that race their own. There we see Springfield. Me just watching in second, looking at the lines here. We're running out of time here now, heading towards 1.5 minutes, plus 1 lap remaining. Warning flag going out a bit further down the field for Lee Whittingham in 6th place, as we see Springfield opting to go defensive here. So the gloves are off, I think. And that's going to allow 97. Jamie Mee down the inside there, side by side through the willows, heading towards the Amitsu straight. And Kai Springfield just about holds on to the lead, but this is all going to draw the chasing pack into this battle if they're not too careful here. If they start battling too much. So Springfield leads, Mead in second, although they are having their own fight for third position. And Jamie Mead again looking for lines. He's determined, and he's not too interested in working with the race leader. He wants to get the lead for himself here with 43 seconds on the clock as they make their way out to the final corner, almost side by side. You can see Jamie Mead looking over his shoulder, checking where the chasing pack are. Here they come piling down as, Liv Jenkins got that a bit wrong there.
That's a big hit into the barriers.
Jenkins there guarding the inside line, and I think the chasing Lee Whittingham possibly just misjudged that slightly, and the unfortunate Liv Jenkins shunted quite heftily into the tyre barriers, which do their job. Now, we're going to have a yellow flag here at the very least, I think, here, Charlie, because there's quite a lot of tyres knocked about in that incident.
Red flags coming out, so maybe... we do hope the best for Olivia Jenkins. That was a very hard hit into the wall, so we do hope that driver is okay. Won't speak much about it at the moment. We'll let the medics do that. I think that will actually call the race off, because that was the last lap.
Last lap was about to start, so provisionally that'll be a race win for Kai Springfield from Jamie Mead, Leah Robinson, Lee Whittingham. We'll have a look at this again. So you see Liv Jenkins guarding the inside, and that was number 3. That was Lee Whittingham.
So maybe she braked a bit too early, and Whittingham just tapped the back.
Yeah, just seemed to be a very slow entrance, and I think it just caught Whittingham out. So, and he saw on the replay there just how hard Jenkins hit the wall. So hopefully she'll be all right. The medics are, as you can see, the medics going onto the track now just to check that Jenkins is okay. She was moving about in the kart after the impact with the tyre barriers. So at the very least, I think she'll be winded. That was quite a hefty hit. So we certainly hope that Liv Jenkins is okay. And a real shame for her there, because she was running very well and just starting to make inroads towards the leaders in the closing part of the race.
Well, yeah, you say that. On my timing screens, actually, she's still P4.
Oh, so she's credited as a finisher then, by the looks of things.
So if that is how it is, then you could still say it's a good result. Obviously, not the best. Not the best time to say it now. Obviously, the medics will provide the attention for her. So but that was a brilliant race to end the first half of the day.
Very close, that one, wasn't it? And some great action. The TKMO plate has thrown up some pretty close race action across the weekend, and the third heat this weekend also proving no exception. We'll see them later on, of course, in the pre-final, and that will be the last race of the day later on this afternoon for the TKMO plate. So a bit of an unfortunate note, I would say, to round out the morning race action. We're going to take a pause very shortly for the lunch break. We did end that race under a red flag race stoppage due to a rather hefty shunt from Liv Jenkins, as you may have seen, being shunted into the tyre barriers. Racing incident, I would hasten to add. I don't think there was any malice in that one at all. But Liv Jenkins being shunted into the tyre barriers quite heavily. Those barriers certainly doing their job in protecting the impact, but still quite a hefty hit. And as always, our marshals and medics very quick onto the scene to support the injured driver. So we hope that Liv Jenkins is okay. The medics on the scene right now, and we'll, as I say, a bit of an unfortunate note to end the morning's race action here, but we will be back, of course, throughout the afternoon. Pre-final coming up after the lunch break, and our A-final as our marshals head back to the Marshals' hut to get a well-deserved lunch break, get something to eat and a cup of tea, cup of coffee. You will have the chance, of course, to go and make yourself some lunch and get yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, whatever your preference is.
None.
And no, coffee for me, definitely. Espresso.
Oh, lovely.
But we're going to round things off. So just to recap there, Charlie, your thoughts on the race meeting so far?
I mean, so far it's been quite exciting here at Kimbolton. Obviously, the festival gives a real treat, and overall it's a pretty good weekend on track and off the track as well. Obviously, doing all we can for the charity as well. Promise Dreams. So far it's been a brilliant weekend, and that's just the heat racing. We still have the pre-finals and the finals to go. This is going to be so exciting.
Lots more to come here at Kimbolton. We've got the pre-finals and the A-finals this afternoon. Racing scheduled to be back underway at 1 p.m. this afternoon according to the time chart. So we're going to give our marshals and our event officials along with the medics a well-deserved lunch break. And now time for you, of course, to go and grab some lunch as well. We're going to go off air very shortly, and we will see you back on track here at round number 5 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club 2024 Championship, incorporating the Kimbolton Festival. We're pausing for lunch right now, but we will see you just before 1 p.m. for our pre-finals and the all-important A-finals later this afternoon, and we will catch you then. Welcome back to Kimbolton and our afternoon programme here at the 5th round of the Hunts Kart Racing Club 2024 season, also incorporating the Kimbolton Festival with the K and O Plate races taking place also this afternoon. We're about to get things underway with the Honda 200s getting underway very shortly with Max Jolly from Sebastian Behrman, Charlie Page, Lucian Smith, Luke Wilmerd and Logan Rolfe amongst the front 3 rows. As Jokas Cook, Buddy Hugo, James Devroe, Oliver Dawson, Finley Beals, Mason Muncher, Zach Andrew just a little bit further back. So it's Honda 200, Micromax and the Waterswift Restricted, the first of the pre-finals getting underway. Pretty much right on schedule at 1 PM. This is the pre-final, moving of course into the grid positions for the final. A little bit dicey into their first corner there with Max Jolly having a look down the inside. But they all get through cleanly, making their way through the willows for the first time. So this is the pre-final. The grid positions judged by the combined scores across the 3 heat races as the Waterswift Restricted carts get underway a little bit further back. So this is carrying across the accumulation of the scores on the 3 heat races and the positions from this pre-final going through to the A-final a little bit later on this afternoon. One more race, of course, for this race group as they make their way through, and it looks like the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman, who led for a while in the first heat race today, and it looks like he's got a jump on the rest of the field. So Charlie Ellis is back alongside me now. We're refreshed and ready after the lunch break, taking through the afternoon's action as Lucian Smith goes through to second place. So this, of course, a slightly longer race, 9 minutes plus 1 lap, but Sebastian Behrman here, Charlie, has made a very good start.
Of course, very good start. Because, of course, a very good start there. Made up 1 place into that first spot. No more places he can make because he is at that top spot. Lucian Smith has made his way into second place. And Max Jolly has dropped to 4th because Charlie Page has made his way through into 3rd. Watch out behind. Logan Rolfe is going to have a look at top, maybe making some more places up. Lucian
Sebastian Behrman there, very deep into Kestrel Corner, but recovered it well.
Yeah, he had some problems there. Just overdriving the kart a bit. Will this become an opportunity? Oh, Lucian Smith has a look at Charlie Page. Oh, 3 wide into turn 1. Couldn't see that one coming. Lucian Smith on top of Sebastian Behrman. Jumps off him as soon as possible. Charlie Page has made his way through into the lead place. So I mean, that just shows that the race can be thrown up just in 1 corner. Lucian Smith has made his way into second place. Sebastian Behrman's dropped down to 3rd, and Max Jolly in 4th. Now, who is that in 5th?
That's the number 38,
Luke
I think.
Wilmerd.
Mills moved up.
So Luke Wilmerd has made his way into P5. He's going to have a look at these top 4. The pack is staying together here, so it's pretty much the win for anybody here. Lucian Smith now on the inside of Charlie Page just for the lead. Will Sebastian Behrman have a look coming through turn 1? Yes, he does. On the inside, brilliant move there. 1 for 2 is done for the Jack's Motorsport drivers. And Charlie Page, not much he could have done there. Sebastian Behrman on the inside for Lucian Smith. Can't get it done. You can kind of hold it around the outside there if you can be brave. Lucian Smith, Sebastian Behrman side by side, still just has to hold on before the Dan Weldon complex.
Trying to keep a wheel in there, going through the out of the Derek's corner towards the Dan Weldon corner. You can see there Smith just gesticulated to Behrman and the others to work together, but Behrman's not listening. Oh, down the inside, nice little block pass there. This is all drawing the rest of the top 10 in there. Masiokas, Cook, Hugo, Devroe, James Devroe, interestingly, in 10th place, set the fastest lap of the race as he tags on to this back group here. As again, we get another bit of a move there from Charlie Page, going down the inside of Behrman, back into second place as the number 38 starting to get involved in this. Luke Millward, who, like Charlie said, has caught up to the field quite nicely. Here was 14 guarding the inside into Derek's corner there. Max Jolly, that's going to draw everyone in and just allow these top 3 to pull away slightly. As Behrman again jinking this way and that to try and get past the number 33 of Charlie Page. Page holding on though, and 44, Lucian Smith just starting to pull away. The rest of the chasing pack though, not all that far behind. Again, Behrman going very deep into the Kestrel corner. That's cost him dearly because Max Jolly's got through into 3rd. Behrman recovering into 4th place, the rest of the field charging through. So then it's Masiokas, Millward, Hugo Devroe, Finley Beals, Oliver Dawson, Zach Andrew, Mason Munson not too far behind, all very close on the edge of the top 10 as the sun starts to break through on the Kimbolton circuit. And a bit further back, the Water Swift restricted karts there. We've got Williams Max, Finley Bedford, Logan Baker, Jensen Darlow going through. Darlow, of course, a non-starter in the first race. And a bit further back, Theo Hamilton leading from Jack Fulmerhamen, Jackson Heath, Soy Henderson, and Aurora Joel a little bit further behind.
So brilliant driving here by all our cadet drivers in multiple classes as well. We've got about 3 classes on circuit. Charlie Page is the one leading all 3 of them. Well, I mean, this is the main pack, more of the micros. The Micro Max always providing great entertainment here. As you can see, Lucian Smith on the inside of Charlie Page, Sebastian Behrman on the inside of Max Jolly. Sebastian gets the move done. Max Jolly comes back on the inside for turn 2. Can't get it done though, because you kind of get, you know, it becomes inside for turn 2, but then outside for turn 3, and you get sandwiched there. So not much you could have done there, but it was very smart to hold back and not have, you know, trying to still fight for it, and you know, could have caused a crash. But so far, it's Lucian Smith who's leading the way, and oh, that's the stipulation there by the O-plate driver Josh Cook. Oh, move there, it's Charlie Page on the inside of Lucian Smith. Brilliant move there on the second to last corner, where you know it's quite a hard overtaking opportunity. You're coming off a long straight, and it's very hard to make a move like that. Lucian Smith has a look on Charlie Page, can't get it done. But these last few laps has been proper going at it between these two. Pretty close.
Some of the midfield action there. Mason Munster, Teddy Higgs, Finley Bedford, and the 22 there of Louis Williams Mabs all fighting ways again. Oh, there's a spin out there for Charlie Page. No. Just caught Lucian Smith. And it looks like he is. Oh, he doesn't look too happy with that one. He is out of the race, and that's going to put him back in the final later on.
Yeah, you could only feel hard for him, because he was leading that race, and just getting taken out like that has properly ruined his race. He's got to start from last when it comes to the final later on, so he's got a lot of work to do. But that's sure going to be an exciting race for him. Back at the front of the pack though, Lucian Smith now leads the way. Sebastian Behrman in second, Max Jolly third, Josh Cook in 4th place. Battle going on behind between Rolf and Masiokas. So these drivers, actually there's Charlie Page there, I think he's going to get back going, so that's good. Again. Good to see, but obviously that's going to ruin his opportunities of a good starting position for the final. Yellow flags in that sector, so no overtaking.
That's Masiokas there, number 31. Very distinctive black and yellow coloured machine there, ahead of number 32 of Logan Rolfe, as they just tag on to the back of this lead group. We've still got a couple of minutes to go, plus the one additional lap. There is the number 32 right behind there in 6th place, Logan Rolfe, as they go charging out of the final corner. It's still the number 44 of Lucian Smith that leads the way. Sebastian Behrman just having a peek on the inside, nothing going though as they make their way through the first corner. Josh Cook, Max Jolly, Masiokas, Rolf Millwood, Hugo, James DeRoe just a little bit further behind, taking us down to the edge of the top 10, with Oliver Dawson, Finley Beals and Zach Andrew. Mason Muncher also in there. But it's all about this lead group of 6 drivers, 7 drivers, or Luke Millwood up to 7th now, just tagging on to the back of this lead group. The unfortunate Charlie Page, of course, was back out on track and I think is still circulating, but out of the race in terms of position. So like we're saying here, Charlie, this is a very important race here, because this will determine the grid for the final later on.
Yeah, and that's what Josh Cook has realised, and on the inside he goes. That's another place gain for him. Obviously the high finish in this race, the better starting position you're going to have for the final. Josh Cook to the inside for the 1st place spot on Lucian Smith, gets it done. Sebastian Behrman on the inside pushes Lucian Smith wide, so Max Jolly goes through. I think Masiokas has made his way through as well. So in one corner, Lucian Smith has dropped to 5th place, I think, so he's got some work to do now if he wants to catch up. Just about 30 seconds left on the clock. Josh Cook, fastest lap of the race, 47.31. Watch out for Josh Cook. So obviously taking a lead earlier in the lap, but he has been driving through the grid in the last couple of laps. Definitely the man on the move at the moment, but it's all to play for. The last lap board is being well, not coming out yet. The timer does not go down in time. So
7 seconds,
yeah,
close.
So 7 seconds. Matt Jolly on the inside of Sebastian Behrman. Brilliant move there. Gets the job done when he needed it to.
Bit further back in the Honda Cadet class, Theo Hamilton having a very close battle with Jack Fulbrook-Hammer. Holmer in second, Jackson Heath, Soy Henderson, but Hamilton having a really good go at the front, a little bit further down the field in that Honda to get class. It's lower numbers this weekend. There's a British Championship event on for the Hondas, but all the action here at the front, though, was Josh Cook, who's been there or thereabouts for most of the race, just starting to break away as the last lap board is about to go out, and Cook just trying to make a break of it here. Very close behind is the number 14 of Max Jolly, and Jolly coming under some real pressure from Sebastian Behrman, who's having a look as they go over the line. There is Josh Cook's at the luxury of being able to take the racing line here as the last lap flag goes out. Here a bit further back is some of our midfield runners making their way around the final corner. Further back there, Teddy Higgs, Finley Bedford in there, Louis Williams, Mabs, Logan Baker, Jensen Darlow, and Jack Fulber-Karma has taken the lead in the Honda Cadets. But Josh Cook, I think he's got enough of all the action behind him for second place, but Josh Cook looking very good here in the closing stages, Charlie.
Max Jolly has had to really defend for his second place here, and this has given a perfect opportunity for Josh Cook to pull away. So far, Josh Cook has had a brilliant race, and around the final corner he's going to come, and the pre-final win is going to go to Josh Cook, who will win the pre-final here at Kimbolton, putting himself on pole position for the final. Brilliant driving by Josh Cook. Max Jolly finishes a second. Brilliant race by him. And Sebastian Behrman rounds out your top three. Macioskas rounds out your top four. Lucian Smith makes it to top five. And Luke Millward finishes in sixth. Only a second and a half covering the top seven there, so really close between the top seven.
There goes Jack Fulber-Karma from...
Oh, so who's that in the wall? There's someone in the wall there on the cameras.
No, I think that might be Theo Hamilton, I think one of the Hondas who was battling for the lead with Fulber-Karma. Jackson Heath saw some gesticulation between the drivers then, and I wonder if it's related to that incident on the final corner. So the unfortunate Theo Hamilton, much like Charlie Page, is going to have to start at the back of the field once the final gets underway a little bit later on today. So drama throughout the field in both race classes, with some of the favourites dropping out of contention. So it's Josh Cook winning from Max Jolly, Behrman third, Massey Cass in fourth, Lucian Smith, Luke Millward running out the top six from Logan Wolf, James Debrow, Buddy Hugo and Finley Beals taking us down to 10th position. Over in the Hondas, Fulber-Karma winning from Jackson Heath, Henderson, Raw Joel and Theo Hamilton eventually getting over the line at the back of the field. As you can see, Charlie Page, a non-finisher, and that will relegate him right to the back of that field once the final gets underway later on today. We're going to move on next to our mini Inters, who are on the line now, and they'll be getting underway in just a few moments. So you're joining us here at Kimbolton for the pre-finals. How this works out, we had two heat races yesterday at the Kimbolton Festival. The final heat race is taking place this morning before the lunch break. So these drivers now lining up in accordance to their point scores across the heat races, and these pre-finals that are coming up now will determine the grid positions for the all-important final later on this afternoon. And like we just saw in the Micromax and the Hondas, any kind of incident in this race could really affect your final, as you'll be relegated right to the back as the mini Inters make their way through. I think Hamilton's kart is just being retrieved into the infield, so he'll be underway in just a few moments. In the meantime, the mini Inters are lining up. Thanks, of course, to new support, of course. We've got the logo and the system reveal for Race IQ. Race IQ, all the live race data you need to be a winner direct to your phone with no need for GPS trackers or extra kit. Race IQ is the simple way to view valuable real-time race data after the lights go green. Know where you stand by tracking your position, lap times, gap data between drivers in front and behind you, plus a lap counter and best lap info. Everything you need to know to develop your Race IQ. Sign up now at www.raceiq.co.uk. All the information available on the website. As any moment now we await the start of the mini Inters with Jensen Sale, who will lead them away. You see the 77 of Leo Livings in there as well. Quite a few good drivers in this one, Charlie. And like we just saw, what's coming up now, it's 9 minutes plus one lap. A very important race in terms of your success over the weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. You need to obviously do your best finish in this pre-final, because obviously that's going to deter where you start for the final. You know, as we saw in that last race, It could be really good for you, it could be really bad for you. Drivers like Charlie Page have got to properly work hard now in that final to make up those spots. But let's see what happens here in the mini inters. Just coming out, Jensen Sale really lighting up those rear tyres. He wants to get enough tyre temperature as possible. And here is the grid. So Jensen Sale will start from pole position. Leo Livings alongside Sebastian Clark, Theo Bradshaw, row 2, Devon Taylor, Otis Cleary, Max Wheatley, Adam Jutikis, Jamie Ambrose, Hayden Fisher, Akil Name Gioni, Cody Lee Patorio, Adam Turek, Louis Barker, Ollie Thompson, Raymond Jenkins, Archie Lee Bullock, and Toby Wortley rounds out your grid.
So here they come down towards the Kestrel corner. Drivers now lining up on the grid now, rolling start of course. They want to make sure they're in position and ready to go, hoping for a good clean start here. We saw in the heat race earlier on the drivers very slow up to the start finish line, looking to try and make that breakaway. And of course the top 3 drivers across the weekend getting prizes courtesy of Vroom Lubricants. Some very good prizes on offer for the winning drivers this weekend. Here they come again, very slowly out of Kimbolton corner. It's a slow start, all eyes on the flag. Here we go, and they burst into action, charging down to the first corner. Everyone guarding that inside line. Looks like Sale guarding the apex quite neatly as they make their way through. They pile into the first corner. All seem to get through Stowe okay through the willows for the first time. One driver getting spun out at the back of the field, but a good clean start. Jensen Sale timing the start perfectly. It was another very slow run up to the start finish line, but he got that absolutely nailed to perfection, you would say. We've got the number 77, Leo Livings, in second place. Sebastian Clark, I think, is the third. There's number 39 at the back of the field there, Ruben Jenkins. But fantastic start there for Jensen Sale.
Brilliant start, got the jump when he needed to. And Leo Livings, though, really behind Jensen Sale here. Could this be an early move for the lead? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, after lap 1. Oh, there's a move there. Who is that? Who's going to have a look? That's number 14 of Devon Taylor. So Devon, who was really up there in the Heat 3, tries to have a look at a move on the driver in front. Can't, actually, no, does get it done. So my apologies. On the number 44, Theo Bradshaw gets the move done. The 2 teammates now going to try and work together to catch up to the driver in front, which is Max Wheatley. So Max Wheatley, one of the fastest drivers in the last heat. He's going to have to, he's one to watch out for in this race.
Toby Wortley was the driver that span out on the first corner. He's catching up with the rest of the field with Archie Lee Bullock out of contention so far. So Jensen Sale over the line to complete another lap, and still being pursued strongly here by Leo Livings. Max Wheatley with the fastest lap of the race, 44.49. But the karts are all running a very fast pace out there. Everyone lapping in the 44s right now at the front group. Theo Bradshaw just a little bit further behind in 6th place. Has been overtaken by Devon Taylor, who looked very impressive in the earlier heat race today. But it's still Jensen Sale who continues to lead the way. Sale, of course, getting his elbows out nice and early at the start of this race, guarding the apex into the first corner to hold on to the lead. But he can't afford to relax here because he has got 3 drivers right behind him now. Leo Livings, Max Wheatley, and Sebastian Clark, number 51, who's just behind the 14 there as well. Devon Taylor in 5th. Theo Bradshaw, Jamie Ambrose, all charging through there. Otis Clearly, Adam Judatis, Cody Patarel in 11th, Hayden Fisher, and Adam Churacek just a little bit further behind. Hayden Fisher, incidentally, the driver further down in 12th position, currently under investigation from the steward, so they'll look into that a bit later on. But Jensen Sale coming under some real pressure here, Charlie.
Yeah, Max Wheatley is right behind Jensen Sale now, so got past Leo Livings on that last lap. Max Wheatley, the one to watch out for here in the next few minutes. We've still got 6 minutes left, so these pre-finals are really long. There's a pure testament to the driver's skill over a certain period of time. Let's see what happens here. Oh, there's a move near the back. That's Leo Livings on... No, Sebastian Clark on Leo Livings, so I'll say. There's the move for the race lead here in the pre-final. Max Wheatley on the inside of Jensen Sale. Job done here at Kimbolton through turn 1. A brilliant overtaking opportunity. Gets the kart stopped when needed to. That was a pretty good move there by Max Wheatley.
Yeah, he did very well there, Charlie, to make the move stick. He was very deep into the corner, so he had to be to make the bold overtaking move down the inside, but not to outbrake himself. Because even so, Jensen Sale is fighting back here in second place. We've got Leo Livings and Sebastian Clark not too far behind. And you can see at the moment Max Wheatley, he's got the confidence here to just try and use the lines, use the faster racing lines on the track, not defend his position, and just try and pull away from the rest of the chasing pack. He's bringing Jensen Sail with him a little bit now. They make their way through Stowe Corner. 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this pre-final. Don't forget, of course, this is the all-important race that determines their grid position later on for the final. So a good position, very important, but crucially here, you cannot afford to spin off the track or crash trying to go for the lead, for example, or a better position, because that will put you right at the back of the field. So tense moments for these drivers out here at the moment. And at the moment, Max Wheatley is looking very strong at the front of the field as we watch the number 44, Theo Bradshaw, still charging hard in 5th position.
Well, you talk about the professional of these drivers. I mean, these drivers are only 8 to 10 years old, but yet they act like grown adults. You know, these drivers are very, very mature for their age. Well, you could say that. We won't say that off track.
It's a good point there, though, Charlie, because people often forget, especially watching the cadets and the younger drivers, just how young these drivers are. I mean, these are children, basically, but they've got the racecraft, they're polished, they know all about where to position the karts, the tactics of the sport as well, and so they're very advanced considering their young age.
Well, exactly. They have all their, you know, they'll have coaches and obviously learning as much as possible from the mechanics, and it's all about fine-tuning the car. The driver has to give important feedback to the mechanics to, you know, make sure their car is top tier, and, you know, they're always going to try new setup ideas. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that is the fun of motorsport. Same with overtaking. Sometimes moves can work and sometimes move can't, and it's Jensen Sail who needs to make a promising move here on Max Wheatley if he wants to have a good chance of starting the actual final from that pole position spot. But he's got 3.5 minutes to do it. It's going to be quite hard because Max Wheatley has not made one mistake so far in this race. Watch out for Leo Livings as well. Just behind Sale and just behind Livings as well, Sebastian Clark. Now, Clark has been all over the back of Livings those past couple of laps. Just sticking behind him, you know, using the toe. Will this be a move in the next few laps? We'll have to see. Livings is really behind Sale now.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on. And looking at our race leader, number 12, Max Wheatley, he is driving very confidently. Ever since he took the lead, he's had the confidence to go for the racing lines. He's not too interested in trying to defend his position. He's just looking ahead. He's taking the nice sweeping lines through this flowing Kimbolton circuit and just looking to keep the pace on as much as he can because he's got some real pressure behind him, but still driving very confidently. There's the number 11, Otis Cleary. That back bumper looks like it's dragging a bit there, so let's hope that doesn't affect his race too much in terms of any sort of steward intervention, you might say. He must have had a shunt a bit earlier on, maybe, in that first corner incident, perhaps, but Otis Cleary nonetheless still charging away. Well, there's no indication on the race control towards Otis Cleary, so that's evidently not too much of a problem for him, and he still chases Devon Taylor and Theo Bradshaw in that fight for 5th position. Meanwhile, Max Wheatley still driving very confidently. Jensen Sail has set the fastest lap of the race. Only drive to go in the 43 so far, 43.98. So 1:52 on the clock here. Sail trying to put the pressure on Wheatley, but still Max Wheatley seeing nice sweeping lines through the corners. He's going to leave that Kimbolton corner open here, but he's not too worried about that. This takes some confidence here, Charlie, just to drive your own race and look for the lines, I think.
Well, exactly that. Consistency is key in motorsport. And I think Sale is probably in the worst position because he's got to try and attack off Max Wheatley, but he's got to defend off Leo Livings as well. So, I mean, what would he do in this situation? We can only wait and see. At the moment, he's properly attacking Max Wheatley. He's really throwing it into the corners, getting it stopped when he needed it to. He's really putting on the pressure here to Max Wheatley. It's only Max Wheatley's race to lose here.
Just watching Jensen Sail here over the last couple of laps, Charlie. We'll have a look at him again when he comes through. I think it's going to get through just before the last lap. To me, it looks like Sail has really got the Willow section nailed quite nicely. He loses a little bit of time on the second part of the lap to the race leader, Wheatley. So 2 laps to go, and here they come. Let's have a look, and again, Wheatley very quick through the Stowe corner, and he's still very fast through the Willows, but it just seems to me like, again, Jensen Sail carrying a bit more speed through the Willows, although I say that Leo Livings has got to run as well. They just seem to have nailed that little twisty section after the first corner of the Willows quite nicely, and that's keeping them in touch with Max Wheatley, the race leader.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here to see what happens. About to go into the... Oh, will it be the last lap? I don't think it will be. So we'll have about 2 laps left. We'll have to wait and see. 15 seconds on the clock as they come around the last corner.
Oh, it's going to be close.
I don't think it will be. So 2 laps left on the board. And it's Max Wheatley who just about holds on. Leo Livings on that last lap. Tried to have a look at Jensen Sale. Couldn't get it done. And that kind of shows that just one mistake can cost you quite wisely.
I think that's a testament there, Charlie, to the pace of the race as well. They've just squeezed through before the last lap board goes out. I think every possibility this could have been the last lap now, really, if they hadn't been driving so quickly. But the top 4 running a very strong pace out there.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers are very, very consistent. No mistakes are being made, because mistakes can cost you very much, especially when it comes to the pre-finals. The pre-final and the final are the 2 finals you want to, you know, make sure every lap is right. Because, you know, if you're losing 2/10 a lap in a race over a long distance, you know, that's about 10 seconds. So you really have to make sure you're on point with where you're braking, where you're cornering, you know, you're turning in points, you're turning out when you're exiting. There's so many things these drivers have to think about. And, you know, we're saying this earlier, they're only 8 to 10 years old.
Yeah,
that's a lot to think about as a driver.
Very fast drivers when you consider their age as well. Very fast drivers nonetheless. But here we go, around the final time round Dan Weldon corner. This is going to be Max Wheatley's moment here. If he can just hold on around the last 2 corners and grab the pole in the super final, I think he's just about done enough. It's a bit of a fight on for second place, though. Here they come out to the final corner, and it's going to be Max Wheatley that takes the checkered flag. Jensen Sale in second place, Theo Living, Sebastian Clark, Otis Cleary in 5th. And running out the top 10, Theo Bradshaw, Devin Taylor, Jamie Ambrose, Cody LaPateral, Kilnani Giannoni in 10th position from Judatis, Chiracek Fisher, Louis Barker, Ollie Thompson, and Toby Wortley, who is still out on the track. That was the driver who got spun out on the first corner. We lost Ruben Jenkins and Archie Lee Bullock. So Toby Wortley, who we should see on the there he is. Didn't get the best of start to this race, of course, but full credit for him to keeping going. And he salvages 16th place for the final.
So, brilliant race there by Max Wheatley. Takes the win just by 2.5 tenths. Here it is on your screens. Max Wheatley with the win there. Jensen Sale 2.5 tenths behind. Was very close in the end between Sale and Livings. A bunch of drivers to watch out for in this grid. Only 10 seconds covers about the top 13 there. So a lot of brilliant action throughout that race. A brilliant battle at the front as well. And yeah, mini inters always providing great action for us here at Kimbolton. Now, Junior Rotax pre-final is up next.
They're lining up now with the number 167, who looked very impressive earlier on in the 3rd heat race over the weekend, the one we saw this morning. Joel Dixon Cohen alongside Joshua Smith, 2 drivers who you would really put amongst the favourites to take the checkered flag in this pre-final, but there's all manner of drivers. We'll have a look at the lineup in a few moments. So Junior Rotax and the Junior X30s taking to the track now for the formation lap ahead of their pre-final. The drivers now out onto the circuit. Big group of drivers here, so very important to stay out of trouble. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments as they make their way through on the formation lap. So it is Joshua Smith from Joel Dixon Cohen leading them round. Will Archer, Iman Banzel on row number 2, John Richardson and Samir Paul on row 3, Owen Keenan and Charles Kitely, Jason Dusich and Kai Veitch, the driver who had trouble in the 3rd heat race earlier on today, got caught up in a first corner melee, lining up just on the edge of the top 10. So we're looking to make amends in this pre-final. As we say, a big group of drivers in this one. Some very competitive drivers. You can see how much they're working the tyres to get that temperature in before the race gets underway. The start, it's going to be very important here to get a good, clean start, stay out of trouble as they make their way out to the final corner. Joshua Smith on the inside, and immediately Joel Dixon Cohen moving across, aggressively going for the lead. They're dueling it out into the first corner, but Smith holds on. He's got the inside line and the fast line. Trouble at the back with the Cooney drivers getting tangled up. There's about 3 or 4 drivers involved in that one. You can see in the background there. But Joshua Smith, great start for him.
That was brilliant by Smith. Got it.
Oh, that's Logan Hartshorn and 113 in there as well. That'll be Ben Morgan, 191. And some of the midfield runners resowing. All drivers okay, but like we were saying there, Joshua Smith, fantastic start for him.
Yeah, brilliant start by Smith. Got it done when he needed to. Joel Dixon Cohen just behind. Will he have a look? No, he does not. He doesn't have a look for a lead just yet. He was a couple car lengths back. 3 wide going down into turn 1 here. So brilliant move through the field. Josh Smith already defending. So this is just showing how important this race is. You really need to hold off those positions because, you know, one position you lose, there's a position you lose when you're starting for the final. So it's all important to stay as high as possible. That's Will Archer getting really pushed through that bus stop chicane by Samir Paul, I think that is. Owen Keenan on the outside of Paul. Will he get it done? Oh, no, he doesn't get it done. So he's going to have to wait for another overtaking opportunity. Paul defends, going into second to last corner. Will this be a move for Keenan? No, he's not. Will he get the cutback, though? Yes, he does. So down the start-finish straight, they're going to be side by side. Will Paul put him on the concrete? Oh, he just about misses it. Keenan, gives him a tap on the back. So Keenan on Paul. And watch out for Mikey Walker, number 32 Kart. He had a problem in the third heat earlier. Had a result in the DNF, so he's had a lot of work to do from where he is. And so far, it's looking good for him.
Yeah, the gloves seem to be off in these early stages. No one really sitting it out and waiting for the closing laps. They're already at it right from the start, which is allowing Joshua Smith and Joel Dixon Cohen just to pull away ever so slightly. Will Archer on his own in third. You see the dive down the inside from the number 32, Mikey Walker, fighting that quite nicely down the inside there. 29 Owen Keenan then losing a position. Still got just under 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this pre-final. And everyone fighting for position here. The top 2 just starting to break away now because this action in the rest of the top 5 is all very close indeed. As a driver spun on the outside there. I think it's one of the drivers, one of the back marks in the previous lap. So unaffected the group of leaders who we just saw on the outside. So it's still Smith leading, Dixon Cohen in second, Archer in third. And Will Archer about 0.3 of a second down. Samir Paul and Owen Keenan just a few more tenths back as we look at the number 75 of Clive H. Another driver who had trouble in the heat race, dropped out of contention on the incident on the first corner, but H, another driver who's fought back very well here, Charlie.
Yeah, so these junior Rotax drivers, some drivers having good races, some drivers having not their best race, but Joshua Smith's definitely having a good one. He's leading the way here. Joel Dixon Cohen just sitting behind there. You can just see the gap on your screens there, 0.08. So, I mean, you just see there a couple kart lengths and it's already a 10th of a second. So, all it needs is Josh Smith to make one mistake and Joel Dixon Cohen will be pouncing right at him. William Archer just sitting there in third. He's got some work to do to catch up to the top 2. Only 2 tenths. There's some. I think that was Josh Smith actually defending there. So I think Josh didn't get the run out the final corner. Went to defend his line. Joel Dixon Cohen had a look round the outside. Couldn't do it. Can't overtake into this section because of those yellow flags. So those yellow flags will be out for a lap more or 2. So this drivers will not be able to perform a pass into there.
There's a kart stationary on the edge of the track there. I think it may possibly be Ben Morgan. I'll confirm that on the lap charts in a moment. We're just seeing Joel Dixon Cohen just start to weigh up the race leader. You see him just going for the radiator, adjusting the air intake. As the race goes on, of course, might need some more of that cool air. And just trying to get the kart to come towards him now. You see him just jinking about behind the race leader. Looking for the lines here, looking for the drivers to make their way through to the bus stop. It is a clear track now. That stricken kart has been pushed away to safety. So there we see it outside behind the tyre barrier. So we have got a clear racetrack here. And again, he's just seeing Joel Dixon Cohen asking some questions here of the race leader, Joshua Smith, who's controlled the race quite well so far. Dixon Cohen might be aware that he's also got Will Archer and Samir Paul just starting to close the gap. There you can see them start to close up on the leader. Dixon Cohen with a nice run out to the final corner. Here they come down, but look at that. Joshua Smith's got the line covered. Dixon Cohen switches to the outside. Going to go for the switchback, possibly through the willows, but no. Smith's got the line covered as they charge through once again, and all the time, Will Archer and Samir Paul both being drawn into this battle for the lead, and again Dixon Cohen trying to find a way through, going through Derek's corner, out to that bus stop chicane, through the Dan Weldon corner, and Joel Dixon Cohen right on the tail of the race leader. I think he's being held up here and determined to try and get through.
Well, Joel Dixon Cohen there stipulating to Josh Smith, saying, "Why are you defending? This is not working in our favour." And these drivers realise there's still 3.5 minutes left. They're properly going at it now. Joel Dixon Cohen right on the back of Joshua Smith. Round the outside of the turn 1, won't be able to do it. William Archer's now here. Look at this. This is going to be exciting. Samir Pull right behind him as well. Mikey Walker's actually coming into play here. So the driver in 5th moves through the field from William Archer. Doesn't get it done though, so he's going to have to stay behind Joel Dixon Cohen and wait for that opportunity.
I think the problem there, we just saw Joel Dixon Cohen refer to on the previous lap, is that Smith now driving defensively, which of course he's entitled to do. He wants to hold on to that lead and grab the pole position.
Oh, late move.
Oh, there we go. He made it move in the end though. The trouble is though, he's just backing Joel Dixon Cohen into everybody else, who now really caught up. We've got a 4-way fight for the lead here. And now it's Dixon Cohen's turn to drive defensively, guarding the inside line. Now he's going to try and just take a bit more of a sweeping line through the corner. Smith now in 2nd place, and the hard-charging Will Archer still there in 3rd. I think Mikey Walker's on the move as well now, number 32. He's moved up a position into 3rd. And Mikey Walker having quite a good race so far. Will Archer 261, that's my apologies, in 3rd place. Then it's Mikey Walker, Owen Keenan, Kai Vetch also well placed, John Richardson, Jason Duchis, and Lucy Wilden currently rounding out the top 10.
It is really in the top 8. Anyone's game to play for here, because John Richardson, Kai Vetch and Owen Keenan are coming into play here. Josh Smith tries to look round the outside again. Joel Dixon Cohen got it stopped. Oh, Smith's go through. Wow, brilliant move there by Joshua Smith. Got the power down out of the corner, and Joel Dixon Cohen, not much he could do there. William Archer's right behind him now, and watch out for Mikey Walker. He's slowly closing in.
There's a little bit of bumping going on amongst those front runners as well, so all eyes perhaps on those nose cones after the race, whether it'll be enough to incur a penalty. Now, perhaps just to explain that, Charlie, of course, if they hit the car too hard, there's a bracket that guards the nose cone on these cars. If that drops, then it's an instant penalty.
Yeah, exactly that. So, you know, it's a way of providing safety for the drivers and making sure, you know, they're not always hitting each other off and causing, you know, monumental crashes. And it's all about, you know, providing fair racing. That is all what motorsport is about. Fair and, you know, maybe fierce as well. Fair and fierce races, all we want to see. Josh Smith and Joel Dixon Cohen really putting up a fight here. William Archer is just sitting there, biding his time. You know, he's still 3rd is still a good starting position for the final. But obviously, you're going to want that 2nd or your 1st. Driver off there.
159 out of the race there. That's a bit further down now. Alex Wiley, who was in 27th position, as they charge out to the final corner. Yellow flags then because of Wiley's stricken kart, so no overtaking with 2 laps to go. That's the other kart that was out of the race earlier on. That's the 97, I believe, of Lachlan Homer out of the race, according to the number board, as 2 laps to go here. Joshua Smith is getting his elbows out here, making that kart as wide as possible, looking to hold on here and grab the victory, putting all the work back into Joel Dixon Cohen's court here, as he looks to try and get his way through in these closing stages and grab that lead. Here he comes down towards the final corner, and again you see Smith driving very aggressively, guarding the inside line into Kimbolton corner. A little bit close there on the edge of the top 10 as they make their way down towards the straight. 1 lap to go, and look how defensive Joshua Smith is driving, guarding the inside line and then pushing Dixon Cohen wide as they fight again, going through the willows. And you can see Dixon Cohen looking for lines here as they make their way through Derek's corner for the final time, up towards Dan Weldon corner. Joshua Smith holding on to the lead. Half a lap to go here, Charlie, and this race still wide open.
Yeah, this is anyone's race to win. It's Joshua Smith's race to lose here. But round the final couple of corners, he's going to come. Joshua Smith, round the final corner. He's managed his race very well and holds on to win the pre-final here in Junior Rotax. Brilliant driving by Joshua Smith to take the win there. Joel Dixon Cohen holds on to 2nd place. Joshua Smith actually sets the fastest lap on that last lap, so showing that he was pushing to the very end. William Archer takes 3rd, followed by Samir Paul, Owen Keenan, Mikey Walker, Kai Vetch, John Richardson, Jason Dukas, Lucy Wilden. The top 10 only separated by
2 seconds.
1.9 seconds. So, I mean, you can't even count that on your fingers. So, brilliant racing there. Here's the final results then. Joshua Smith takes the win here in the pre-final. Joel Dixon-Cohen, William Archer, Samir Poole, and Owen Keenan, your top 5, separated by under a second. There's some drivers further back. Well done to Jack Owen Drawbridge, who wins Junior X30. His fellow rivalry retires on the last lap, so unfortunate for him. But brilliant job there by Joshua Smith and Jack Owen Drawbridge.
So a very close, exciting pre-final, which bodes well for the A-final later on this afternoon. We've got the TKM Extreme coming up in just a few moments as we look, I think it's the number 97 there, of course, from the previous race being towed back to the paddock. We'll see them later on in the final. And, of course, plenty of action coming up here on TNL Sports throughout the next few weeks. We're here throughout the afternoon here at Kimbolton. But there's plenty more coming up, of course. 23rd of June, we go to Crail Raceway with Phil G for the British Supermoto Championships. I'll be taking you down to Pembrey in South Wales for the Road to MotoGP British Mini Bikes on June the 30th. And then myself and Charlie are right back here at Kimbolton for the next round of the championship, round number 6 on the 14th of July. Give a like to TNL Sports, subscribe to the channel on YouTube, and you can check out all the action on both 2 and 4 wheels. As in association with Clars and Motorsport, we're going to get underway with our next pre-final event, getting underway very, very shortly indeed. It's the TKM Extreme. Drivers are in the waiting zone and getting ready to go in just a few moments. Just taking our eyes away from the track for a moment. The weather forecast looks quite good this afternoon. It's quite cloudy, but low chance of rain. That said, there are some pretty angry clouds coming above the Kimbolton circuit at the moment, so let's hope that doesn't equate to anything more.
Well, it would be very interesting to see some raindrops falling down in the final races. Slicks in the wet always provides brilliant racing because it's so you don't expect the weather conditions to change that much very quickly, and obviously the track will change as well.
It's one of these things as well. I don't think it's going to throw it down if it does rain, but possibilities of a shower. It's virtually less than 10% chance of rain forecast in the weather forecast for today's event, but I wouldn't put it past at the moment. It's not going to affect the drivers though as they make their way out onto the circuit. Paddock Marshall does a little jig for the cameras there. TKM Extreme, and this is how they line up. Joshua Smith from, that's the Extreme, it's the previous event. So they'll be lining up very shortly for our next event in just a few moments. The driver's out on the grid at the moment. I think there's a bit of a delay on the timing at our end as well, so we'll have a look at that in a few moments. Broome Lubricants, of course, sponsoring the top 3 drivers. Prizes for the top 3 in all race classes at the end of the finals later on today as we make our way around the final couple of corners. And TKM Extreme lining up here, Charlie. Looking good for the start. Here they come. So pre-final TKM Extreme getting underway.
Leo Robertson and Kean Bennett on that front row. Both drivers wanted to have a good result here for the final. And we're off and racing. Leo Robertson on the inside. Will he cover off Kean Bennett? Yes, he does. Bradley Peck on the inside as well. Watch out for him. Makes the move into third. Or does he? Because Charlie Whitehouse holds on to take third place. Kean Bennett in second place. Brilliant job from him to hold that place. Spencer Lane has made his way to fifth. Some strong battles through the grid so far in the middle pack. And a lot of drivers to watch out for in this race. Watch out for drivers like Harrison Morrow, and who's been making some strong drives, not only in the clubman category, but in the O-Plate category as well. Leo Robinson, however, has made a pretty big advantage here amongst the other drivers. Kean Bennett in second place there. He's got a lot of work to do.
It's got Bradley Peck in there as well. It's a third place, looking quite strong at the moment as well. Charlie Whitehouse, Spencer Lane. One or two drivers felt the start was a bit slow there. Of course, the front row just keeping the pace as low down as they can before the racing gets underway. Leo Robinson, though, number 36, continuing to lead the way from the number 5 of Kean Bennett, 82, still in third. Bradley Peck, who's run very strongly so far. Number 43, Charlie Whitehouse, has also got away well from Spencer Lane, who's right in there as well. The leaders now making their way down through the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton, that final corner here.
Oh, Spencer Lane on a late move on Charlie Whitehouse, gets the job done when he needed it to. Gets the kart stopped at the final corner. The final corner being a brilliant overtaking opportunity. And Kean Bennett There he is in second place. Bradley Peck just behind. It's all to play for here in the TKM Extreme. Spencer Lane and Charlie Whitehouse. Will they work together to try and catch up to the top three? It's, you know, it's worth a guess. And if I was in Spencer's position, I would want to work with the driver behind me to, you know, pull both drivers up to the top three. Because although you're racing against each other, they do tend to make some battles against each other. Bradley Peck, brilliant move there on Kean Bennett. Was sorting out the move on the second to last corner. Was kind of Kean Bennett was sliding off the circuit a bit, losing that rear tyre grip. Bradley Peck on the inside.
Bradley Peck has been on good form this afternoon so far. Been looking to try and get a good jump going into the final. Now these drivers, like Charlie was saying, they could be very well do very well here to try and work together and close up on the leader, Leo Robinson, because if they get together in a pack, it could really be anyone's race. The very impressive number 5 of Kean Bennett there, hanging on to the back wheels. Number 11 right in there as well, Spencer Lane. Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all incredibly close as nipping down the inside goes the number 11, and Spencer Lane moves up another position.
And talk about Spencer Lane there on that last lap, so that's the fastest lap of the race. I say that, Bradley Peck's just gone and done it, so 43.1 on that last lap for Bradley Peck, our driver, fastest driver on circuit. So he's about a tenth behind Leo Robinson. So will it be enough in 5.5 minutes to try and catch up to Leo Robinson and maybe look for a move? We'll have to wait and see. You know, it's all good as trying to predict what could happen, but you never know in motorsport.
Yeah, it's all very close here, and at the moment Leo Robinson, your race leader, sitting on a comfortable margin just under a second between first and second, as we see the number 5, Kean Bennett, having a nick down the inside and makes the move stick on Spencer Lane. Also in the chasing pack there, we've got Patrick Lee a little bit further behind in 8th place, Luke Woodward. William Bloom, you may see the number 56 charging through in this group just in the middle there, and Bloom setting the fastest lap of the race in 10th place, 43.09. so the pace here in this TKM Extreme pre-final is starting to hot up here. Everyone pretty much lapping in the 43s. It's a very competitive race, only about 7 or 8 seconds covering the entire field as they go charging through, and as you can see for yourself here, it's too close to call at the front. Leo Robinson holds on to that lead, and to me it looks like Bradley Peck may be closing up here. We'll have a look when they go over the line this time. We've got just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and just by a few tenths here and there. Second place Bradley Peck.
Sean Abbott is really closing in now on Kean Bennett. He's been showing some strong pace in the last couple of laps, made his way through that, you know, that pack of 4 or 5 drivers, and he's got the pace. I say that Kean Bennett makes a purple sector 1, so if he can pull that lap together, that'd be a good showing ground on the timing screens. But on track, Kean Bennett is now right behind Bradley Peck. He goes for the move for second place. That's another move done for him, and that'll put him 1 place up when it comes to the finals later on today. There's some battling behind. Sean Abbott is defending from Spencer Lane into turn 1. We'll see how that goes later on. But with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, it's Bradley Peck who's just lost that place to Kean Bennett. Now, will these drivers work together to catch to the back of Leo Robinson? Leo Robinson has been setting consistent lap times, but will it be enough for the driver of the number 5 to catch up onto the back of the driver number 36?
So Leo Robinson continuing to lead the race, as Charlie of course was hinting at, with Kean Bennett looking very threatening in second place, just starting to close that gap once again. Fastest lap of the race last time round, coming under an awful lot of pressure from Bradley Peck. The top 3 just starting to break away from the rest of the field here, and the gap goes down to 0.4 of a second. There's the chasing field taking us down through to the edge of the top 10. We've got Sean Abbott in 4th position, and then down to about 12th, all very close there with Spencer Lane, Luke Woodward, Luke Jarman, Patrick Leaf, William Bloom, Thomas Shaw and Harrison Morrow, all fighting for position as Charlie Whitehouse goes through and makes the position. He moves up to 4th place. Less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this pre-final. Don't forget, of course, that the racing here is very important, as it will determine their grid positions in the final later on. So what these drivers absolutely cannot afford to do. Oh, was 46 there. Luke Woodward muscles his way through. What these drivers can't afford to do here is to risk spinning off the track or having a collision here, because that will put them right at the back for the final later on. So some very close racing here in the midfield, as again Woodward getting his elbows out there. As the leader still Leah Robinson, and Kian Bennett actually closing up on the race leader, so it's all closing up. You just saw them at the front of your screen. There go the leaders. Here's the rest of the top 10. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Leaders are now making their way down towards the final corner. And here we go, it's all getting close, and it looks like Kian Bennett has now taken the lead round the back of the circuit. Oh, but down the inside goes Leah Robinson. It's going to be a drag race down to the first corner with Bradley Peck right on the rear wheels here. And immediately Leah Robinson, incredibly defensive there, going in towards Stowe Corner. Round the outside goes Bradley Peck. 1.5 minutes to go here, Charlie, as Peck goes through to second place. There's a trouble at the top of the circuit on Dan Weldon Corner. I think that's William Bloom and Luke Woodward. So there's going to be waved yellows on the Dan Weldon Corner here. There we see as the race leader goes through, Leah Robinson. 1:18 on the clock, so I think it's going to be about 2 laps to go here, Charlie. This race still wide open.
Yeah, anyone here can win this. 3 drivers.
They're catching up on the back markers.
So blue flags will come out for the back marker. Will this back marker get in the way? He does a good job of moving out of the way. So brilliant job there by the 46 of Luke Woodward. Gets out the way for these drivers. This is going to be exciting. 2 laps left. Well, actually, no, sorry, my apologies. About 2 or 3 laps left, shall we say. And it's looking good at the moment for Leah Robinson, but I could definitely see this podium being changed.
Watch out for Charlie Whitehouse here as well. He's catching up in 4th at number 43. Put a nice lap together, and he's just starting to get involved in this fight for the lead.
Well, as these drivers are going to be battling, Charlie Whitehouse is going to be on it, trying to catch up. Leah Robinson is really defending here for all he can. This pre-final does mean a lot for your final starting position, as it determines where you're starting for that final. Watch for Charlie Whitehouse, really in it now. Bradley Peck just looked, he's just seen him. Will this really spice up things? Charlie Whitehouse, he has a look. Bradley Peck round the outside, can't get it done. Charlie Whitehouse now has a look on the inside, but obviously, because it goes to the outside line, I say that, Charlie Whitehouse does it round the outside of turn 3, so brilliant job there.
And the clock goes really showing up. Clock goes down to 0 here, so next time will be the last lap. So still Leah Robinson leads the way, and we've got Kian Bennett still there in second. Charlie Whitehouse has come really into good form here in the last few laps, just trying to make his way through to the front row of the grid here for the final. Oh, round the outside, having a look there is the 82 of Bradley Peck, and now he's got number 11 Spencer Lane. He's really drawing in the last 4 drivers here, as Leah Robinson defends that line once again on the inside. Now Charlie Whitehouse finds a line on the inside, rest of the top 10 just going over the line now. Further back there's still action throughout the field, and Kian Bennett has now found himself in the lead as they go out of the Willows. 8 drivers all together now as they make their way through the Derrick's Corner, heading towards the Dan Weldon Corner. And here we go, Charlie, down towards TKM straight for the final time. 8 drivers, nose to tail here.
This is Kian Bennett's race to lose. He doesn't need to defend the second to last corner. Watch for the last corner. What will Leah Robinson do? He brakes late, but he can't do it. Kian Bennett round the final corner, wins the pre-final here at TKM Extreme. Wow, what a race that was. Those last few minutes were exhilarating to watch.
1.3 seconds covering the top 9 drivers.
That was brilliant. Kian Bennett takes the win in TKM Extreme. Brilliant stuff there by the number 5 driver. Leah Robinson takes second place from Charlie Whitehouse, who managed to catch up on those last couple minutes and took that final podium spot. Bradley Peck drops to 4th, followed by Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman. Some strong moves there from Sean Abbott, who finished in 7th. Patrick Leaf, Harrison Morrow and Jake Cox rounds out your top 10. But my word, brilliant stuff there by the TKM Extremes. What is there not to see in the final?
Yeah, bodes well for the final. I think there's the number 42 of Thomas Shaw, and a non-finisher. That cart will be dragged off the track as Kian Bennett. There you can see for yourself. Look at that top 9. 1.3 seconds separating Kian Bennett in first place all the way down to Harrison Morrow in 9th. Barely the width of a cart. Very close racing and bodes very well for the final later on today. Notable non-starter, you'll see at the back of the grid there, number 9, Liv Jakins, the driver that brought out the red flags earlier on today with a hefty shunt into the tyre barriers going down the Heinz Straight. No indication of how she is, but she was being attended to by the medics earlier, so let's hope that that's nothing too serious for her. But she's showing as a non-starter in that race, so I presume we may have seen the last of her for the afternoon, which would be a real shame because she was running quite well as another one of the retirees. That's the number 17 of Thomas Warner, that Kart, I should say, being pushed away. Get into my two-wheeled things there sometimes, you have to slip of the tongue. So we're going to go through to, of course, the shifter karts now. KZ UK, one of our fastest groups here at Kimbolton. These karts touching 100 miles an hour at the top of the Amitsu Straight, the far end of the circuit. And they're going to go out for their pre-final in just a few moments here.
So the KZ UK karts getting ready to go here, and I say that they are. I say they're getting ready to go. Just starting up the karts here. Of course, they're direct drive, so they need to be pushed to actually get them going. And then from there on, they ran off their hand clutch, where you'll see them just in a moment's time drop the clutch to go racing here at Kimbolton. So the pre-final, detecting where you start for the final race. Obviously with the standing starts, that's always very important. So as they come round their rolling up lap, they'll obviously get the 2 rolling up laps. That's for a safety feature to make sure the drivers get the tyre temps in. Here is the grid for your pre-final. Isaac Smith starts on pole. A brilliant weekend it's been so far for him. Anna Lang finishes second. From Ryan Green, Joel Charlton, Daniel Sabula, Bailey Wrigglesford, Jameson Baker and Jake Baker, and Richard Palmer rounds out your grid.
So here they come. They're going to go through for another formation lap. These karts getting the 2 warm-up laps here. Because of the increased speeds of these karts, they need just that little bit longer to get the tyre temperatures and the brake temps up to racing speed, just in the interest of safety. As we were saying, these karts, they can touch up to 100 miles an hour, making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Just a shout out, of course, to anybody watching this broadcast today on UK Karting. We're not only with TNL Sports, but also the coverage being broadcast on the all-new UK Karting channel. So if you're getting your karting fixed throughout the afternoon, we hope you're enjoying all the action here at Kimbolton. Of course, this one of the oldest circuits on the UK motorsport calendar in terms of karting. It's part of the old 379 US Air Force World War II squadron base from the World War II. So in a similar vein to tracks like Silverstone, it's got the aviation origins from the war. And much like Silverstone, there's there's a little bit of an artifacts and museum on site here as well in the clubhouse, so you can see some of the artifacts and some of the posters and history from the track's military origins. This is one of the old dispersal bays here at Kimbolton, where the karting track is nowadays. And this part of the country, I think we're going to go for a wade round, but things going through for another lap. So, this kind of basically on the Cambridgeshire borders here at Kimbolton, and it's that part of the country where there was quite a lot of military activity in World War II. This was the home of the 379 squadron in World War II, the famous B-17 bombers. There is also a list here at Kimbolton of all the aircraft that flew out of this airbase when it was in its heyday, you might say, during that period. Quite sobering as well that quite a lot of those aircraft and the people in them did not return. So I think when you look at the, perhaps a bit topical, of course, recently with commemorating the D-Day invasions, that the history of this Kimbolton circuit is always worth thinking about on a weekend like this. And we're going to go for another start here, Charlie. It's, we're just talking about Silverstone there. It's a bit like Silverstone in a karting sense. It's one of the famous old circuits on the karting calendar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all these drivers love racing here. It's such a fast circuit, and obviously drivers like to go fast. So, yeah, definitely a driver's favourite. Now, problems for the number 15 there, Joe Charlton. What is happening there? We're now watching the grid. 5 lights are on. We're off and away here at Kimbolton. Pre-final, up and away, and it's Isaac Smith into turn 1, gets it stopped when he needed it to, and takes the lead. And Hannah Lang jumps into second place, And I think that's Bailey Wrigglesford, who's been having some really good starts so far in this race. Has got his way into third. Ryan Green is just behind him. No tell to tell here going into the Dan Weldon complex. Manages to not cause any contact with him. But so far, Isaac Smith has pulled a pretty big advantage off that start.
Yeah, he's done very well there. Let's see another great start of him. Hannah Lang's also got away well. Let's see how Ryan Green gets on in this race. The number 97 there with the red helmet in third position. You may remember if you were watching earlier that Ryan Green, lost the engine at the start of the heat race earlier on today, so that's hampered him a little bit for the start of this pre-final. Now he's got every opportunity to work for himself here and get a good position for the final later on. You may remember, of course, in the previous race that Hannah Lang drove very well to run at the front of the field as well. So she'll be looking for a good grid position in the final later on. She can do more of the same like she did in the heat race. But at the moment, no question as to who's going to win this race, barring any sort of trouble, you would say. Because Isaac Smith, another very impressive lap time there, 36.39. Smith has been the informed driver this weekend and has got another great start. He's absolutely nailed the start, which is very important. They make their way down the full Yumitsu straight. And Isaac Smith doing a great job here. He's already increased the gap to 1.1 seconds at the front. Crucially here, though, for Hannah Lang in second. She's got a small cushion here from Ryan Green, who's fighting with Richard Palmer, the number 17, as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. Bailey Wrigglesford, who has looked good all weekend as well, the number 192. Joe Charlton and Daniel Chibula. Jason Baker and Jake Baker just a little bit further behind. But that little group there, Charlie, from third down to seventh, between Hannah Lang, you'd also include in that, perhaps Hannah Lang down to Daniel Chibula. They've all been fairly evenly matched here across the weekend, so quite often the start very important as well. This could be a very important few laps here, because they'll need a good grid position for the final.
Well, exactly that, and yeah, it sort of causes like a trade, if you want, when not being able to make overtakes, because, you know, these karts goes into these corners very quickly, and it's not very easy to make overtakes like that. So, I mean, one driver to watch out for, Richard Palmer, made up 5 places, so he started from the back of the grid. Oh, and who was that? Ryan Green looking at a move on Hannah Lang. Couldn't get it done. I mean, you can make up a lot of speed on that straight, but there's no way you can get down the inside because it just leads to the outside of Dan Weldon. It gets really complicated. Richard Palmer on the inside of Hannah Lang gets the move done for third place. So Hannah Lang hasn't had the best of laps there. Has lost 2 places on that one, and might be 3 if Wrigglesford couldn't do anything about her. Joel Charlton behind, didn't have the best of starts. He's had to work his way through. I think he's battling with Daniel Sabula. So interesting lines being used throughout this circuit. Obviously, these drivers can take all sorts of lines they want to. It's all about pointing the car off the corner and firing straight off, using all the power they have, that seat speed gearbox. Richard Palmer, strong move to the inside of Ryan Green. My word, got the car stopped when he needed to, used all the braking power he could. Watch out for Hannah Lang on the inside. This is some brilliant racing here in KSED UK. These drivers are usually never this close. So you would have to watch it to believe it. Richard Palmer makes it to second place. There's already bridging a bit of a gap here.
This is a good recovery here from Hannah Lang, actually, number 91. She just seemed to lose a bit of momentum over the last couple of laps. Drivers getting through. You can see a signalling there to the number 12, Daniel Chibula, who's also made a move here just to try and work together, but Cibula's not in a mood to listen here. Goes down the inside of Lang and moves up another position. Very neat move, actually, from Chibula to move into 4th place. So I think the gloves are off here in these final few laps. We know that Isaac Smith is well clear at the moment and looking safe at the front of the field, barring any kind of mechanical issues. He's just got to keep putting those solid laps in, and he's pretty much secured the race. So at the moment, the fight is on for second place, and Richard Palmer desperately trying to break away now from this chasing pack. Headed now by the number 97 of Ryan Green. Daniel Chibula and Hannah Lang are right in there as they pile into Kimbolton corner. So Smith still leading. 35.71 last time round. Ryan Palmer second. Interesting there, Ryan Green has set the fastest lap of the race. 35.67 from Chibula. Hannah Lang, Wrigglesford in 6th. Jason Baker goes, so we seem to have lost Joe Charlton from the reckoning. Whether he's gone into the pits, I can't see the number 15, but he's out of contention right now. As Hannah Lang now coming under a bit of pressure. He seems to have lost a little bit of momentum here, and he's been caught up by Bailey Rigglesworth. So it's a shame here for Lang, because she started strongly. She's been good all weekend, but the race just started to fall away from her here a bit.
Well, a few mistakes has cost her wisely, and that just shows how important it is to stay consistent in these KZUK races. You know, one missed gear shift can really affect your race here. I think Joel Charlton had some problems on that first lap, which has led him to retiring from the race. So unfortunate there by Joel Charlton. He'll have to start from the back of the grid, but it's all to play for here in the KZUK category. 3 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Ryan Green has catched up to Richard Palmer here, so this is the battle for second. Down the inside goes Ryan Green, gets the car stop, but will Richard Palmer go on the exit? No, he doesn't. So Daniel Sabula, he's got some work to do. He's right behind these two. We'll let them battle, let them have a go at each other, and maybe Daniel Sabula might be able to catch up. So definitely a driver to watch in the next lap or so. But Ryan Green is properly on it here.
Ryan Green, notably, has set the fastest lap of the race once again, 35.59, just closing the gap slightly on the race leader, who is still 3 seconds ahead. Now you can see for yourself on the screens there that the track now starts to brighten up, so that little worry that we had about the rain earlier on just seems to have subsided for now, you would say, as Green looks very smooth. There's the race leader well down in your screens there towards the back of the straight, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner already. He's got things under control so far, so the fight's still well and truly on for second, which now seems to be developing between Ryan Green, Richard Palmer and Daniel Chabula, second through to fourth. Rigglesford in fifth. Hannah Lang drops to sixth, with Jason and Jake Baker seventh and eighth respectively. Over the line goes Isaac Smith, the race leader, now going down into the first corner. He goes through the corner nicely and clearly as Ryan Green, bouncing back from that disappointing heat race. He lost the engine, was a non-finisher earlier on today, but really fighting back in some style here, just trying to drag the other two along here. The gap 3.5 seconds between first and second place. So with 1:22 on the clock, realistically, Isaac Smith has got the race under control. But Ryan Green not giving this one up here. He's still charging, just trying to break away now from Palmer in third. We'll have a look at the pace when they go through. So Smith over the line with a 35.61. And Ryan Green, give or take a few thousandths, is identical on pace to the race leader. So I'm wondering here perhaps as well if Isaac Smith is just controlling the race at the moment. He's setting good steady lap times here, just keeping himself ahead of the chasing pack.
Well, he's made that big gap at the start. He's managed it very well, and he's just got 40 seconds plus that additional lap to go. So only a couple laps left for the driver of the 1, 2, 3 until he can cross the line and make sure he secured his spot on pole position for the final. So Ryan Green here setting the fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely got the pace to be at the front, and as he is, he's in second place at the moment. Richard Palmer just sitting behind, doesn't really have to defend from him. He's slowly putting a bit of a gap. It's all about Daniel Sabula now, so this is the battle for the final podium spot. So will Daniel Sabula have a look at Richard Palmer? We'll have to wait and see. Will he buy this time? I think the last lap board is about to go. Yes, it will be.
Close. Yeah, time
so Ryan Smith, he's maybe he slowed up on that last lap. We won't even know, but manages to get the last lap board shown to him. So that's a less lap he'll have to do, which he'll save the engine. He's going to save the tyres as well. A lot of factors to play into his part when circulating around the circuit. This is a brilliant battle. Daniel Sabula versus Richard Palmer. That's for the final podium spot. But this lap goes so quickly. Around the final corner is going to come Isaac Smith. He'll power out and take the win in the pre-final for the KZUK category. Brilliant stuff there by Isaac Smith. Got the gap at the start and held it, controlled it perfectly. Brilliant stuff. Yes. Ryan Green finishes in second from Richard Palmer. Daniel Sabula on that last lap set the fastest for purple sector in sector 1. So he's promising signs there from the number for the number 12 driver, who finished in P4, Daniel Sabula.
Bailey Rigglesford and Hannah Lang will be a bit disappointed with that 6th position. but she'll recover back for the final. Jason Baker and Jake Baker right on cue over the line there to finish in 8th place. We lost Joe Charlton early on in the race, so the pre-final drawing to a close for the KZ UK's. Isaac Smith from Ryan Green, Richard Palmer and Daniel Tribula close behind in 4th place. Bailey Rigglesford and Hannah Lang a little bit further behind. Jason Baker and Jake Baker rounding out the field.
So brilliant stuff there in the KZ UK's. Getting ready now for the Tiki. Oh, actually, CDEX 30 karts. There is Aaron Lusk on your screens. Lask. He told me off this morning for saying Lusk. He can have me back for that one. That's Aaron Lask, who will be starting from P2 on the grid. So the outside of row 1. Tristan Powell sat there in 1st place. You won't be able to see him on your screens. But getting ready. I'll take a sip of my water. These last few races have definitely been exciting. Can't wait for the finals to get underway. Here is the pre-final for the CDEX 30 class. And the 177s. Tristan Powell starting from pole from Aaron Lask. Harry Crottrell, Charlie King. Christopher Bingham, Katie Ashman, Morgan Hill, Reece Newburn, Josh Jones, Piotr Jurovic, Jack Dan, Aidan Rudd, George Mail, Thomas Bohr, Jake Bell, Matthew Morgan. And starting from pole in the 177s will be Joshua Golin, Josh Bass, Alfie Bray, Alex Jones, Matthew Hunted, Gordon Chenery, Elliot Kennedy, Stavros Afan Sopolis, James Butcher and Simon Pugh round out your grid.
So here they go out on the formation lap. Just popping out trackside to have a look at the venue. And yeah, those rain clouds have certainly subsided, but the track temperature does seem to have dropped trackside at least anyway. So it is quite a cool day for June, you would say. That might work in the favour of the drivers. Slightly cooler air temperatures might just help the karts to run that little bit better. You can really see the drivers chinking about to get that temperature into the tyres as the start for the X30 seniors gets underway any moment now. 88 there, Tristan Powell on the inside. Aaron Lask right alongside him. The R177's a little bit further back. They'll start separately about half a lap down as the race gets underway for the X30s, charging into the first corner here. Oh, as we see Powell just about staying on the track there as he guards his position. They charge through the first corner, and they all seem to get through Stowe cleanly. Well, they get through the Willow safe. It's very tight on the first lap, 3 abreast. In the middle of the pack there, it's a very fast, furious start to the race as the R177 to the back of your screen get underway. Will follow that race as well once things settle down here. But with all that fighting in the midfield, Tristan Powell and Aaron Lask have pulled away quite nicely.
Brilliant start there by Tristan Powell. Saw Aidan Rudge there getting quite a bad start there. So problems for Rudge on that first lap. But Tristan Powell has had a brilliant start. Got his way into first and is leading the pre-final. Aaron Lask just behind. He's going to have to bide his time and see if he can try and catch up to the 88 of Powell. Charlie King in 3rd place. Got Katie Ashman behind. Katie's driving brilliantly this weekend and has definitely got the pace to be at the front. But Tristan Powell in the 43 is just on that last lap alone. So the driver of the 88 is already started to build a gap from the field.
A bit further back in the R177s, Joshua Golin and Josh Bass have really started very strongly. Golin setting the fastest lap of the race on that first lap, 43.64. And they have got Matthew Morgan in front of them, who's dropped away from the pack a little bit now, the number 64. So whether he'll get caught up by the leading R177s in their fight for the lead. Meanwhile, the number 88, Tristan Powell, continues to lead the way. Aaron Lask has got away very strongly in that second position. You can see him there with a distinctive red and yellow helmet there, chasing the number 88 down the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner. The chasing pack not too far behind. Charlie King, Katie Ashman and Reece Newburn right in there as well. There's the number 53 of Ashman right in there. Having a look at King there, Christopher Bingham, Morgan Hill, Peter Jurovic not too far behind, 8th place from Aidan Rudge and Jack Dunn. Oh, there's a fight for the position there from Katie Ashman, who moves into 3rd place. And that, you would say there, Charlie, a classic out-braking manoeuvre. She did very well to not only make the pass, but also make it stick as well.
Yeah, it's all good getting the move done on the corner, but if you can't get the car stopped, you're better off a sitting duck coming out of the corner. So brilliant stuff there by the number 53. Katie Ashman gets it stopped with our female drivers here this weekend. Many female drivers racing here this weekend, and brilliant to see. Charlie King just behind. He's got Reece Newburn and Chris Bingham to watch out for, both on those S8 racing karts. The Fullerton, the chassis, run by Terry Fullerton himself. Terry Fullerton actually was one of the only drivers big to have been better than Ayrton Senna. Yes. So that's definitely an accolade to hold.
That was the old line from the Senna movie, the 93 Adelaide Grand Prix, of course, when he said he was the driver he most enjoyed racing against. Actually, speaking of Terry Fullerton, I remember him seeing the footage of him at Le Mans. I raced there once at the Alarm Cross circuit. That's an awesome track there for the Karting World Cup back in the 70s.
So these drivers are really having to go at it here in Senior X30. On that last couple laps, Aaron Lask has been closing in on Tristan Powell. Tristan needs to try and get the power down. Here's a battle of the 177s.
Yeah, still so Joshua Gollin from Josh Bass there. They see they've been neck and neck the entire race. Alex Jones still there in third from Gordon Chenery and Stavros Athanasopoulos, just losing position to Alfie Bray. But there we see on your inset the number 10 of Joshua Gollin just about leading the race, but Josh Bass has been hustling him for pretty much the entirety of this pre-final, as we see the 67 Reece Newburn moving through. So as you can see here, Charlie, action all the way through the field.
Well, both categories are providing some brilliant racing. Two was that was Reece Newburn on the inside of Charlie King on that final corner. The 177s on your small screens there. This is a brilliant shot of both races going on your live feed here. Brilliant shots brought to you by TNL Sports. That's a driver going defensive. Gollin on the defence, holding on to that P1 spot in the 177s. Josh Bass is all over the back of him. And we say about going all over the back of him, Aaron Lask is closing in on Tristan Powell. Problems there.
Oh, the wave yellows in the inset there. We'll try and pick up who that was.
I think that's Peter Jurovic.
Oh, it is, yeah, he's dropping down the lap charts, you're quite right. So, bad luck there for Peter Jurovic. Now, don't know what's happened there, whether he span off the circuit or had some mechanical issues. We just saw him punch the air in frustration, because that, of course, will relegate him right to the back of the field when the final gets underway later on. Again, we see that fight in the R177s as Josh Bass having a look at the number 10 of Joshua Gollin. That's the race that's going on the inset screen on the right-hand side of your screen. So two classes in one here. The X30 is headed by the number 88, Tristan Powell, just going over the lines, completing the lap. Aaron Lask second. Reece Newburn, like you saw a lap ago, up to third. Here's the 177 action with the number 10 of Joshua Gollin charging down. And there we see the advancing pack from the X30s. These drivers, remember, started about half a lap further ahead. Yellow flags are back in now. Got a clear racetrack and nice clear road for Tristan Powell with 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Still charging in second places, Aaron Lask. These two really pulling away now from Reece Newburn. Here they come into the final corner. Just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And this X30 senior race is wide open here with Powell still leading. Lask making life very difficult for him though in second place. Those two about 1 second ahead of Reece Newburn. Katie Ashman a little bit further behind in fourth. And up to fifth place now goes Christopher Bingham. There we see the rest of the chasing field. Charlie King, Morgan Hill, Harry Cottrell, Josh Jones. All very close, but Tristan Powell, after a tough start to the race, he had to be brave and guard those corners early on. At the moment, he's controlling the race from the front.
If Aaron Lask can catch up to that of Tristan Powell and start having a battle with him, this would be brilliant for Reece Newburn and Katie Ashman, the drivers in third and fourth, who are not that far behind. You can see this pack forming just behind them. Drivers such as Charlie King, Morgan Hill, all looking at a chance of just getting that place higher. You know, just one position higher can do them better for the final coming up shortly. Tristan Powell is having to maybe start defending now from Aaron Lask, who's that in third. That's Reece Nubo we were just talking about. He is really close down at the back of Aaron Last, so I don't think this top three will stay the same in a minute and a half, plus that additional lap.
Yeah, Reece Nubo is looking very good in third place, really starting to make inroads on the leaders here as the rest of the top 10 go charging through. There is the number 67, Reece Nubo, now into third, and really starting to pressure the second place Aaron Lasker as they make their way through the Willows, charging down Yamitsu straight in towards Derrick Corner. It's that bus stop style sharp chicane there, and making their way up towards the top of the circuit now. So Tristan Powell leading, Aaron Last, Reece Nubo in third, Katie Ashman still fourth, Christopher Bingham further back. The 177 is going over the line, still with Joshua Gollan leading from Josh Bass and Alex Jones. So action all the way through the field. It's going to be tight on the clock here. We've got, I believe, when they cross the line, 44 seconds, so they might just squeeze through before the last lap flag goes out. So this race still wide open. Reece Nubo now to third place, but it's the classic saying in motorsport here, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. So whether he can get past Aaron Lasker and Tristan Powell, he's looked very good on the last few laps, but now the work really starts here, Charlie, for Reece Nubo as he tries to make inroads towards the lead.
2.5 laps left of this race, the pre-final here for Senior X30 on 177s. Let's talk about the 177s. That's still being led by Joshua Gollan. Alex Jones has made his way through, so problems for Josh Bass, who's just dropped to fourth. Battle on your screens here. So Reece Nubo on the inside of Aaron Last gets the job done into second place. Tristan Powell is really defending here for all he can, really sticking to that white line. He does not want to let anyone pass. He's going to make that car like a bus and park it as hard as he possibly can. Reece Nubo is really on it at the moment. He's looking, and Tristan Powell will defend into the final corner. What will Nubo do? He will stick there, he'll just stick there and wait. Katie Ashton, watch out for her. There's a couple more drivers in here. This is going to be a brilliant last lap here. Tristan Powell on the inside, Nubo round the outside, can't get it done. Aaron Last is going to hold on to second place.
Just to make things difficult here, they are catching up on James Butcher and Simon P. Matthew Hunting, who are all having their own battle at the back of the 177s. There they see they should just be out of range, I would think, but this is going to be wide open here. As Tristan Powell, he knows he's just got to get it around these last few corners. But any one of 4 or 5 drivers can have a shot at this one. As 67 there, Reece Nubo has a look. Here they come into the final corner. Powell guards the inside. It's all very close behind him, though. Out of the final corner they go. And Tristan Powell over the line to take the checkered flag. Laskin second on the line. Newburn, Bingham, Morgan Hill, Charlie King. Oh, and the unfortunate Katie Ashburn drops to 7th place there. As we cut back here, Charlie, to the 177's final lap with Josh Collins still leading.
Well, the 177s has been providing some brilliant racing so far. Joshua Gollan has been the man on the move today and the whole weekend. Round the final corner comes Gollan, and he will just about take the win in the 177s. The pre-finals, he'll be starting from pole position when it comes to the final later today. Alex Jones finishes in second place from Josh Bash and Alfie Bray. Gordon Chenery rounds out the top 5. But brilliant racing in both categories. Tristan Powell taking the win in the X30s. Joshua Gollan in 177. Here's the results on your screens then. Tristan Powell takes that win, as I just said. Katie Ashford, unfortunate for her on that last lap, drops to 7th place. So it just shows how much can go wrong in just a couple corners.
Just to show as well there, of course, she's only 1.2 seconds off the leader. That's how close things were at the end. There you see your 177 results. A little bit further back, Gollan taking lead from Jones, Josh Bass in 3rd position. This is our penultimate pre-final getting underway very shortly. We jump right through to the finals to take us through the rest of the afternoon very shortly as the Senior Rotax in association with Amesbury Plantire are about to get underway for their formation lap. This is the penultimate pre-final. We've got the TKMO plate coming up next right after this heat. And then we're straight through to the finals to round up the afternoon's race action. So Charlie Webb will lead them away from Deacon Russell, Archie Walker from Alex Adams Acton, Ellingham Richards, Tom Pryor, Jack Collins on row number 4, Luke Bates, Ryan Ward, Louis Weaver, Michael Morgan 10th, George Donald, Alex McGee, Tommy Edmonds and Ben Southgate on row number 8. Nigel Naguab, Miles Roby, Luca Osman-Price and Stefan Kazmarczyk. Sam Cornwell, Elliot Pugh, row 12 Theo and Archer, Cassius Yep, Scott Goldsby, Henson and Reynolds on row 14, Andrew King, Chapman Lewis, Luca Mann and James Tester on row number 16 with Ennis Alajbu rounding out the field on the 17th row of the grid. Yet again, Charlie, big group of drivers here and a very important 9-minute plus 1 lap pre-final coming up for these drivers.
Charlie Webber's really been showing it this weekend. And obviously the whole championship as well. I think he's very high in the championship. So he's got a lot of work to do, though, if he wants to take that pole position spot in the final. The heat's always good, but it's all about this pre-final position. Round the final corner, the revs will arise. And we will go racing here at Kimbolton. Down into turn 1, here we go. Look, watch out for Deacon Russell round the outside. Can't get it done. He tried to go for a move, but Charlie Webb has just about held on. Who is that in second place? It looks like Archie Walker had a look on Deacon Russell.
Archie Walker seemed to get the willows wrong there. Lost a bit of momentum by the looks of things. So,
he's got a problem.
Yeah,
so Archie Walker, who was in third place, has got a problem, and that will be a retirement for him. So very, very unfortunate for him, and here we'll be having to start that final from last place. So very unfortunate. Well, I say that he's got going, but he's at the very back. So if he's going to put the pedal to the floor, it's going to be now. Ewan Richards on your screens there, having a battle with Alex Adams-Acton, Jack Collins on the inside of Ryan Ward. So moves through the field. Archie Walker's got a lot of work to do.
Looking further down the field when he went through there, actually, for Archie Walker, I think he's had some sort of issue with the car. Seen him fiddling about, maybe with the air intake or something with the kart as well, just trying to get the setup right there. Another driver in trouble on the first lap was the number 54 of Michael Morgan, who came through over the line very slowly and according to our lap charts has gone into the pits, so that's bad news for him. So we'll keep an eye on Archie Walker, who seems to have sorted himself out here, but he's right at the back of the field, having to fight through some of the back markers who are going to make life difficult for him as that lead group make their way through. And it's still Jack Collins, Ryan Ward, Tom Pryor in that top 10 battle. Lucas Bate, Lucas Ellingham in 9th. George Donald rounding out the top 10. Charlie Webb just trying to pull away from Deacon Russell. And as we say, further down the field, we'll have a look at how Archie Walker gets on. He's moved up to 28th position now. He's passed a couple of drivers at the back, so he's got a bit of work to do. There's the number 18, Alex Adams-Acton. Just starting to look at the number 29 of Ewan Richards, currently in third place. Number 12 right in there as well, Jack Collins. As they charge out to the final corner, 17 Ryan Ward. There go the leaders. Charlie Webb from Deacon Russell. And Deacon Russell setting the fastest lap of the race, 41.09, 6:47, plus 1 lap remaining in this pre-final race. Drift Limits presents the London Motor Circuit, bringing us the Senior Rotax pre-final here. And as always, Senior Rotax throwing up some very close action. Don't forget, of course, the top 3 winning awards this weekend through the sponsors, Vroom Lubricants, as the number 12, Jack Collins, signalling there to Alex Adams-Acton just to try and chase round here and catch up with the leaders.
So Jack Collins wants to go forward. Obviously, this battle with Ewan Richards is for the podium, so the final spot on the podium. Richard holds it for the time being, but Jack Collins is the next driver who can have a pounce at him. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But there's a massive pack of drivers all wanting that third spot. The top 2 are slowly pulling away from each other and from the pack itself, so it's sort of done deal sorted for the top 2. But this battle for third is really on here. Ewan Richards getting the head down. Jack Collins really looking at him, wanting to learn where he's making mistakes, work on them himself, and look at a move. There's a few good overtaking opportunities as we've seen this race. Turn 1 is a brilliant one. He nearly has a look. Can't get it done. Luke Bate can get it done though. I say that. Alex Adams-Acton on the inside of turn 2, on the cutback, gets it done. But some brilliant racing so far. The Senior Road Taxes, many drivers making strong moves through the field.
Just to demonstrate how competitive this race is, I was talking a moment ago about Archie Walker, the driver who had the mechanical trouble on the first lap. went right to the back of the field, and with 32 drivers left in the race, he's only made it up so far to 27th. He's having a lot of hard work further down the field, which just goes to demonstrate the strength and depth throughout the field as they all go charging through there. The midfield there, the likes of Tommy Edmonds, Scott Goldsby, Adriel Naguara in 18, James Tester as Miles Roby drops a few positions. There's the number 95 in our shot there of Luke Bate, who's currently in 5th position. The leaders making their way through. Number 12, Jack Collins, still there in 4th. Fending off Bate number 95, and Ewan Richards not too far. There's number 29, also well placed. The number 18 of Alex Adams-Acton rounding out the top 6 as they chase down the TKM straight in towards the Kimbolton corner. Last corner on the track now. Popular overtaking spot, although it's very difficult to make the pass stick through that slow right-hander. Rest of the top 15 going through there. Osborne Price, Alex McGee in there as well. Number 79, the 44. Stefan Kazmarczyk also in there in 15th position. Scott Goldsby has moved up to 16th in that midfield. So action throughout the field. Charlie Webb leading then from Deacon Russell, 24 from 21. Jack Collins, the number 12, the driver in shot at the front of this little group of racers here. Currently in 3rd place, Ewan Richards, Luke Bate and Alex Adams-Acton. So at the moment it's starting to settle down at the front here, but this group headed by Luke Bate all looking very close indeed on the edge of the top 5.
Ewan Richards having a look on Luke Bate. Obviously these drivers, Jack Motorsport really have a strong field of drivers here, all within the top 10, so brilliant stuff there. It's all mixing up here in the Senior Rotax pre-final. They've all still got a lot to play for, and although that final is all important, the position you start in will be determined by this pre-final. So the higher you finish, the better you're going to start. 18 Alex Adams-Acton behind Ewan Richards. This is the battle for 5th place. Not much happening. There is one of the grandstands here at the Kimbolton circuit. The facilities here are always brilliant and always improving. So brilliant stuff here by the Kimbolton circuit, who always try as hard as they can to put on brilliant club rounds here. Obviously the festival as well, and hosting the British Karting Championships, the UKC Championships, or the National Camp Championships. So there's always something going on here at Kimbolton. Only been able to run once a month. So the Kimbolton circuit, a real testament to the driver's skill, and definitely a driver's favourite circuit. So it's definitely mine for once. And Jack Collins there on your screens, just holding off this strong pack of drivers. Few moves being made down in the field, but Jack Collins, he's got a lot to play for himself, holding on to that final podium spot.
Yeah, 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this Senior Rotax pre-final. Very tense moments here. Don't forget, of course, any kind of a mistake here from any of the drivers, if they spin off the circuit or lose positions, that will directly affect their starting position in the final as well. So everyone racing hard here, but can't afford to be too bold in the making overtaking moves. Still there's the number 12, Jack Collins, holding on to that 3rd place quite neatly so far, with the number 95 Luke Bate behind him. Ewan Richards still in 5th place. Rest of the top 10 charging through. Alex Adams-Acton, Tom Pryor, George Donald, Ryan Ward, Lucas Ellingham rounding out the top 10. 1 minute 18 plus the 1 lap remaining here. You see at the top of your screen the 2 leaders disappearing out of view there. Charlie Webb and Deacon Russell, they are now well clear from the rest of the field. There they go, just in the foreground, making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. All the action here in for 3rd place though, between Jack Collins leading Luke Bate. Oh, a bit of a nudge there from Bates from Ewan Richards, I think. But everything okay?
Well, there was some troubles there with Luke Bate having some problems coming off the Dan Weldon complex. Hopefully it was not any contact with his teammate. Oh, Adams-Acton on the inside of Ewan Richards. Brilliant move there. Ewan Richards kind of parked it in the middle of the track. Acton saw the move and obviously went for it. So these drivers here are really trying to make up every opportunity they can. If they see 1 inch of a room, they're definitely going to try and make it a metre. So that was a brilliant move there by the number 18 on the 29, and right behind them Thomas Pryor. Watch out for him with George Donald. They're going to be looking at trying to catch up to the back of these 2, and Ryan Ward as well.
The leaders have just squeezed over the line before the clock goes down to 0, so there will now be 2 laps to go, which might not be such good news for the likes of Jack Collins and Luke Bates, who are driving defensively at the moment. Well, they have pulled away from Alex Adams-Acton. There is the number 24 of Charlie Webb, who we've not really talked about in this race because he's had the luxury of being able to get to the front nice and early and control the race as he makes his way down towards the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton once again. Deacon Russell, number 21, not too far behind in second right now, but not close enough to go for a pass here as the last lap board goes out. And at the moment it's looking very good for Charlie Webb and Deacon Russell. Jack Collins and Luke Bates not too far behind, and all the action here between 18 and 29. Alex Adams-Acton and Ewan Richards, they've been neck and neck for pretty much the entire race. We are now on the final lap here. Charlie Webb looking good at the front of the field, 24. Deacon Russell about half a second behind now, keeping him honest in second place. They make their way down towards Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And here we go, Charlie Webb looking very good indeed.
Well, it's Charlie Webb round the final corner. Has driven a brilliant, consistent race and takes the win in the pre-final here in Senior Rotax. Brilliant stuff by the number 24. Deacon Russell makes it to second from Jack Collins, who finally rounds out the podium spots. Luke Bate gets to fourth place from Alex Adams-Acton. Ewan Richards, Todd Pryor, George Donald, Ryan Wood and Lucas Ellingham round out the top 10. There's Louis Weaver and Ben Southgate, who finished 11th and 12th from Luca Osman Price, James Tester and Scott Goldsby, who made up 11 places. James Tester made up 18 places in that race. Brilliant stuff there by the number 27 driver. I say that Scott Goldsby made it to 16th instead of 15th, my apologies. So some brilliant races there. There's results on your screens, take a look at that. Some brilliant racing in the Senior Road Tax and more to come in the finals. That is a wrap up of our finals here, I believe so. Oh, actually one more. So one more left to go. It will be the TKM O-Plate pre-final. So that'll be an exciting one, if anything like the pre-final. A lot of action to come in the later stages of the weekend. Obviously these drivers had 2 heats. That third heat, of course, and now the conclusion of the pre-finals. So here is the O-Plate drivers on your screens. Some competing in the clubman class earlier that you may have seen. Drivers like Leo Robinson, who are doing double duties this weekend. They'll have to have 2 karts, so will definitely be quite a hassle for these drivers and a lot to contend with.
Here we go then. This is how they line up with Kai Springfield from Liv Jenkins showing on our screen, so let's hope she's a starter in this one. Leo Robinson from Jamie Mead, Callachurn Haynes, Lee Whittingham, Luke Jarman, and the rest of the field made up of Jake Cox, James Morley, Harrison Morrow, Michael Cornell, and Spencer Lane as they make their way out onto the track.
These drivers really getting the tyre temperature in. Look, the all-important temperature, especially on these Maxxis tyres. They're quite a hard compound, so you really need to push against it to get the tyre working. They're just coming through the Dan Weldon complex now. So lovely shot there from our cameramen here at TNL Sports.
Here we go, and this is our final race before the finals. TKM O-Plate pre-final. Thanks, of course, for watching the action here on TNL Sports. And a big shout out, of course, to those watching on for the first time from UK Karting. We hope you're enjoying the race action here at Kimbolton. This is the final event for the pre-finals here, TKM O-Plate, the last one getting underway. We'll be underway with our finals very shortly. We've got the not unsubstantial business of the O-Plates pre-final here as the number 4 Kai Springfield immediately goes to the inside to guard that inside line into the first corner. Like we saw in the first race, this class seems to... It's not got that many drivers in it, but there is some very evenly matched, very close drivers. There's no margin for error whatsoever here. The race, of course, a little bit longer this time. It's 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And like we saw in the first race, Charlie, these drivers, you'd say, fairly evenly matched. There's not really any margin for error.
Well, that's the specialty of TKM racing. There's not much margin for error, as you said. Johan Calicher makes error there. And on the inside of Leo Robinson, who is that? That might be the Lee Whittingham, actually. So brilliant move there by Whittingham. And move for the lead. That is Jamie Mead on the inside of Kai Springfield. Could he get it done? No, he couldn't. So maybe biding his time, waiting for another opportunity to come. Johan Kalichern in third place. He's going to have to work with Leo Robinson if he wants a chance of getting onto the back of the top two. But so far, this has been a really exciting race in the TKMO plate. Heat 3 was one to watch. There's probably the race of the weekend so far, especially on the live stream. Kai Springfield, collecting with Jamie Mead. There was a bit of front to rear contact. And Kai Springfield, brilliant save there.
We saw Jamie Mead put his hand up there to apologise. I think they just got together on that corner. Credit there to Kai Springfield for riding that one out. The kart could so easily have been nerfed off into the barriers there. So Jamie Mead, a little bit of rough and tumble there. I don't think it was anything too intentional. We saw Jamie Mead immediately put his hand up to apologise for the roughness of that move, you might say. But all's fair and good. I think there'll be nothing to worry about with that pass from a stewarding point of view. It was all fair. And as you can see, Kai Springfield in second place hasn't really lost out all that much and is still right in there to go again for the lead. But look out for Johan Kalichern, who nips down the inside into second. Neat little move there from Kalichern. And very neatly, Bulks coming out of the corner to guard that second place. So Johan Kalichern, who looked threatening in the heat race earlier, has gone through into the lead. 2 places in 2 corners for the number 28 of Johan Kalichern. The top 3 just breaking away momentarily from the 4th place Leo Robinson. Kalichern now leading the way, and now is the driver under threat immediately. Now he's in the lead because Jamie Mead right in there in second place. Kai Springfield third, not too far behind in fourth. Leo Robinson, Lee Whittingham, James Morley, Luke Jarman as close as that. Spencer Lane and Gareth Haynes just a little bit further behind, so they're all still very closely poised. Only 3 seconds covering the entire pack on the previous lap. Have a look when they go through once again. So Kalichern over the line. Leo Robinson fastest lap of the race with the number 36. As down the inside he goes, right on cue. So Kai Springfield into second place, Mead into dropping to third, and Leo Robinson, who sets the fastest lap, back into third position. 3 seconds still covering the entire field. And a neat couple laps there, Charlie, from Leo Robinson, who's really got himself back into contention here.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle to the end for all these drivers. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Johan Kalichern made that 2-for-1 move, and he's definitely made some improvements in setup changes and driver change. These drivers really get taught how to drive the best from learning from the best in the business, run by the Klassen Motorsport team, Dave Klassen and Ashley Klassen. Really know what they're doing and providing brilliant facilities for the drivers, and obviously this race meeting being sponsored by Klassen Motorsport. So thank you for them as always, as they continue their partnership. But so far, Johan Kalichern is holding his way in the lead. Kai Springfield just behind. Not much battling going on because these drivers want to pay attention. Kai Springfield on the inside, gets the car stopped, gets it turned. Leo Robinson makes the move as well. So Johan Kalichern dropping to third. This is a very smooth but exhilarating race. It's a mix of the two.
You go back into the lead again, goes Leo Robinson. All kind of lead changes here. And still only 3.5 seconds covering the entire field. So just to add to the jeopardy yet more, there's absolutely no margin for error in any kind of an overtaking manoeuvre here, as if you get punted wide, there's every opportunity you could jump to the very back of this train and have to work your way through the field. Down the inside there, neat little move there from the 77 of James Morley. I think Lee Whittingham may have followed as well, which means that Johan Kalichern drops a couple of positions. So again, the real shuffling of the pack here at the front, and Leo Robinson, your new race leader, but Kai Springfield right in there. James Morley not too far behind in third. Johan Kalichern recovers into fourth place now, gets past Lee Whittingham once again. And then we've got Jamie Mead, Luke Jarman not too far behind. In fact, 1 second between them and the 8th place of Gareth Haynes. So not really anything at all between these leading group of drivers. Let's see what Kai Springfield can do here as he makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Is he going to go for the move? Not this time. He follows behind. The race leader, Leo Robinson's going to try and weigh him up for another pass here. Still got 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, so this race is still wide open. And there we see the number 4 tucking in there. Kai Springfield just trying to find an opening. Can't go through. So he follows the leader through the willows. Still close behind is James Morley, Han Calichurn still charging, so no changes in position now. But they're all running so closely here. Up to the top of the course they go towards the Dan Weldon corner, and it is still the number 36 of Leo Robinson that leads the way as they make their way down the TKM straight. But what can Kai Springfield... Oh, trouble there.
James Morley.
James Morley goes off.
So the driver in 3rd place, he was running really well there, made up 7 places in this race, has now got to do it all again, but from the back of the grid. Very, very unfortunate there for the number 77 of James Morley. So very unfortunate for James Morley. He's got a lot of work to do now. Leo Robinson is right up behind, is getting chased by Kai Springfield. Behind them too is Lee Whittingham, who may or may not have caused the contact with James Morley. We'll have to wait and see, and we will let the officials decide that one. It's all good having the cameras.
Yeah, James Morley's got going again. He's a long way down, of course, but certainly worth keeping going just in case anything else happens in this race they could benefit from.
Exactly that, so you never know what can happen. Battenberg's always a casual one in racing. You obviously don't like to see it. Thankfully, Kimbolton, the racing is very clean here most of the time, so don't need to see that much often. But on our screens here, this O-plate is really taking a toll here. And
gonna have a look at the timing charts here. We've got 1:15 on the clock, so see how quickly they get round as to how long we have left in this race. Every lap counts here at the front of the field, so Leo Robinson has done a great job of holding on to the lead momentarily, as Johan Calichurn has a peak going in towards the Kimbolton corner, but they still remain in position as they go through for another lap. 57 seconds left on the clock, so they'll get through and complete another lap here before we get the 1 lap, as number 4 goes down the inside. Kai Springfield again goes back into the lead. I wouldn't be surprised to be another lead change for the end of the race. It's still wide open here. Lee Whittingham recovering strongly, looking in 3rd place. And this kind of kart racing, I said it earlier, it's very similar almost to a peloton in a cycling race. Everyone just jostling for position, taking their time at the front and timing their moment for the last sprint towards the finish. It's that kind of classic nose-to-tail karting race. Oh, and had to be careful there, Leo Robinson, not to collect the number 4 of Kai Springfield. He went for that move, and he's kind of come off worse of it there, I would say, because that's allowed Lee Whittingham through to 2nd. Johan Calichurn down the inside as well, and still hanging on in there as well is one of the previous race leaders, the number 97 of Jamie Mead. The clock going down to 0 now, so next time round will be the 1 lap flag, and any one of about 5 or 6 drivers I think could still feasibly win this race.
Yeah, 1.5 laps left, and the top 3 are slowly starting to build a bit of a gap here. So the drivers of Kai Springfield, Lee Whittingham and Johan Calichurn will have the opportunity here to take the win. This podium spot will be mixed up as they come to the final corner. Just
look at that, Charlie. The number 4 there, very defensive there, Kai Springfield, which has allowed the chasing pack just to close up a couple of turns. To see them just all having a look at the intake on the carts as they make their way down towards the final corner. So Jamie Mead down to 4th place. Kai Springfield holds on to the lead as they go through the willows to the final time. Lee Whittingham and Johan Calichurn right in there. Still tagging on to the back of that group is Jamie Mead, number 97 in 4th place. They make their way through Derek's corner and up towards Dan Weldon corner now for the final time. And here we go, Charlie, heading out TKM straight for the final time. Lee Whittingham looking strong here.
Well, Kai Springfield has really got to defend this. 2 more quarters to go. He's made it through the last. Oh, he's bad making. Oh, late move there by Jamie Mead for the final podium spot. Gets the job done on Johan Calichurn. Round the final corner comes Kai Springfield. He'll win it in TKM O-Plate, the pre-final. So brilliant job there by Kai Springfield. Takes it from Lee Whittingham. Jamie Mead jumps onto the podium at the very, very last moment. Johan Calichurn in 4th. He'll have to settle for that one. Leo Robinson, what can it have been for him? got to the lead but couldn't hold it in the end. Gareth Hayes, Luke Jarman, Spencer Lane, Michael Cornell, Jake Cox, James Morley, who got taken out early in that race, dropped to P11, and Harrison Moore and Olivia Jenkins retired.
And so that is it, and it all comes down to the finals, which take us through the last couple of hours of racing here at Kimbolton. This 5th round of the 2024 Hunts Kart Racing Club racing season here, and this, of course, incorporating the Kimbolton Festival. So our first final in association with iZone Driver Performance, free access to members for daily performance clinics. It's the Cadets, your Honda 200s, Micromax, and the Water Swift Restricted. So this is scheduled to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap final for all race classes. Josh Cook, the fastest qualifier from Max Jolly, Sebastian Behrman, Massey Cass in 4th, Millward and Rolf Rowe number 3, Lucian Smith, James Devroe, Buddy Hugo, Finley Beals, Oliver Dawson, Mason Muncher, Zach Andrew, Teddy Higgs on row 7, Jensen Darlow and Logan Baker on row number 8, Charlie Page from Finley Bedford, Louis Williams Mabs, Fulbrook Harmer, Jackson Heath, Sawyer Henderson, Aurora Joel, Theo Hamilton, and the Hondas in there as well. So our Hondas a little bit further behind there. Been unfortunate, I would say, for Hamilton to be right at the back of the field after that bad luck in the previous race. 1 or 2 drivers dropping out of contention in the later stages in this one, of course. We've got Charlie Page, remember, span off in the pre-final and starting right at the back of this field.
Well, Charlie Page's got a lot of work to do, although he in the Micromax he'll be having to make his way through the Water Swift first before he can have an attempt at the Micromaxes. Around the final corner, let's see what the Micromaxes can do. The first final of the weekend gets underway, and it's Max Jolly on the outside, moves over, takes the lead into turn 1. Will Josh Cook get it stopped? Yes, he does, but gets pushed wide by Sebastian Behrman. Watch out, folks, as they come through the first sector, and it's going to be Max Jolly who takes the lead. All driver off there. I couldn't see that was. That was one of the Pro Train drivers.
95, I think.
Yep, so the 95 of Logan Parker having some problem. Logan Baker, my apologies, having some problems there.
The Hondas get away with Finley Bedford leading him into the first corner from Lou Williams, Babs, Fulbrook Harmer, Heath, Soy Henderson, Aurora Joel and Theo Hamilton in that order. Good start from the Hondas, a bit further behind as the race goes on. At the front here, still with the number 14 of Max Jolly, who has been there or thereabouts all weekend. Don't forget, of course, top 3 drivers in this class, along with all the race classes, getting prizes courtesy of Room Lubricants, who are supporting the racing here today at Kimbolton. So certainly for Max Jolly, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend, there's the driver in trouble, and one of the Hondas in trouble. That might actually be Theo Hamilton pushing the kart away. I'm not too sure. Check on the lap charts in a moment as they make their way through. Max Jolly going through. It's either one, it's one of Jackson Heath or Aurora Joel pushing the kart away. So there is a waved yellow in a moment for those lead drivers when they go through the willows. There is a stricken kart on the side of the track, but Max Jolly continues to lead the way. But Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook, all 3 of these drivers have been on top form this weekend, and they would love to cap it off with a victory. So the podium drivers just pulling away slightly from Benignas Maziakas, has had a good start to the race in 4th position. Charlie Page, incidentally, was in 11th when they went through last time, now moving into the top 10. So look out for the number 33. See him on your lap chart on the left-hand side of your screen there. Charlie Page. Don't forget, of course, he was fighting for the lead in the pre-final, got spun out and had to start right at the back of the pack, and he's really recovered quite nicely so far. There is the number 31 of Benignas Maziakas, currently in 5th, just putting the pressure on the machine of Luke Millward, number 38, who's currently in 4th place. And these drivers really need to try and catch up with the top 3 who are just in front of them. Still Max Jolly leading from Sebastian Behrman and Joshua Cook. There's the 31 of Maziakas. Sebastian Behrman, incidentally, setting the fastest lap of the race so far, 48.1. But the race here, Charlie, still wide open.
It's everyone's game to play for, and especially for the top 3 here. Really staying together, Max Jolly, Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook. Your top 3 are really on it. Fastest lap being taken by Josh Cook, the O-plate driver, the 47.65, so about a 10th quicker than his drivers around him. And this might be a move soon enough for Sebastian Behrman on the inside of for Josh Cook on the inside of Sebastian Behrman. We'll have to wait and see. Yellow, it'll be interesting to see what Behrman does here. Will he focus on attacking Max Jolly, or worry more about defending from Josh Cook? Of course, at the end of this, the highest member will win the K plate. So these drivers all have an opportunity here. So they'll have to see what happens. We still have quite a long time left, about 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, 8.5 to go. And Max Jolly so far is driving very confidently. He's not being too defensive. He's looking for his own lines. He's not too worried about the drivers behind him so far. It can be very easy to drive defensively, block all the corners, and that potentially can make life harder for yourself as the race goes on, because it could just draw the other drivers in there. But Max Jolly driving very smoothly at the moment, and meaning that Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook, the drivers following in second and third, have something to think about here. They've got to try and work out a strategy for the second half of the race. It's still Luke Millward, Matthew Carson in 5th place, Rolf in 6th, Devereux 7th, Lucian Smith now up to 8th place, Buddy Hugo, Charlie Page remaining in 10th position, and a little bit further down, Teddy Higgs from Zach Andrew. In terms of the Honda cadets, Theo Hamilton is leading the way. Great driving there from Theo Hamilton to make his way through to the front of the field. They're just going over the finish line right now. Jack Paul McCarmer in second, Soy Henderson, Aurora Joel. The driver who retired from the Honda cadets was Jackson Heath on the first lap. So my apologies to Theo Hamilton, it wasn't him at all at the start, and he's actually leading that Honda cadet class as we focus on our leading group here with Max Jolly still leading the way. We just saw Benedictus Mazikas, Logan Rolfe and Luke Millward having a close battle for fourth. Here's the race lead. 7 minutes still to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in this cadet final. Honda 200s Micromax with the Water Swift restricted. And it is still Max Jolly, who looked very threatening in the heats and the pre-finals earlier on today, and is carrying that good form over into the final here, with Sebastian Behrman just starting to put the pressure on here, trying to find a way through. And still with the number 0, Josh Cook watching in 3rd place, looking to get involved in this battle, and still finally poised here, Charlie.
Yeah, Max Jolly was the man on the move in the pre-final. He had some work to do, and he worked through and got to that all-important outside row 1. And he's managed to take the lead from the start. Hold a brilliant race. Josh Cook has closed in on Sebastian Behrman, had a little look coming out of tail 1. I think Behrman got off the corner just a bit too slow, and any sort of error now in these next few laps can cost the driver wisely here, can push them down the grid quite a bit. Well, although having a bit of a battle, having a bit of a gap from the driver in 4th, Luke Millward, it's anyone's game to play for here.
Yeah, the top 3 driving quite nicely. There is the number 55 who's been cut adrift a little bit now, Aurora Joel, in the closing stages, maybe closed up by these leaders very soon. Just over 5.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in this cadet final. The Micromax, of course, leading the way here, and the very impressive drive so far from Max Jolly, but of course counts for nothing until the checkered flag drops. And he's still got a bit of work to do here, because Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook, now I think these 3 are just driving a little bit tactically here. We haven't seen all that much racing between the top 3. They're running very closely, running a good pace at the front, and I think there may be a little bit of tactics going on here. These 3 drivers know they've got a little bit of a cushion on the rest of the field. They've got the podium locked in as it stands. Well, he just saw actually Josh Cook and Sebastian Behrman just glancing over their shoulders just to check on the progress. And he has a little look there though. Josh Cook just starting to say hello and nips through into 2nd place. Just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And these 3, I think they just need to try and stay cool at the front. Although I tell you what, Josh Cook is starting to stake his claim and takes the lead. Behrman goes through to 2nd as well. So Max Jolly drops to 3rd. He's led pretty much the entire race. He has a look over the shoulder. He knows he's got a gap. And let's see what Max Jolly can do. But Josh Cook, some great driving there from Cook, I have to say. He's just been sitting there in 3rd, Charlie, for pretty much the entire race. And now has staked his claim and gone through into the lead.
He's done it when he needed it to. With just over 4 minutes left of this race, plus that additional lap. So a few laps left of this race. The time is coming down here. This final is very, very long, and puts a driver's skill on arm, and these drivers need to really be consistent. The tyre is going to be degrading every lap, and this is their last moment to really push the tyre, get everything out of it as possible, push the engines as well, see how much they can get out of the engine. You know, they've got to look after it, make sure it's running at its optimal temperatures. But so far, Josh Cook making his way into the lead. Sebastian Behrman sat there in second place. He's going to cover off for Max Jolly, but also look at attacking Josh Cook. He's in a sticky situation. And the drivers of the top three have really pulled away from the rest of the pack here. So they've got about 1.5 seconds from the drivers behind. There's a few battles going on further behind. In that P4 spot, that's Luke Millward battling with Logan Rolfe and Mazikos. And Charlie Page is in 7th, so made up 10 places in this race. He is driving brilliantly. Who had the problem at the start of the pre-final, getting taken out, had to start from last in his class in the final, and is making his way through slowly but surely.
Yeah, he's looking good so far now. Well and truly closing up on the top 5. Luke Millward and Logan Rolfe are keeping these top 3 drivers in reach, you would say. About 2 seconds down. So at the moment, not close enough to go for a pass there. They catch up on the Honda Cadet of Aurora Joel, who will get the blue flag. And, oh, Joel moving to the left-hand side of the track at the wrong moment there, because the leader made the same choice. But, oh, that was close there. They all squeeze through past Joel, who holds his line, lets the faster drivers find their way through. So that has benefited Josh Cook ever so slightly. So Aurora Joel, who lost a bit of time at the start of the race, now falling a lap down in the Honda Cadet class, and 23rd in the race so far. Behrman still there in 2nd, Jolly in 3rd. They were a little bit unlucky, the 2nd and 3rd place drivers, just to get caught behind the Honda a little bit there on that first corner. Not the best place to approach a slower driver, and that has allowed Josh Cook just to pull the slenderest of margins here as they come out to the final corner. Over the line they go. And here we go, let's have a look at the gap. So 0.4 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Luke Millward losing a little bit of time on these top 3. He still stays there in 4th place. Logan Rolfe, Benedictus Mazikas, Charlie Page, Lucian Smith, James DeVroe, and Buddy Hugo rounding up the top 10, with Finley Beals just a little bit further behind in 11th place. So the race still finely poised with the top 11. Further down in the Hondas, we've got looking further down, you got Waterswift, Louis Williams-Babs, Finley Bedford. In terms of the Hondas, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has taken the lead in the Honda race from Theo Hamilton. Hamilton, I think, has gone through into the lead. Fulbrook-Harmer now back into 2nd. Logan Baker, Finley Bedford a bit further behind. As we look at the number 32 there, Logan Rolfe, who's sitting in 5th place. Just starting to look at Luke Millward with 49 seconds on the clock. The top 3 now really starting to break away from this fight for 3rd place now. And Luke Millward, who at one stage was looking to try and get involved in the battle for the lead, is now involved in a fight of his own for 4th place.
This is a brilliant battle shaking up here. Logan Rolfe manages to make the move, just got the car in when he needs to. Charlie Page makes his way through. So that'll be into 6th place. Lucius Smith on the inside of Josh Cook. That's a good move. Brilliant stuff there by the... Wait, oh, actually, no, that was a different driver. My apologies. So Lucius Smith on the inside of Luke Millward. So brilliant stuff there. Timer is ticking down here.
Yeah, it's gone to 0 now. So next time round will be the last lap in this final. So time ticking down here for Josh Cook, although this is the moment for action now from Sebastian Behrman. They're closing up on the number 54, Finley Bedford, who's going to drop a lap down. The blue flag's going up, and the slower driver should see them, I think, and hopefully will be able to hold the line to let them through. Yes, he has done, so won't affect the running of the race so far for the leaders. So it's still Josh Cook from Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly, time ticking down. It's gone to 0, of course, so the last lap board is now being readied as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner for the penultimate time. Behrman taking a tight exit out of the corner, looking for some drive. Right on his tail is Max Jolly as the last lap board goes out. There's one of the Honda battles in front there between Soy Henderson and Logan Baker a bit further down. And Josh Cook getting a nice line out of the final corner and absolutely flying through the willows. That could be enough for him here. Sebastian Behrman and Max Jolly in their own fight for second position here. Here they come through towards Derek's corner for the final time. But at the front here, Charlie, Josh Cook, number 0, timed his move to perfection. And now with half a lap to go, looking to zone in on the victory.
Well, Josh Cook took the lead with about 4 minutes left. And all he had to do was pull away and go into the final stages of the lap. Round the final corner comes Josh Cook. And in the first final of this weekend, it's going to be Josh Cook who takes the win in Micromax. Brilliant job there by Josh Cook. Made the move when it needed to and held on superbly. Brilliant stuff there. Sebastian Behrman and Max Jolly across the line. That was very, very close. 0.08 of a second between the two. Sebastian Behrman just picking it off the on the finish line with Max Jolly. Charlie Page up 13 spots from last to fourth. So brilliant stuff there by Charlie Page. Very unfortunate for him, and a big question of what it could have been. This is the move for the Honda Cadet. Last corner move. That was brilliant stuff. Theo Hamilton getting done on the last lap from Lewis William Mabs. Round the final corner comes Lewis, and he will take the win in Honda. So brilliant stuff there by the Kart of 2-2. Who managed to take the win in Honda Cadet. That was a brilliant move down the inside, it has to be said, on the last corner of the last lap, really making it count when it needed to. Brilliant stuff there by all our Cadet drivers. The Cadet group really showing up here. This is the final results. Josh Cook takes the win on our first final here, followed by Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly, Charlie Page, Lucius Smith, some drivers to mention, Jack Fulbrook-Karma, and Theo Hamilton. Looked like he dropped a couple places there, so problems there maybe for Hamilton. But brilliant stuff there in our first final here at Kimbolton.
And straight away we're going to go through to our second final of the afternoon. It's the Mini Inters who are down in the waiting zone right now, getting out onto the track very shortly. These positions, of course, determined by the pre-final that we had a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Got plenty of races still yet to come for you. The Mini Inters about to get underway. They'll be followed by the Junior Rotax and the Junior X30 category. TKM Extreme will follow. KZ UK, X30 Seniors in the R177s. And our final two races a bit later on this afternoon will be the Senior Rotax and the TKM O-Plate. So plenty of action here on TNL Sports this afternoon, and of course on the Karting UK channel for you here from Kimbolton at round number 5 of the championship, incorporating of course the Kimbolton Festival as in association with iZone Driver Performance. The Mini Inters get underway very, very shortly indeed. Big weekend of course in the Hunts Kart Racing Club calendar here, the Kimbolton Festival, 3 days of track action, and of course a lot of fundraising off the track for seriously ill children, the promisedreams.co.uk charity, where a lot of fundraising has been taking place off the track as well. So drivers now in position for the second of our finals for the Kimbolton Festival in the 5th round of the championship, the Mini Inters, in association of course with Vroom Lubricants, who in each of the finals will be providing prizes for the top 3 drivers in each race category. So plenty of prizes on offer throughout the field as we have final. I think there is just one kart just being retrieved from the track. So any moment now we should be ready to get our Mini Inter final underway very, very shortly indeed. The track approaching perfect conditions. We were talking earlier on this afternoon about the worry of some unexpected rain. Well, that seems to have passed now. The track seems to have brightened up a bit. And we've got some very nice conditions for racing. The temperatures, I'd say, around 14, 15 degrees, has warmed up a little bit now after the last hour or so in the afternoon. And the track really looking quite good as we just wait for our final confirmation. I think there was a kart just being retrieved from the track. So tense moments here for the drivers in the waiting zone as they wait for the race to get underway. This only adds to the tension. You're all kitted up. You sat in the kart and you can't really see what's going on down there, so you're just biding your time. All you want to do really is wait for that gate to open to get the kart underway, just get some feel into the kart, into the tyres, and get ready for your race. So these tense moments, no matter whether you're bike racing or car racing, when you're in the waiting zone ready to go, it just adds to the tension, doesn't it?
Yeah, these drivers are really going to be put on the line here. Josh Cook has taken the first K-plate. Who will be taking the second one? We have Leo Livings on that outside first spot. Jensen Sale, though, really sliding out of the grid. Here we go. Jensen Sale will start on pole position. Leo Livings alongside him. Sebastian Clark, Otis Cleary, Theo Bradshaw, Max Wheatley, Devin Taylor, Jamie Ambrose, Cody Lepontio, Adam Judicus, Adam Turek, Hayden Fisher, Louis Barker, Akil named Joni, Ollie Thompson, Toby Wortley, Ruben Jenkins and Archie Lee Bullock rounds out your grid.
Here they come then through the Dan Weldon corner for the formation lap, and we'll see the drivers making their way down towards the Kestrel corner as they assemble in position ready for the mini interfinal. You can see the drivers furiously weaving, getting the temperature into the tyres, getting themselves psyched up for the start. We've seen both in the final heat race and the pre-final earlier on, these drivers very slowly and sedately making their way around the final corner, just looking to try and jump the start, almost get a bit of a drive on the field. That's what the driver on the front row is doing there. Jensen Sale, he's bringing the pack right down to walking pace, even less than walking pace when they come around the final corner. He's going to just try and pick his moment and get the jump on the field as best he can. Good start, of course. Absolutely essential as the mini interfinal is about to get underway. They are still almost at walking pace. Any moment now, they will burst into action. There you see Jensen Sale furiously trying to get power into the car. There's trouble. One or two drivers banging in the midfield. They all seem to have got through okay. And Sale leads them through. Oh, it's tight into the first corner. But they all seem to get through safely. And Jensen Sale, those tactics there at the start, really bringing the pack down to a very slow pace and jumping at the moment he wants to. He's got the jump on the field there, so some good racecraft there, I would say, from Jensen Sale. He's really aggressively trying to bring the pack down and get almost a standing start there. He's done that very well.
Yeah, Otis Cleary you saw at the start there, nearly going airborne down the start-finish straight into turn one, so problems for him on the start. But, oh, late move there. I couldn't see who that was. I think that may have been Theo Bradshaw on the inside of Devin Taylor. So brilliant stuff there. Max Wheatley on the inside of Sebastian Clark. That's for second place. So brilliant move there. But Jensen Sale already started to get a bit of a gap here. He's got 0.6 of a second already. Doesn't seem like much, but it is a big gap, as you can see on your screens there. 2/10 gap between Wheatley and Livings. So that might be something to watch out for in the next lap or so.
Yeah, look at Jensen Sale here. Let's have a look at his pace over the next 2 or 3 laps here, because he's got the jump on the field at the start. He got a fantastic start, timed the rolling start to perfection, and he is determined just to try and break away from the chasing pack here. He doesn't want to get sucked into the battles here behind him, although Max Wheatley in second, who's been very threatening all afternoon, has managed to get through clear into second place now, getting past Sebastian Clark. And this has been the main challenger that Jensen Sale has had here. So Max Wheatley, of course, will be looking to get up there with the leader. Jensen Sale just trying to get that early jump on the field. But look at that lap time there from Wheatley in second at the bottom of your screen. 44.61. Fastest lap of the race so far. And 0.3 of a second faster than Jensen Sale. So he is determined to get up there with the leader and make a fight of it at the front of the field. Tagging on in third place now, Sebastian Clark. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come round any moment now, as Sale leads them through the Kimbolton corner down the straight once again. Nobody in too much of a rush to go for any decisive manoeuvres here. But as you can see again, Max Wheatley another fastest lap, and he brings the gap down to 0.2 of a second. So Max Wheatley here, Charlie, in these very early stages, is determined to take the fight to Sale.
Well, why wouldn't you be in this situation? The final, he wants that K-plate more than Jensen Sale probably does, and he is pushing all he can. He's really close still on the end on that second sector. He must be very strong in that sector. Has definitely taken his turn to learn the circuit, as well as Jensen Sale. Will he go for a move? Not just yet. He's still going to buy this time. He knows he's got the pace, so it can lead to a last-minute move. He needs to plan this move, though. It's not going to be very easy. I say plan it. Planned it perfectly. Down the inside into turn one goes Max Wheatley. Gets the move done on Jensen Sale. Jensen can't fight back just yet. So brilliant move there by Wheatley on Sale. And Sebastian Clark's just sitting behind. waiting to see if anything happens between the top two here, and drivers to watch out for behind. Leo Livings, Theo Bradshaw and Devin Taylor all in the pack of three. They're going to try and work together, but these top three are really putting a fight together so far.
Well, another driver on the move a little bit further down the field is Cody LePatrel, the number 88, who set the fastest lap of the race. The race pace actually just starting to pick up here as they make their way over the line once again. All drivers lapping in the low 44s here, as the race leader now, of course, Max Wheatley, just looking to try and control the race, determined to try and break away from the field here, much like Jensen Sale tried to do at the start of this race. What they don't want to do is to get caught up in the battles for position and get sucked into that whole group of drivers behind there. Theo Bradshaw in fourth, Theo Livings, LePatrel up to sixth now, Devin Taylor, Otis Cleary with the fastest lap of the race, 44.19. Ambrose and Chiracek running out the top 10. These drivers all running a very similar pace here, so it's going to be very difficult for anybody to really control this race. But the race leader, number 12, Max Wheatley, just trying to break away. But here comes Sale, fighting back once again. I don't think he's going to go down the inside. No, he follows as he makes his way through Stowe Corner, heading towards the Willows, the sweeping section of chicanes here. Making his way back down towards the Imitsu Straight, heading towards Derek's Corner. And again, you see Sale just hanging onto the back wheels here of Max Wheatley, trying to find an opening here. And tagging in here in third at the moment, Charlie, is Sebastian Clark, just looking to try and get involved in this fight for the lead. But I think here, Jensen Sale, I think Charlie is looking at the lines here, just trying to make his move.
Yeah, he's going to look at where he may be quicker than Max Wheatley and then go for a big, bold move. We'll have to wait and see. Is you just ticked under 7 minutes plus that additional lap, so we got loads of time left. Jensen Sale has enough time here just to plan out what he can do. This is the fine line of the finals. You know, they have so much more time compared to the heats. The heats is more like a sprint race. You really have to go at it and fight for every lap. But then when it comes to the finals, it's more like a feature race where, you know, you have a lot of tactics to play into your head of managing the tyres, managing the engine temperatures, and managing the kart as well. Obviously managing the kart is more important than yourself, because that's the thing that's going to be getting you around the track as quick as possible. So these drivers are really getting put to the test here, and their machinery.
So the top 10 go charging through. Otis Cleary, the driver we were talking about a moment ago, setting the fastest lap. He's now moved up another position into 7th. So as things stand at the moment, Wheatley leading from Sale, all very close at the front. Third place is Clark, Theo Bradshaw, Leo Livings, Cody LePatrel, Otis Cleary, Devin Taylor, Jamie Ambrose, Hayden Fisher, the top 10. And they're only separated by 4.5 seconds. 5 seconds down on the leader is Adam Chiracek, Giannone 12th. Jadatus Thompson, Barker, Ruben Jenkins a little bit further down, going towards the midfield. But this race still wide open, as Jensen Sale, I think, has been watching the lines of Max Wheatley, matching that race lead of a pace, determined to stay on the back wheels here. Still 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so a long way to go in this race. And Jensen Sale, if he's going to take the checkered flag here, he's going to have to be a little bit tactical, because Max Wheatley is making life very difficult here. Wheatley trying to lead from the front. He's not too worried about defending his line. Is the number 12. He's just driving as fast as he can. He's just covering the apex. Oh, trouble there further back, though, with you'll see just the back of your screen. Drivers spinning out. Battle, the top 10 battle just getting a little bit close there. That's not going to affect the leaders. We'll have a look at who they are in just a moment. But Max Wheatley continues to lead the way. Sale having a little peek as they make their way through towards the Kimbolton corner. Over the line they go, so we'll just recap the top 10. There has been a little bit of a change here. So Wheatley still leading, Sale second, Clark third, Otis Cleary now to 4th place from Devin Taylor. The Patrol still 6th, so Leo Livings drops down, Adam Jadatis and Theo Bradshaw dropping to 9th position.
So Max Wheatley has had to control his pace here, trying to be consistent. As we said earlier, consistency is key in motorsport, alongside Jensen Sale as well. He's been having to keep consistent, keep behind him, and alternatively they've been extending this gap as well. So this will definitely be like more of a 1v1 situation coming in at the end of the race. But saying that, Sebastian Clark is trying all he can Who's trying even harder? That's Otis Cleary. And Otis has set the fastest lap of the race of 43.94 on that last lap. So Otis really trying to find as much as he possibly can.
Max Wheatley a little bit screwly going through the Willow's Edge, used a bit too much curb, and that allowed Jensen Sale to come back into the reckoning there. Sale not able to find a way through. That's about the only glimmer of a mistake that I've seen from Max Wheatley so far. It's just a little bit ragged going through the Willows. Here they come, heading towards Kestrel Corner. But Wheatley has dusted himself down very quickly indeed, holds on to the lead. There is Otis Cleary, who's had a fairly quiet race, the number 11, but he's slowly but surely made his way through the field. And Otis Cleary, will watch out for him because he could potentially snatch the podium here, as he's looking good in fourth place. The battle's still going for the lead. 2:52 plus 1 lap remaining. Much better this time for Max Wheatley through the Willows. Although Jensen Sale does look quick out of the Willows as well, so that could be one of his key overtaking opportunities for the number 40. As they both fight for the first place. There is the number 88. A little bit further behind there, that's Cody LePaterel. He had the fastest lap of the race earlier on. He's looking good so far in 6th place from Leo Livings. And there is Otis Cleary, number 11, currently in 4th place. And just starting to pressure Sebastian Clark for 3rd as they fight for the podium here, Charlie. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, this is the top 2 drivers on your screens here. Max Wheatley, Jensen Sale, they have been at it all race. You were just talking about consistency, then he makes a mistake, does Wheatley, so it's all games to play for here. And Jensen Sale, it's not all over yet for him, as although winning the round here, also winning that K-plate, the more important piece of, well, I wouldn't say silverware, it's more a plate that you could take home and be able to run at the Kimbolton circuit for the rest of the year, until next year when we will crown our next year's champions here at the K-Plate. Oh, that was a big switchback manoeuvre from Sebastian Clark. Otis Cleary has made it to the podium spot, so brilliant stuff there by Otis Cleary, the number 11 car. He's been really on Sebastian Clark for the last couple of laps and got the move done when he needed it to. And we're saying that there's about a minute and a bit left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So Otis now needs to get the move on, get onto the back of Stale and Wheatley, but will he do that? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the pace here. He's not quite on the pace of the leader so far, Otis Cleary, but if he can get clear of this and just try and tag on, maybe if they start fighting for the lead, this could allow the number 11 in there, because he's had a good strong race so far. He's about 0.3 of a second down on these 2 drivers, so realistically I don't think he's going to catch up with the top 2, but Otis Cleary in 3rd, the number 11, has looked very good. And yet again, Jensen Sale looks very quick going out of the Willows, that middle part, that switchback section when they come out to the first corner, and that's where he seems to pay a bit of an advantage there. Sale very quick on that first part of the lap, but he's not quite close enough to go for a pass. Whether he wants to bide his time here, maybe. The clock going down, 15 seconds left on the clock, so it's going to be tight. I think they should just squeeze through before the clock goes down to 0. Over the line they go, so 2 laps to go here. And this is where Jensen Sale will maybe want to start and make a move. Let's watch him going through the Willows once again. He does seem to be very quick through here. Again, he gets a better drive out of the Willows, closes back up on Max Wheatley, but not quite close enough to go for a pass. That could be the main overtaking opportunity next time round. It's still wide open here between Wheatley and Sale. Still Otis Cleary in 3rd. And all the time, this is a finely poised race. No overtaking so far at the front. Ever since Wheatley got into the front, of course, but still Jensen Sale in 2nd place. And here we go, Charlie. The last lap board goes out. And wide open to the finish here.
So the last lap has now been shown. And on that last lap, Wheatley putting a bit of an advantage here over Jensen Sale. He's got 0.2 of a second. It's going to be very close. Sets the fastest lap on that last lap. So he's probably going at it this time of 43.92 for Max Wheatley. This is going to be very close. Will Sale be able to catch up here? He'll be watching him the last few laps, looking at where he's been quicker than him. It's coming down to the last sector. He runs a bit wide, does Jensen Sale. Will that ruin his last couple of corners? I think it will, because round the final corner it's going to come Max Wheatley, and he's only going to take the win and take the K-plate. Brilliant stuff there by Jensen Sale. Wins the Kimbolton Festival, takes that K-plate. And on that last lap, sets another fastest lap as well, of 43.92 again. So consistency on those last couple of laps will set him up for victory there. Jensen Sale finishes in second place from Otis Cleary, Devon Taylor, Leo Livings, Cody LePatrol, Akil Nangioni. He's made up 7 places. Brilliant job by them. Sebastian Clark dropped 5 places on that finish. So a driver who was in the podium spots for the last few laps, and there's the results on your screens there. So after the problems there with Clark, James Ambrose and Hayden Fisher round out your top 10.
That was bad luck there as well for Theo Bradshaw. Seemed to drop out on the last lap there. And shout out, I would say, to Otis Cleary, who made his way through the top 10. There was a little bit of an incident in the middle part of the race that allowed him to jump about 2 or 3 positions, but he certainly held on and had a go at trying to catch up with the leaders as well. So plenty of action throughout the mini interfield, but well done to Max Wheatley as we move on to the third of our finals, getting underway very shortly. It's the Junior Rotax, and they're lining up alongside the X30s as well. They'll be underway in just a few moments. This is the third final of the day. Don't forget, of course, plenty of action coming up throughout the afternoon. So Junior Rotax and Junior X30 about to get underway in association with Amesbury Plant Hire. This will be followed by the TKM Extreme. Then it's the KZ UK, X30 Senior and the 177s after that. And our final 2 races of the afternoon will be Senior Rotax and TKM O-Plate. So plenty of action throughout the afternoon here on TNL Sports and, of course, on the UK Karting channel. So thanks, of course, for tuning in to TNL Sports. And welcome to those of you watching the racing on the UK Karting channel in association with Motorsport UK. Plenty of kart action going on this afternoon, so quite a lot to choose from. We hope you're enjoying the action here at Kimbolton. And this, of course, one of the most famous karting tracks in the UK. It's been going since the late 1950s, pretty much from the origins of karting as a sport. So races are here once a month. There is restrictions in terms of how many meetings they can hold here at Kimbolton throughout the year due to the... it's very close to the local villages, so there is that. So it is restricted to 12 meetings a year. This is how they line up. So it's going to be Joshua Smith from Joel Dixon Cohen, Will Archer from Mikey Walker, Paul of H, Keenan Banzel, John Richardson, Carl Knightley, Lucy Wielden, Jason Duchitz, Teddy Cooper, Charlie Wolfett, Alfie O'Brien, Dominic Parabuck, Gergwis and Phillips, Jameson, Hartshorn, Harry Russell, Archie Richards, Elliot Surtees, Logan Hartshorn, a little bit further behind on row 12. Rest of the field, Brownless, Rhys Owen, Ben Morgan, Lachlan Homer, Jack Owen Drawbridge, and Alex Wiley, who had the mechanical trouble earlier on, will start at the back of the field.
So the Junior Road Taxis just coming around the Dan Weldon complex, getting all those tyre temperatures in. You know, you see them weaving side to side. Obviously not for the cool effect. And we're just going to get ready to line up here. So Josh Cook wins the first K plate. Max Wheatley wins the second one. Let's see who's going to win the third one here as they go racing down into turn 1. Here we go. Joshua Smith on the inside of Joel Dixon Cohen. Joel goes round the outside, gets the job done. So brilliant move by Joel Dixon Cohen. Gets the job done when he needed it to. He's been sat there with Joshua Smith throughout the races. Always been chipping in front of him when he needed it to. And so far, brilliant start there by Joel Dixon Cohen. Joshua Smith just behind. William Archer has always been sat there in that third spot. Brilliant job there by William Archer. Marky Walker starts in for 4th place, holding on just about. Zamir Poole, I think that is in the top, in 6th place. So he's trying to charge down Kai Vetch, who's had a brilliant start. Jonathan Cohen already defending, so this is going to be an exciting race. He really is trying to hold on to this position. 11 minutes still to go, plus that additional lap. Let's see what happens, but the first lap already been exciting.
Well, Joel Dixon Cohen getting the jump on the field in the opening lap. There was a bit of trouble in the midfield on that first lap with Logan Hartshorn and Charlie Wolfett dropping out of contention towards the back of the field. But at the end of the first lap, this race is still fairly wide open. Will Archer's had a good start. Oh, was down the inside. It will move there from Joshua Smith and holds on to the lead. So Dixon Cohen now drops to second position, and it's still very close here. Mikey Walker, Kaivet, Samir Paul, Armian Banzel, Keenan Dutis, Wolfit, and Charles Kitely rounding out the top 10 as it's all action at the front here. Nipping to the inside there, having a look, is the number 32 of Mikey Walker. Still there in third, fighting with Will Archer. This has allowed Smith and Dixon Cohen just to pull away ever so slightly as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner at the very top of the circuit. This long sweeping right-handed hairpin which takes them down the TKM straight, and Dixon Cohen losing the lead there last time round to Joshua Smith, and Dixon Cohen determined to try and fight back here as they fight over the line. Still very close to the top 5, so it's Smith and Dixon Cohen, Mikey Walker up to third, Will Archer and Kai Veitch rounding out the top 5.
Smith and Cohen have really been at it the last lap, swapping positions, and it looks like Joshua Smith just going to hold on. He defends into the bus stop just to hold off from the 167. Does a good job to do that. Mikey Walker in that third spot. He made the move on William Archer through turn 2 and is going to try and close down the gap that's already been half a second. So a lot of he needs to work very hard here to catch up, but if these drivers in front keep battling, he can easily do that. Joel Dixon Cohen is having a look round the outside. I don't think it would work. Josh Smith just about holds it, so you see Joel Dixon Cohen keeps getting the run out of the corners, but just can't get down the inside because Josh Smith is already there parking the cart like he's at a bus stop. So brilliant stuff there by Joshua Smith on that Jack's Motorsport kart, the number 15 driver, holding on brilliantly. Mikey Walker sets the fastest lap, so as you've seen there, a bit of battling and a bit of speed has closed him into the into the top 2. Let's see what happens.
I'm just going to watch Joel Dixon Cohen again as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. I'm almost wondering if he's trying to use that outside line to his advantage, trying to get the momentum as Walker has a look on the outside. He's going to go for the switchback here, but Joel Dixon Cohen has got the line covered as they make their way through the willows, heading towards Himitsu Straight. Still Joshua Smith that leads the way, and this could potentially be good news for Joshua Smith if Mikey Walker starts to do battle with Joel Dixon Cohen. Kai Veitch has set the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, with a 41.98, currently in 5th place. But Mikey Walker, who's looked good throughout the afternoon, just starting to put the pressure on Joel Dixon Cohen as the number 15 of Joshua Smith. 7:45 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. A contact warning going out a bit further down the field for the number 195. That's just on the edge of that's Charlie Wolfit, who appears to have dropped out of contention anyway, so looks like he's come off worse. As Joshua Smith now starting to get a little bit more defensive here, as Dixon Cohen, of course, he's being pressured by Mikey Walker and is determined to try and find his way to the front.
So Mikey Walker, he's right behind the 167 here. Would he have a look? Well, we've still got quite a bit of time left, just over 7 minutes left, so all to play for here at Kimbolton for the Junior Rotax final. So far it's been a really exciting one. Josh Smith defends into turn 1, Mikey Walker on the outside, he'll get the run, on the inside of Joel Dixon Cohen goes Mikey Walker. Brilliant move there by the 32, gets it done, and that just shows how much momentum can cause you. And Joel Dixon Cohen, who parked it just like Joshua Smith did, losing out because he just couldn't get the power down, because obviously taking that tighter line means he's not carrying the speed through the corner, means he's having a bad exit speed. Joshua Smith, however, has used this opportunity to try and take advantage and trying to pull a bit of a gap here. But I'd watch out for Kai Veitch, who sat just behind in fourth place. Joel Dixon Cohen has a look again on Mikey Walker, couldn't get it done. These guys are very, very close to each other, and hopefully not too close that they make some sort of contact. That's what we don't want to see here. Obviously I hope that's not a commentator's curse either. Watch out just behind William Archer, he's slowly closing in as well to the top 3. Obviously, in this sort of race, the first spot is all important, as everyone wants that K plate. You know, it always looks a lot cooler if you're running a plate around instead of a number chosen by yourself. Mikey Walker defends yet again from Joel Dixon-Cohen. Gets stuck on that rear bumper of Mikey Walker's. Mikey's showing no room at all. And yeah, I said watch out for William Archer and Kai Vetch. They are slowly closing in. Owen Keenan as well is closing in with Banzel and Charlie Kitely as well.
They're all getting involved here, and this fight for the lead is working out very well here for Joshua Smith. It's all allowing him to pull away slightly as we move towards the final part of the race. Less than 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Contact warning going out a bit further down the field for John Richardson, currently in 12th place, as Joel Dixon-Cohen has a nip down the inside. And Dixon-Cohen will be determined to try and make this move stick, because all the time, look at Joshua Smith in the green cart there, number 15, just starting to pull away now. Smith now 1.25 seconds ahead, and Mikey Walker in second. Walker now losing the position, of course, to Joel Dixon-Cohen, and Dixon-Cohen just trying to break away, so it's still there, the number 261 in there as well. Will Archer, Kai Vetch, Owen Keenan, all in this fight for second place, and all the time Joshua Smith is pulling away. Out to the final corner he goes, and over the line. So the gap goes up to 1.4 seconds, and that could be crucial in these closing stages. 4 minutes, plus the 1 lap remaining. And here is Joel Dixon-Cohen, second place. They go flying through the willows. Still there, Mikey Walker, Kai Vetch, Owen Keenan, Armin Banzel, Charlie Wolfert in 8th place, Charlie Kitely and Lucy Wilden rounding out the top 10. But this battle for second place is hotting up, and Joel Dixon-Cohen will be ruining the fact here. He's lost the momentum to try and get with the leader, and is now having to focus on holding on to that second place, because the fight goes through as nipping down the inside there, having a look, is Will Archer. And I think Archer just starting to put the pressure on Kai Vetch, Owen Keenan and Banzel to a bit further behind. And the gap is still remaining at 1.4 seconds. Joel Dixon-Cohen here desperately trying to break away from this battle for second and get back up with the leader.
Yeah, Joel Dixon-Cohen, I think he's realised he may not be able to catch up to Joshua Smith now. He's given him that opportunity to get away, I'm sure thing he does. So problems throughout the field. I saw a driver going airborne just looking outside the commentary box. Anyways, back to the front of the grid, and Mikey Walker has got some pressure from William Archer. He's having to defend into turn 1, so this is for the final podium spot. Kai Vetch going for the cutback of William Archer. He hasn't seen him just yet, mounting the curb, does Kai Vetch. Obviously not enough to make the move of William Archer, but I saw William kind of stipulating to Mikey to say, I won't overtake you, we need to work together and catch up to Joel Dixon-Cohen. Joel Dixon-Cohen started to put a gap from Mikey Walker to try and seal that second place. It'll be very good for his championship points. But William Archer is all over the back of Mikey Walker. Will he have a look at a move soon enough? He's sat on the inside line. I think that's just defending from Kai Vetch. And Owen Keenan is slowly closing in as well to the top 5. So maybe he might have a look at a move on Kai Vetch or William Archer. But there's some battles creeping up, but mainly the whole pack is sort of spreading out here. All these drivers are sort of having a race of their own.
Just settling down a little bit now, and this just goes to show sometimes why it's important to get into the lead nice and early, because Joshua Smith taking the lead from the very impressive Joel Dixon-Cohen in the early stages. And of course, as we've just seen, Dixon-Cohen being drawn into that battle for second place, which is just those 2 laps, has really allowed Joshua Smith to pull away at the front. The gap remaining about 1.4 seconds. Joel Dixon-Cohen desperately trying to close up now. He's now clear in second place. You can see him there, the number 167 in second place, doing all he can to try and close up. He's now pulled away from Mikey Walker, but he's finding life very difficult. He is closing up on the race leader, but not by very much. There's the number 75 of Kai Vetch, who's had a good recovery this afternoon, looking good in the final here, moving up to 4th place. Owen Keenan, Armin Banzol, Charlie Wolfett, Charles Patley rounding out the top 10. 48 seconds on the clock now as the leaders go through, so they should just squeeze through before the last lap board goes out. 2 more laps to go for this one by the looks of things. And the gap remains at 1.3 seconds between Joshua Smith, the race leader, and the hard-charging Dole Dixon Cohen in second, but he can't quite get up. Then the fight for third, with Mikey Walker holding on to that place, and Will Archer and Kai Veach, Owen Keenan not too far behind.
So these junior road taxes are really being put to the test here. This race has really gone by quickly here. 15 seconds on the clock, so by the time they come round, we'll have 2 laps left. Yeah, it'll be close, but I think it is.
2 seconds.
Yeah, that was very, very close. Just overtaking the back marker here, so Josh Smith, once he's made that overtake, it's been a very good race here by Josh Smith, the number 15, Track Motorsports driver. He's been managing the gap perfectly from Joel Dixon Cohen, and Joel Dixon Cohen has catched the back marker in the worst spot possible. And that's going to really affect his race now. He's more stuck behind the driver now, which will mean that he'll get pushed back into the pack of Mikey Walker. So maybe this may be a battle for second place as Josh Smith comes round the final corner. Oh, it is Joel Dixon Cohen! Makes contact with the back marker at Dan Weldon Complex, and the driver who was in second position is out of the race.
Yeah,
my word!
Tangling with Lachlan Homer there on the top corner, so late drama here.
And they can't even get the cart apart.
Yeah, Joel Dixon Cohen out of contention here. Joshua Smith then is now cleared away at the front. We will see the wave yellow flags. There they are as the leaders go through. Mikey Walker now then up to second place, and Will Archer, Kai Veach, Owen Keenan. And down the back straight they go. I think Homer may have got going. Was that Dixon Cohen? One of the two got going again. But in the meantime, Joshua Smith taking the lead nice and early and able to control the race at the front. Over the line he goes. So it's the checkered flag for Joshua Smith as the unfortunate Lachlan Homer looks on. Second place for Mikey Walker, Will Archer, Kai Veach in fourth, Owen Keenan, Charlie Wolfett, Armin Banzol, Charles Kiteley, Samir Paul, and John Richardson in 10th place. So the unfortunate Joel Dixon Cohen tripping over the back marker in the closing stages. He ends up finishing in 29th position. Great drive there, though, from Joshua Smith. Just goes to show if you can get to the lead nice and early and control, make the race your own, sometimes it can just fall towards you.
Yes, brilliant stuff there by Joshua Smith. Takes the win and takes the K plate. So brilliant stuff there for the driver. And obviously winning that junior road tax race means that he will win a set of tyres through Aram Racing Engines. So thank you very much for sponsoring us at Kimbolton. Make sure you go check them out on their social media pages and their website as well.
So the next race getting underway will be the TKM Extreme Final. Lachlan Homer just having the kart pushed back. A bit unfortunate end to the race for him. And they're just going to get that kart off the track. So don't forget, of course, there is plenty of action coming up with TNL Sports. Not just this afternoon. We've got 5 more races to go here at Kimbolton. But plenty of action coming up in the next few weeks. So why not subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube for all of the forthcoming action on TNL Sports over the next few weeks. Of course, we've got in a few weeks' time the British Supermoto Championships on the 23rd of June at Crail Raceway, and then down to Pembrey at the end of the month for Road to MotoGP. It's the British mini bikes at the South Wales Circuit on June the 30th, and we are back here on the 14th of July for the 6th round of the HKRC Championships here at Kimbolton. So why not give a subscribe to TNL Sports and catch all the motorsport action both on 2 wheels and 4 over the next few weeks. 5 more races to go here at Kimbolton. We're going to start off in association with Clarkson Motorsport with the TKM Extreme in just a few moments' time. Again, like we were saying before, the tension just building here. We've got to wait for that kart to be taken from the circuit from, I think it was Lachlan Homer, the unfortunate driver who was tripped over by Joel Dixon Cohen, couldn't get the kart back into the race. So they've had to bring that kart all the way back in from the Dan Weldon corner. So a few moments here before the racing gets underway, which just adds to the tension.
Yes, these drivers now getting sent out onto the circuit. So the final here for TKM Extreme. It's about to get underway, and here's how it lines up. Kian Bennett on pole from Leah Robinson, Charlie Whitehouse, Bradley Peck, Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott, Patrick Leaf, Jake Cox, Harrison Morrow, Harvey Jones, James Moreau, Jessica Fitchhall, Gemma Kiddie, Harry Higgs, William Bloom, Thomas Warner, Thomas Shaw, and Luke Woodward. Rounds out your row of drivers. There are some drivers starting in places where they should really be higher than. So this will really throw a spanner in the works for some drivers.
Yeah, this could be a very tight race here with a few fighting through, and of course the top three getting positions, getting prizes with Vroom Lubricants. They're going to have a wave round and go round again, so again, just a nervous start to this race. Everyone looking to get a good position. And like Charlie was saying, a few drivers starting the race a bit further back than we'd be accustomed to them being usually. So there might be a few looking to make their way through the field. And as we were saying, of course, plenty of prizes on offer for the top drivers. The top three, of course, getting the prizes in association with Vroom Lubricants. And, of course, later on we'll be having the Torque Racewear Driver of the Day. They win a set of driving gloves, whoever myself and Charlie decide is the Driver of the Day. And they will get a race suit at the end of the year, the Driver of the Year. So that will be on for later this season. So here we go, Charlie. They lined back up into position. So they had a wave round last time round. The start was called off. Gone for another lap. I think just get a bit more temperature into the tyres as well. So that might work out well for the drivers. And tension in the air as this TKM Extreme race is going to be very closely fought, I think. And it's about to get underway.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting here for the TKM Extreme drivers. As they come around the final corner, the revs will arise. The smoke will arise as well. We get racing here in TKM Extreme. Down to turn one, here we go. Kian Bennett on the inside, Lee Robinson on the outside. Charlie Whitehouse will squeeze to the inside as well. Makes his way through second, or does he? Because Lee Robinson holds it round the outside, makes his way into second place. Kian Bennett has held on to the lead there. Brilliant stuff there. Spencer Lane has made his way into fourth place, and Bradley Peck dropping down to fifth. So unfortunate there for Peck, but it's only the start of the race. He's got enough time to make it back up. Luke Jarman made his way to sixth place, just at the back there. There's Gemma Kiddie on your screens. But down at the front of the grid, it's Kian Bennett, who after lap one will hold them. It's barging into the last corner. All the carts piling into one another. But so far, it's been a really clean race from the TKM Extremes. Kian Bennett just holding on in the lead. Leah Robinson in second place. Charlie Whitehouse really behind the driver in second. Will this be a move into the chicane? No, it's not, but watch out for Spencer Lane on the inside for the podium spot. Brilliant move there by Spencer Lane. The number 11 Kart manages to get his way down on the inside of Charlie Whitehouse.
Yeah, he's looking good so far. Whitehouse fighting hard for that third place. There was a bit of a tangle on the previous lap there between Thomas Shaw and Jessica Fitchhall. Both of those drivers have got going at the back of the field, so they're playing catch-up. So this TKM Extreme final, I think, could well be wide open here. Plenty of drivers who could be in with a shout of victory. It's Leah Robinson trying to force the agenda, makes the move down the inside and takes the lead. So new race leader, Bennett drops to second. Then we've got Spencer Lane, and it looks like Bennett trying to fight back down the inside. Oh, and having a peek there was Spencer Lane getting a tap from, I think, from the 82, Bradley Peck. Well, let's hope that's not damaged the front end of Peck's machine. He just moved into position where Peck was going, so a little bit of a tap there. Of course, if they shunt a driver in front of them too hard, it damages the nose cone. If that drops, they do incur a penalty. It's almost like a self-serving penalty to avoid drivers getting positions through bumping drivers, for example. But that was more of a racing incident. Over the line they go. Let's have a look at the pace here. Leah Robinson, fastest lap. Oh, down the inside, though, goes Kian Bennett. So taking the lead at the same place where he lost the lead last time round. So Kian Bennett back into the lead. Leah Robinson second place. Spencer Lane, Bradley Peck, Charlie Whitehouse, Luke Jarman and Sean Abbott only separated by 1 second. So the TKM Extreme start has been very close indeed. There's only a few drivers who've fallen away from this pack due to incidents earlier on. And still wide open here, still running a very fast pace. Here they come down towards Kimbolton corner once again. And it's still Kean Bennett that leads the way. Out to the final corner they go. Let's see what happens this time as they make their way down towards the first corner. And you see here that Kean Bennett trying to guard the lead as best he can. Leo Robinson very brave into Stowe the first corner, but he can't quite make it. Looking at this here, Charlie, Kean Bennett, of course, leading the way. And sometimes you say, why not time it to the later part of the races to try and go for the lead, but as we saw in the previous race, the race can sometimes fall you away for at the front, and of course the possibility of things like Battenberg flags. It's always better to be at the front of the field.
Well, yes, exactly that. And I mean, Leo Robinson here, he's going to wait for the opportunity that Kean Bennett won't expect it. And so far it's not going to be at the moment, because Kean Bennett is going to be really feeling the pressure here. He defends into turn one, opens up just so he can get the momentum round the corner. Leo Robinson just has to sit there and wait and bide his time. Oh, Bradley Peck going a bit wide there. That's in a battle with Luke Jarman. About two wide going into there, the two drivers. So hopefully they've come out. One driver going off, Patrick Leaf there. So problems there for the driver of the 22. So hopefully he gets back on circuit. But obviously not the best way to get through a chicane like that, especially the bus stop section, which is very tight and not always the easiest place to manoeuvre, especially when in a pack like this. The pack has stayed the same, and it's basically the whole field has just stayed in one pack. This is brilliant racing in TKM Extreme. Brilliant stuff to watch here. Charlie Whitehouse just sat there in 4th place. When he look at a move on Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman is sat right behind. As fastest up in the race has gone to Luke Woodward, who's making his way through. He's made up 10 places so far in the race, so brilliant stuff there. But the pack has really stayed together here. It's just led to being one train. Drivers waiting to make some moves, but Kean Bennett is really defending this one. He really wants his K-plate as bad as the others do.
Yeah, he's determined to hold on to the lead here as they make their way down towards Stowe corner once again. You see Robinson doing all he can to try and make the move. Oh, now he caught the back of the number 5 of Kean Bennett, pushed him wide there. Oh, number 43.
Oh, Charlie Whitehouse.
That's Charlie Whitehouse going over the wheels there of Kean Bennett. There was a bit of a pushback there when they all jostled for position. So Leo Robinson getting through past Bennett. Tangled wheels of the number 43, 145 out of your screen is also out of the race, Harry Higgs. So a bit of drama now as this race goes forward. Whether there'll be any repercussions from that, because Leo Robinson did appear just to tap the back of Kean Bennett. I don't think it was an intentional move, but here he comes out to the final corner, and Robinson just telling everyone just to try and work together here, just to try and charge round. So the unfortunate Charlie Whitehouse coming off worse, and he's right at the back of the field now pretty much, and still the race very close. 1.5 seconds covering the top 7 drivers. 6 seconds covering pretty much the entire pack, apart from Whitehouse and Fitch Hall, who've both been cut adrift from earlier incidents. So this race is still finely poised, and there you see the number 5, Kean Bennett, who's dropped down to 3rd place now, but still very much in contention for the victory. Luke Jarman, number 6, not too far behind. And now into the lead goes the number 36 of Leo Robinson.
Well, Spencer Lane is starting to defend here. Will he be done here by Kean Bennett? Yes, he is. They rub side to side pods, and he makes the move done. So brilliant move there by Kean Bennett. Gets the move done on Spencer Lane, and I'll watch out as well because Luke Jarman is coming in, and he's been having to fight his way through the pre-final and the heats. He had some problems and has had to work around it. Luke Woodward there on your screens, number 46. Just in front of him, that 26 there, Jake Cox. Both drivers having good races there. Luke Woodward up 11 places. So brilliant stuff there. Bradley Peck on the inside of Sean Abbott gets the move done. Jake Cox will have a go at him as well, but can't get the run out of the corner. Bradley Peck, will he have a look at defending? No, he doesn't. Jake Cox on the inside, can't get it done. Luke Woodward just sat closely behind Harrison Morrow. There he is as well at the back of the pack. He's going to have a try and make a move through on Luke Woodward if he can get his front nose cone alongside him. This pack is really shaken up now. It's sort of starting to split up here. We've got a bit of a gap between a driver in 5th and a driver in 6th.
They're just starting to break away now at the front of the field. I think more the top 4, it seems, are just starting to pull away. We'll have a look on the lap charts as they come back round, but you can see for yourself that there are 2 fields just starting to emerge here. The top 4 make their way over the line, 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Bennett leading from Robinson, who has a peek down the inside in 2nd place. Then we've got Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman. Bradley Peck just falling behind a little bit, a second off the leaders. Currently in 5th place, and it's Sean Abbott, Jake Cox, Luke Woodward, Harrison Morrow, all very close. Harvey Jones and Patrick Leaf just falling a little bit further behind now. And Leaf, of course, recovering from that incident earlier in the race when he got pushed wide off the chicane. So plenty of incident in this race as well, but still maintaining a very fast pace at the front here, as Kim Bennett looks to hold on to the lead. Any one of these 4 drivers could realistically win it, as down the inside goes Leo Robinson. Although he's going to lose out coming out of the corner. He's going to try and hold on to go down to the first corner. Very aggressive going on to the straight. And Robinson retakes the lead, although down the inside go 2 drivers now. Bennett down the inside, and also down the inside goes the number 11 of Spencer Lane. They're side by side through the willows. And Leo Robinson fights back into 2nd place. And that will really benefit Cian Bennett, the race leader. Number 5 going through the Dan Weldon corner. Just giving him a couple of tenths just to give him another lap in the lead. He looks over the shoulder. He's got a very small cushion at the front now, maybe a couple of tenths because of that fight for 2nd place, although you can't write off Leo Robinson, who drops to 2nd place, looking to get back into the lead once again. Here they come. Down towards Stowe Corner. We've got 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Anything could happen here. The fight on for 3rd place, though, is Bradley Peck getting involved in this one. He's up to 3rd place now. Bradley Peck, who was cut adrift from this pack momentarily, now back up with the leaders. He just saw him signalling there just to work together to try and close up on the lead too. But here we go, Charlie. It looks like Leo Robinson has regrouped after that trouble on the previous lap and has started to put the pressure back on Cian Bennett.
Well, Leo Robinson, who did quite a bold move on Cian Bennett the lap before into the final corner. Cian Bennett defends. So Cian Bennett, he's really feeling the pressure now. He's got quite a few drivers behind him. There's a pack of 5 here at the moment, but could extend to more. Leo Robinson has a look round the outside just to get the momentum as they come through the willow section. Consistency is key here, and Cian Bennett is trying to hold off the charging Robinson here at Kimbolton. Bradley Peck just sat behind. Is he going to have a look at a move? He's doing alright so far, getting a podium spot. But the top 5 here, all in the chance here of winning the K-Plate and the festival as well. Cian Bennett comes out the last corner. He is properly trying to get the...
see how aggressive he is on the inside once again, because he knows that Leo Robinson likes that inside line and can't find a way through. So Bennett at the moment's got the lines covered now, though of course that is a very defensive line into that first corner, so it's not going to allow him to pull away from the chasing pack. So at some of these corners he's sacrificing speed for being able to sort of defend track position, you would say. And you'll see behind him that's allowing the pack to shuffle once again as Bradley Peck retakes that 3rd place. And then there's a fight between Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman. So the top 5 very close indeed. They're covered by less than half a second last time round. As you see, number 82 Bradley Peck going a little bit wide on the final corner, trying to get the drive to go down towards Stowe once again. And you see Cian Bennett once again guarding that inside line very aggressively. We've got 10 seconds left on the clock, so next time they come round it will be the last lap flag. They go through the willows for the penultimate time, and Leo Robinson desperately trying to make something happen here, trying to make a move. He can't find a way past Cian Bennett, who has defended this race resolutely since taking the lead a couple of laps ago. Robinson just caught the back end slightly. That pushes him a little bit wide, and that pushes everyone a little bit further back actually, but he can't find a way to get through past Bennett. Here they come down to the final corner. A little bit of a nudge there, not intentional, but Robinson still keeping that pressure on Charlie as they make their way down towards Stowe for the final time.
Last lap of the race here in TKM Extremes. This is going to be exciting one. Look at the pack behind. Everyone's closed in. Anyone in the top 10 can now win this race. My word, Kian Bennett, you're going to have to defend this one. Down into the bus stop section, here he goes. There are screams outside of the commentary box. This is going to be one exciting lap. Leo Robinson right behind Kian Bennett. Will he look at a move?
6th place closing up as well, so it's going to be eight drivers.
Yeah, 8 drivers in this one. Going into the last corner. Kian Bennett on the inside. What will Leo Robinson do? Gives him the tap from behind. It's going to be side by side. Kian Bennett, Leo Robinson. Who will it be? Kian Bennett wins the K-Plate here at Kimbolton. Wins the Kimbolton Festival. The TKM Street Grand Final. It's Kian Bennett who takes the win there. Leo Robinson 1/10 behind. My word, that was very, very close indeed. Bradley Peck rounds out your top 3 there. It's Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman rounds out your top 5.
Well, I think that's the race of the day. The top 10 drivers covered by less than 1.5 seconds at the end there. So really drew them in on that final lap. You saw Kian Bennett defending the line so aggressive. There's your results, and you can see for yourself. Bennett from Robinson, Peck, Lane, Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott. But look at those times there. Patrick Leaf in 10th, 1.3 seconds down on the leader. It was as close as that. So plenty of action in the TKM Extreme. So as Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott, Luke Woodward, Jake Cox to fill you in. Of course, Harrison Morrow in 9th. But 1.3 seconds covering the top 10. We saw, of course, there how aggressively Bennett was guarding that position, which really drew everyone else in. And we're going to move on very shortly, of course, to the shifter karts, the KZ UK class, the fastest karts of the weekend, running the full Yumitsu straight. We've got 4 more races to go, including the race which will be starting imminently. I think they've just recovered 1 kart from the track that failed to finish, and we should have a clear track and be ready to go here for the KZ UK karts. Not that many in terms of numbers in this class, but there's always plenty of action. Although, of course, the driver to beat this weekend has been Isaac Smith. KZ UK then in association with Torque Raceway making their way out onto the circuit, the KZ UK karts. And there you see they missed the Derek's corner. Isaac Smith then from Ryan Green, Richard Palmer, Daniel Chabula, Bailey Rigglesford, Hannah Lang, Jason Baker and Jake Baker rounding out the field. Joe Charlton, who failed to finish the pre-final starts at the back of the field. And it would be a reason, you never know in racing, of course, but it would be a very reasonable bet that Isaac Smith will be looking to take the victory in this one. If he can run like he did in the heat races and the pre-final, then he should be on for victory in this final. But behind him, all manner of drivers who've had their moments. Of course, Ryan Green starting second. He was second in the pre-final, of course. Palmer, Chabula, Ricklesford. Hannah Lang only starting in 6th position. She lost a little bit of form in the later part of the race, so she dropped down to 6th, but she has been better than that over the weekend. She'll be looking for a better result as well. Jason and Jake Baker towards the back of the field, and Joe Charlton starting in last place. So this race still wide open. But as I say, Charlie, of course, you would say Isaac Smith would be the clear favourite for this race, the number 1, 2, 3, who just does a little bit of a practice start there going into Kimbolton Corner. You would say on paper that if Isaac Smith can do exactly the same that he did in the heat race and the pre-final, just get a good start and control the race, you would say that the victory's in the bag. But as you know, in racing, that's by no means a foregone conclusion.
Well, I'd have to agree on you with you on that one. Yeah, it's definitely his race to lose, but many of us to win. So we'll have to see what happens here. The final karts are lining up. Watch out for Joe Charlton, who's starting from the back of the grid. He's a quick one. Watch out for him. The marshal points to the lights. The 4 lights come on. And we're about to get racing on the way here for the final. Here's lights out and away we go into the final here. Let's see what happens into turn 1. Is Isaac Smith on the inside. Gets the kart stop. Richard Palmer to the inside. Joel Charlton makes it to 3rd place. My word, what a start it's been from the 51 driver. Well, 15, shall I say.
He's had trouble though. He's immediately, the kart's gone. Brilliant start, though, as well, for the number 17 of Richard Palmer. He absolutely timed that to perfection. He got the technique, really got the kart going nicely off the line, and he is up there with Isaac Smith, who in the previous races has been able to control the race from the very start, but this time's got an early challenger. She's having to work in these early stages. Terrible shame there for Joe Charlton. Like Charlie said, he had a fantastic start up to third place. The kart then promptly expired, and he is currently pushing the kart on the TKM streets. Let's hope the marshal's going to his aid as well. Let's hope they can get that cleared before the rest of the field come round. And I think they may have just about done it. There is a waved yellow flag here, which you should see when the karts go through, because the unfortunate Joe Charlton is still pushing his kart. There he is in the background. What a shame for him. But look at this. Isaac Smith, who has been the really in full, he's controlled these races so comfortably in the early heat races today and the pre-final. But Richard Palmer getting a fantastic start is living with Smith. So with Ryan Green in there as well. Green setting the fastest lap of the race. And as we were saying before the start of the race, nothing is a foregone conclusion in racing. So Smith, you would say, is the favourite for this victory. But I tell you what, in these early stages, Richard Palmer and Ryan Green are both taking the fight to him here. Karts are running nicely, and Richard Palmer's kart really sounding crisp on the line. He got away ever so nicely, and you still see Ryan Green charging in third, trying to get involved in this one. But compared to the heat races in the pre-final here, Charlie, this grand final is a little bit closer cut in the early stages.
Well, yeah, it's very interesting to see what will happen in the next few minutes. Isaac Smith not really getting away like he used to. And as I say that, the fastest lap has actually gone to Daniel Sabula. So watch out for Sabula. Although 1.5 seconds off the leader, he might be someone to watch out for closing in on Ryan Green. So there's a driver near the back of the field. That's Jake Baker. So maybe he's having some problems. Only about 7 seconds off the lead. Ryan Green to the inside of Richard Palmer. That's a brilliant move by the car of number 97. Gets it done down at turn 1. A very hard braking zone. Very easy to get wrong on the braking if you can't get it stopped in a straight line.
It almost seemed there, Charlie, like it almost seemed like Richard Palmer saw that one coming and almost let Ryan Green through there, I would say. He didn't want to hold him up too much and start fighting for position, lose pace, because they both want to try and keep with the leader. So he's going to try and tag in on the back here, I think, Richard Palmer. Here they come again, but Ryan Green just starting to make the move. Isaac Smith getting to work here, 35.87. But yeah, it seems like Richard Palmer in just playing the long game here, just looking to try and keep the pace going, to try and live with the leader as best they can. Yeah,
it's more like he wanted to let him through to maybe see if he can actually catch to Isaac Smith and use the slipstream effect to basically drag him along with him, but without putting, you know, the strain on the tyres, using the air to pull him along. So we'll have to see what happens in the next few minutes. Here's a battle on your screens with Hannah Lang. She sat in 6th place, just behind Bailey Riggersford. So these two drivers are having a brilliant battle. Riggersford, who's been having some really good starts in the heats and the pre-final. Not the best start in the final. He's quite far off the main pack. But same about Daniel Sabula. He's not catched up like I thought he would. Although having the pace, Isaac Smith actually set the fastest lap on that last one. 35.8. So yeah, a lot more quicker than the senior drivers who may be doing, you know, 39, 40-second lap times. Shows the actual speed of these karts. These karts in excess of 100 miles an hour. 6-speed gearbox, so they'll be ramming through up and down the gears. So these karts are definitely designed to, you know, fight against the bravery of these drivers. You know, these are some of the fastest karts you'll ever race. You'll ever see race in your life. These karts really getting put to the test, and some actual quite hot conditions. It's been quite hot today, although being, you know, pretty cloudy. You know, the temperature has been quite high. So these drivers are having to manage the kart more than themselves.
And just looking at the timing once again, Isaac Smith is a little bit quicker on the final part of the lap, but he's not really breaking away, as you can see for yourself, of course, like he did in the pre-final and the heat race earlier on today. He's just that marginally quicker than Ryan Green, but not quite. It's not runaway pace like he was earlier on. Ryan Green still keeping the race leader on as the fight on for third place now between Richard Palmer And the very impressive Daniel Chabula, who's been consistent all through the race, now starting to close up with the podium drivers. Top 3, of course, getting the prizes from Vroom Lubricants as well. Some good prizes on offer to get onto that podium as well. But Isaac Smith has just set the fastest lap of the race as we head towards the second part of the race. And Smith with a 35.66, so he has just started to pick up the pace a bit here. Look out for Ryan Green, though. Can he live with him in second place? The gap was 1.3 seconds. These two here starting to get involved in their own fight for third place. So Ryan Green is starting to pull away in second place. Isaac Smith smashes out another great lap there, 35.71. But he can't pull away from Ryan Green. The gap remains around 1.3 seconds. And Green, 97 in second place. Remember, he had that engine trouble at the start of the final heat race earlier on. But the day coming towards him a little bit more now as we see the battle now between Hannah Lang, who's recovered now. She's picking up the pace and starting to put Bailey Rigglesford under a bit of pressure. We've got Jason Baker a little bit further back, the number 38. And both Jake Baker and Joe Charlton appear to be out of the race. Smith over the line as we look at Lang just trying to make that move. There's a fight there for third between Palmer and Chabula. Hannah Lang having looked down the inside of Bailey Rigglesford but can't find a way through. Isaac Smith, incidentally, has set another fastest lap of the race, 35.63, and has just pulled a few tenths of a second away from Ryan Green in second position. So as we head towards the final part of the race now, less than 5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining, and Isaac Smith just starting to find a bit of pace as the race goes on here.
4.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So far, the KZ drivers are really pushing these karts to the limits. The tyres will be at their worst at the moment. Another fastest lap for Isaac Smith at 35.51. Over a second gap from the drivers behind. So he's definitely extending that gap. And maybe sealing the deal here for the win in the final. We'll have to wait and see. You can't always trust motorsport. We were talking about Joe Charlton earlier. The amount of pace he's had hasn't been able to show it. So that really shows the dark side of motorsport, where luck never goes your way, but you never know what can happen here. Isaac Smith still holding his lead. Ryan Green in second place. Daniel Chabula has made his way into third. But it's kind of everyone has made gaps from each other. Not really any battling going on. It's very hard to battle anyway, KZ Karting. But we'll have to see what happens in the next few minutes, see if any battles caress.
Another fastest lap of the race for Isaac Smith. The gap goes down to 35.43. So as the race goes on, he's really settled into a rhythm in towards the second part of the race. He wasn't too far ahead of the chasing pack earlier on. He just seems to have turned it up another notch here and extends the gap to 2.4 seconds from Ryan Green, who is not giving up in second place by any stretch here, I would say. He's still lapping quite considerably well at 35.96. Daniel Chabula in third, 35.78 for Daniel Chabula. And Richard Palmer, who is now about 4.5 seconds down on the race leader. Rigglesford and Lang still fighting away further down the field with Jason Baker, the final race winner left in this race. 2 minutes 45 plus 1 lap remaining. And at the moment, Isaac Smith continuing to pull away, although not by quite as much. He just seems to have settled into that mid 35 second timing region and looking very strong as we look at the number 12, Daniel Chabula, who has had a good steady race so far. Still sitting there in third place. It looks like he's pulled away slightly from Richard Palmer as we look at the number 91 of Hannah Lang, who is starting to close up on Bailey Rigglesford in that fight for fifth position. Daniel Chabula still there in third, but can't quite keep up with Ryan Green. And Isaac Smith, with 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, is just starting to settle into a rhythm here. Didn't quite get the pace he wanted at the start of the race compared to the pre-final earlier on, where he really ran away with things. We saw Richard Palmer, of course, having a really fast start in this race. He's dropped to fourth place now, but Ryan Green, he's certainly not giving this one up. And, well, it's always the case, Charlie. You've got to keep going, really, because anything could happen to the leader. So Ryan Green just charging as best he can and hoping something can happen to make the race come his way.
Exactly that. Luck can either be on your side or off your side. So It's always interesting to see what will happen, and you know, we can only predict. We can never actually predict the future, but what we will be predicting is there'll be a good battle coming on here between Hannah Lang and Bailey Rigglesford. So they'll be battling all through this race. So it's definitely been a good final for them. Drivers in 5th and 6th place. So here is a move on Hannah Lang. She's been lining one up for a couple laps and goes down the inside. Rigglesford on the cutback. My word, used all of the track he could find to get on the inside and make the move. So a pretty good move there. Hannah Lang has been lining that one up for a couple laps. Tries to get down the inside and couldn't keep it. So some brilliant battling going on further down the field. I mean, all the other drivers have kind of set apart from each other. No real battling going on just as yet. It's all about battling the mind, you know, trying to keep focused and trying to do the same lap every lap. Obviously, consistency, as we spoke about in every race so far today, has been the key. Isaac Smith on your screens there, 1, 2, 3. Maybe he wants to change that for a K plate.
Yeah, he's looking good so far. We've got 9 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be tight here. I think it'll be the last lap. He's coming out to the final corner now, so no, they have put the last lap board out for him, right on cue. So one more lap to go in this KZ UK final, and it's all been about this driver here, number 1, 2, 3, Isaac Smith, making his way down the Imitsu straight for the final time. He's now 3.2 seconds ahead of Ryan Green in 2nd position, and down the TKM straight for the final time he goes, through to Kimbolton corner, and Isaac Smith making it look nice and easy. Checkered flag goes out, and it's a great win for him. Isaac Smith, your race winner. It's going to be the hard-charging Ryan Green in 2nd place, Daniel Tabula 3rd, Richard Palmer 4th, and in the fight for 5th position, Bailey Rigglesford from Hannah Lang, Jason Baker just a little bit further behind. That's the driver in the inset right now.
So brilliant race there by the KZ drivers. Isaac Smith taking the win there. Number 1, 2, 3. We'll be changing that for the K plate later on today. So these drivers really having to fight against the circuit and the conditions, because the track's been getting really hot in this race. There's Joel Charlton's mechanic going to pick him up. An unfortunate race there for him. Here is the results then. So Isaac Smith takes the win from Ryan Green, Daniel Sabula, Richard Palmer, Bailey Rigglesford, Hannah Lang, Jason Baker, Jake Baker and Joel Charlton, who sadly DNF'd from that race. Isaac Smith pulling a 3.5 second gap, so pretty good there. There are the Senior 30 drivers and the Rotax 177 drivers just a bit further back on that grid, and they'll be getting ready to go racing soon enough. So on your front row there, Tristan Powell, visor down, ready to rumble here at Kimbolton. Aaron Lask, shall we say, they're in 2nd place. He's been there or thereabouts all through this weekend. He won the first heat on Saturday, and he's just been biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to come. Hopefully an opportunity is set for him to, in this race, to go for a win. That's number 15 there, Joel Charlton, the driver who had that problem on the first lap, although a good start. Unfortunately, didn't go his way.
Out onto the track go the X30 seniors and, of course, the R177s. This is how they line up. Tristan Powell from Aaron Lask, Reese Newburn, Morgan Hill, Katie Ashman, Christopher Bingham on row 3, Charlie King and Josh Jones. Row number 5, Harry Cottrell from Jack Down, Aidan Rudge, George Mayle, Thomas Bohr and Matthew Morgan, Peter Jurovic and Jake Bell on row number 8. 177's made up of Joshua Gollin from Alex Jones, Joss Bass, Alfie Bray, Gordon Chenery, Stavros Athanasopoulos, hunting a bit further back as well, James Butcher and Simon Pugh rounding up the 177 field, who will start just a little bit further behind. But in the meantime, Charlie, the X30 seniors lining up on Kimbolton corner.
We've already crowned a few K-Plate winners so far. Tristan Powell really slowing them down here coming around the final corner. So the revs will soon arise and we'll get racing here Everyone puts the throttle down. We're all racing here. It is Cena X30. It's lights down. Away we go. Oh, Tristan Powell on the concrete. Aaron Lask has managed to make his way in front of him. Oh, he goes in deep. Oh, no. So a big understeer moment there for Aaron Lask. And he's dropped his way into 5th. Morgan Hill has made his way to the lead. That's the 177s on your screens.
Going away. So it was a great start there for Joshua Gollin, who's been on top form today. Had a wonderful start down the inside and holds on from his same man again, Josh Bass, who is right on his tail, much like we had earlier on. So it's much like you were with the 177s as they get underway. And there he is, Gollin trying to break away as the rest of the X30s make their way around the end of the first lap. Very dramatic first corner there as they all fought for position. So over the line go the X30s. There's your 177s on the left-hand side of the screen. We move back to our new leader, of course, which is Morgan Hill from Christopher Bingham. Had a great start to the race. Christian Powell as the 177s go through, still with Joshua Gollin leading from Josh Bass, Gordon Chenery, Alex Jones and Elliot Kennedy. Alfie Bray having a bad start there, but Joshua Gollin with a great start to the race, 43.27, fastest lap on that opening encounter.
So Morgan Hill, who hasn't even led any races this weekend, has come to the final and has taken the lead of the race. So when it counts, he's been there. So, very, very understeering into the last corner, but he manages to make it work for himself. Maybe he likes that sort of driving style, having to push against the cart. 177's racing here. So on your screens there, Gollin, Bass and Chenery, the top 3 in the 177s, really going at it. But here is the race. We've been watching the Cena X30s at Morgan Hill, who's leading the way. Back on your small screens there, Joshua Gollin holding his way, and Morgan Hill getting the head down. He hasn't been in this position all weekend, as we just said, so new territory for him.
Yeah, Morgan Hill with Christopher Bingham charging in second place. Hill now has got this opportunity. He got himself into the front with that trouble on the first corner. Now he's had that opportunity. He's just trying to break away, although Aaron Lask fighting back hard in 5th position with the fastest lap of the race. Reece Newburn up there, Charlie King, Katie Ashman 7. Josh Jones and Matthew Morgan just a little bit further behind us there. We see the fight for the 177s. And Josh Bass having a look at Joshua Gollin, but Gollin, who's been very impressive today, holds on to the lead. Morgan Hill still your race leader, although the pack are starting to bunch up a bit here at the front. Who will get on the podium and get the Vroom Lubricants goodies after the race? There's your 177s a bit further back. Still with Joshua Gollin leading the way. Here come the leaders for the X30 down towards the corner. And you see Morgan Hill very defensive there as Christopher Bingham starts to put the pressure on in second position. Christian Powell and Reece Newburn starting to get involved in this fight for the lead as well. We've got the number 93 right in there as well of Aaron Lask. There you see on the right hand side of your screen Joshua Gollin doing a great job here of holding on to the lead. He's coming under all sorts of pressure from Josh Bass and Gordon Chenery in second and third. Back to the front here with the X30s, and still Morgan Hill getting his elbows out here and trying to hold on to the lead.
So 2 race battles, 2 lead battles, shall we say. Morgan Hill versus Tristan Powell, Joshua Gollin versus Josh Bass. Brilliant camera scenes here from TNL Sports. You can watch both races live at your request. Morgan Hill defending from Tristan Powell. He actually doesn't defend into the bus stop, just holds his line, going to the 177s now. Gollin is getting pressured here by Josh Bass on the X30 race here. Tristan Powell is right behind Morgan Hill now. He's closed in on the last lap, and Reece Newburn has made his way into 3rd place as well. So brilliant driving there. Actually going to go side by side down the start finish rate. Couldn't get the run, or does he actually? He does get the run. So pushing onto the concrete, Reece Newburn on the inside, and Bingham follows through. I think Lask might get through as well. Yes, he does. So the problem there with turn 1 is that once one driver goes through, it opens that opportunity for multiple other drivers to go through. Josh Bass is really all over the back of Gollin. He tried to have a look into turn 1, but it was on the outside, couldn't move. That's some stipulation there from Reece Newburn saying we've got to go and pull a gap here. So will Morgan Hill listen? Well, he wants to pull a gap for himself. Whether he'll pull Newburn with him is another question. But so far, these two races have been brilliant.
I think Morgan Hill is going full defensive here with 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, keeping that kart as wide as possible. At the front, we've got 5 drivers fighting for the lead now. This is all going to get very dicey. And of course, for Morgan Hill, if he can just hold on to that lead and encourage the drivers behind him to start fighting for position, that could allow him to pull away. I think really he's well within his rights here to hold on to the lead, make that kart as wide as possible. You can see again Rhys Newburn gesticulating just to try and get him to drive down the road, try and pull away from the rest of the pack, but I'm not too sure that Morgan Hill's going to listen here. He's just going to make that kart as wide as possible.
177 move. Josh Bash went down the inside of Joshua Gollin. Oh, that's Bass let him through.
Yeah, that's Bass having a look on the inside. He's gone there. Gollin's gone back again into the lead of the 177s on the right-hand side of your screen. So 2 very close races here. We've got the X30s at the front, the R177s a little further behind, and they're both squabbling for position here. Although Gollin's fought back. There we see Morgan Hill on the top left of the screen, making that kart as wide as possible. Again, he's got it getting to the apexes nice and early. Again, you can see Newburn gesticulating there to him, just trying to get him to look ahead, but Morgan Hill really fighting to hold on to that lead. And of course, if the chasing pack start to fight, that could allow him to pull away as well. Plus, of course, the possibility of a Battenberg flag, which is the equivalent to like a full course yellow, with the race being neutralised if anything goes wrong here, which means that really I think Morgan Hill's going to look and try and hold on to this one. There is an investigation flag a bit further down the field for Matthew Hunting under investigation, but that won't affect the leaders too much, as we see Josh Bass having a look on the outside, but Gollin holds the inside. Just about as they go through the willows. Some great battlers in that 177 race as well.
Yeah, the 177's putting up a good fight there. But here is the X30 fight on your screen. So it's Morgan Hill who's still held on from Bingham and Newburn. On your 177 screens, it's still Gollin who's holding his lead, but Alex Jones has managed to close in the last couple laps. So the two drivers have been battling each other all through the weekend, have really been putting up a fight here. Gordon Chenery just coming through your screens there. He's been just trying to close in to the top 3 here. Josh Bass had a look into turn 2. That was a bit of a risky move there. Good not to send it down the inside. Christopher Bingham really sliding on that rear. So Morgan Hill is going to try and use that to his advantage, try and pull a bit of a gap. But it's the top 5 here in the X30s really going at each other here.
Oh, there's a moment there. That's Chris Bingham out of contention. He went for the move and it didn't come off for him. And in amongst all that, of course, that means that Morgan Hill's been pushed out as well. And up to the lead, I think that may well be Rhys Newburn that's gone through into the lead. Although right now, Christian Powell goes through. So 3 lead changes in about 3 corners. And the unfortunate Morgan Hill pushed wide, and he drops to 4th place through no real fault of his own. But of course, Bingham coming off worse there. He spun off the track as well. So both drivers all getting a bit tasty at the front of the X30. Still with the 177s. You see the blue overalls of Joshua Gollin, number 10, your race leader, from the 164 of Josh Bass. And this...
Is that Josh Jones, the 84?
Jones, he's getting up there, yeah. And
so
Josh Jones up to 2nd now.
So the driver of the 84, Josh Jones, who hasn't really been in the fight at all this weekend, is now in 3rd place. My word, what a race it's been for Joshua Jones.
And back to 2nd now has gone Morgan Hill, who's recovered after that incident on the previous lap.
No, that's the 177s, Josh Bash and Gollin. Josh Bash had to take to grass.
Yeah, Gollin holds on.
Went airborne, so call up American Airlines, because they'll be taking your flight shortly. Tristan Powell, though, in the CNX30 grid, manages to hold on to the lead here. What an exciting couple laps it's just been in both classes, the 177s and the senior X30.
There's a couple of drivers getting involved in this one as well, actually. Like you say, Josh Jones getting in the mix as well. Aaron Lask up to 3rd place. Katie Ashman into the top 5 as well. So there's so many changes at the front. As you see, Gollin still leading the way. And as a result of that incident with Josh Bass, Alex Jones has now moved into 2nd place. So 177's on the bottom right of your screen just momentarily there, still wide open, as is this X30 race. Too much action going on here, so close to call. And there goes the number 29 then, Morgan Hill. Just trying to get close enough to go for a pass. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this very close race. And in both races on the left and right hand side of your screens, they are both still wide open here. As we look at Josh Gollin on the right hand side of your screen, he's coming under some new pressure now from the number 78 of Alex Jones, who's really putting the pressure on, but Gollin at the moment has gone enough to hold on to the lead. Christian Powell holding on to the X30 lead as they make their way down towards the final couple of corners. Action all the way through the field. And there we see Gollin, your 177 race leader, back to the X30s on the right-hand side of the screen. And, down the inside there, neat little move from the number 93 of Aaron Lask to move through into second place. This is allowing Christian Powell to pull away slightly at the front. Here we go back to our 177s. And Joshua Gollin, who has been under pressure all day, really, but has controlled the racing from the front. And back to the very front of the field here, it's the X30s, 1 minute 4 on the clock. Driver under investigation, the number 67 of Reese Newburn, under investigation from the stewards. So that battle getting quite close there. And Christian Powell holding on to the lead, 50 seconds on the clock here, Charlie, so it's coming down towards the final stages.
Tristan Powell and Joshua Gollin both leading their respective categories, but it's all to play for. So some in the X30 category, some drivers having some troubles there. We saw Josh Jones there in the last couple of laps, really being up there, now losing that place. Here's a battle going on in the 177s between Alex Jones and Josh Bash. Josh Bash having a look on Alex Jones, but this is all working in Gollin's favour. Back to the X30s. Tristan Powell still leading the way, but I'd watch out for Aaron Lask as he's been making moves in the last lap. He's now made it round the outside of him on the start-finish straight. My word, he definitely got the power from that Veloce racing engine coming down the start-finish straight. My word, what a move that was to take the lead of the race, go round the outside on the start-finish straight before the braking zone. My word, a brilliant job there from the number 93 of Aaron Lask. And I'd watch out for Morgan Hill as well. Moves in the 177 as well. Alex Jones and Josh Bash have really been at it here. So it's really all to play for here in the 177s and the senior X30s. The last lap board is showed.
1 lap to go for the X30s. They are catching up on some of the tail enders to the 177, so I think they should be okay, but that could be a factor as well. There we see Gollin holding on to the lead from the 177s, a little bit further behind there. So still both races wide open, but I think Aaron Lask with that brilliant move last time round, he parked the kart on the apex to prevent the switchback, and that might be enough to give him the lead as the 177 leaders go over the line. Still Joshua Gollin as the X30 leaders come down the TKM straight for the final time, and it looks like Aaron Lask has done enough here as he makes his way around the final corner. Aaron Lask, race leader, Christian Powell still charging, so in this dramatic race, so many lead changes, but in the end it's Aaron Lask that takes the win. Powell second, Hill third, Chris King in fourth, Katie Ashman rounds out the top five, 1.5 seconds covering the top five. Newburn, Cottrell, Jurovic, Morgan and Josh Jones rounding out the top 10. And in the meantime,
that was Josh Bash that pushed
second.
Alex Jones wide. Around the final corner comes Joshua Gollin. He's going to win the 177 category and wins the K-Play here at the Kimbolton Festival. Slides down into Parc Ferme. Will do it in style, they say. He's done that one in style. So Aaron Lask wins there in Senior X30. Wins the K-Play in that. And obviously wins the Kimbolton Festival. He was going to replace
those tyres anyway, I think.
Oh, yeah. So might as well scrub them off and from away to the tip. So brilliant stuff there by both Joshua Gollin and Aaron Lask. Both winning their respective categories. I mean, what a race that was. I mean, there were so many overtakes. Anyone could have won that, really.
Yeah, that was a very closely fought race in both race categories, but in the end, it was Aaron Lask that won from Tristan Powell. Morgan Hill, Charlie King, Katie Ashman, and Reese Newburn, 1.5 seconds covering the top five. And a very close action. Cottrell, Jurovic a bit further down. And, of course, it was Gollin that took the win in the R177s from Josh Bass, Alex Jones, Elliot Kennedy, and Stavros Athanasopoulos rounding out the top 5. So 2 more races to go. We've got the Senior Rotax coming up in just a few moments. TNL, of course, have bought in a new race system. It's the Race IQ. And Race IQ is all of the live race data you need to be a winner direct to your phone. With no need for GPS trackers or extra kit, Race IQ is the simple way to view valuable real-time race data after the lights go green. Know where you stand by tracking your position, lap times, gap data between drivers in front and behind you, plus a lap counter and best lap info. Everything you need to know to develop your Race IQ. Sign up now by raceiq.co.uk. That's the new tracking system bought in, being developed by TNL Sports to help both drivers and riders, of course, whether you're on 2 or 4 wheels. All the details on raceiq.co.uk. Drift Limits presents the London Motor Circuit, bringing us the Senior Rotax final. So we've got 12 minutes plus 1 lap for both the Senior Rotax and our final race very shortly, which is the TKM O Plate. I think we are just waiting for one of the DNFs to be brought from the track. That's on the approach down towards the Kestrel corner. We did actually sort of notice the Kestrel before there at the start of the race, swooping above the track. It was going off towards the vegetation just behind there. And there we go. So the track is now clear. We should be underway very shortly with the Senior Rotax at this Kimbolton circuit. Established, of course, in 1959, all the way back pretty much to the origins of karting. As we were saying earlier, Kimbolton here, this stands on the site of a former US Air Force bomber squadron base in World War II. This is one of the dissipation areas on the side of the main runways where the karting track is nowadays. So we move on to the Senior Rotax. Charlie Webb from Deacon Russell, Jack Collins, Luke Bate, Alex Adams-Acton, Ewan Richards, Tom Pryor and George Donald on row number 4. Ryan Ward, Lucas Ellingham, Louis Weaver, Ben Southgate, Luca Osmond-Price, James Tester, Miles Roby, Scott Goldsby on row number 8, and Alex McGee from Stefan Kazmarczyk, Tommy Edmonds, Edgel Naguar, Sam Cornwell, Danny Larcher, Lucas Theo and Cassius Death on row number 12, Archie Walker, James Henson, Elliot Pugh, Isaac Reynolds, Andrew King, Zav Chapman-Lewis, Ennis Alaju and Luca Mann on row number 16, with Michael Morgan running up the field, and some drivers starting a little bit further down there, Charlie. Could be quite an exciting final.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the pre-final has definitely mixed up the results. Drivers like Archie Walker to watch out for. He's going to be starting very much down the field. There is the grandstand where the mechanics will be watching for. Obviously, timing their drivers, using the Race IQ website will be brilliant for them. Round the final corner, here we go. And it's going to be race start here at Kimbolton for turn 1. It's Charlie Webb on the inside. And Deacon Russell tries to go around the outside. Actually gets it done, so he's into second place. Jack Collins has hold on to third. So brilliant start there for the Senior Rotaxes. Some drivers to watch out for. It looks like green and white throughout the field. That's all the Jack's Motorsport drivers who are near the front of the field there. Watch out for Luke Bate, Alex Adams-Acton and Ewan Richards. All 3 of them have been on par to win here this weekend.
So it's a fast, furious start to the Senior Rotax for everyone getting through the first lap safely as they charge through over the line. It's number 24 then that leads the way. Charlie Webb, Deacon Russell, Jack Collins in third, Luca Bate. And already the drivers just starting to claw each other at the front now as Jack Collins has a look there, and the number 12, Luke Bate, Alex Adams-Acton not too far behind. It's a very fast-paced start to the race. Everyone just charging away from the drop of the flag as they make their way through. Lucas Ellingham up to 7th place. Look out for the number 99 as the race goes on. George Donald, Tom Pryor and Ben Southgate rounding out the top 10 from Ryan Ward and Lewis Weaver. Luca Osmond-Price a bit further behind from James Tester, who had some issues earlier on but running well in the midfield so far. And Louis Weaver actually fighting with Ryan Ward just outside of the top 10. Meanwhile, Charlie Webb over the line once again. George Donald charging in 8th place, fastest lap of the race with the number 16. There's the number 29 of Ewan Richards in a close fight there with the number 18 of Alex Adams-Acton as they make their way down the Umitsu Straight, heading towards Derek's Corner once again. Still just over 10 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this Senior Rotax final. The race still wide open here. Charlie Webb getting a good start to the race and just trying to get away and attempt to try and control the race from the front here.
Yeah, Charlie Webb putting the power down when he needed to. And Deacon Russell just sat there in second place. He's just going to stick behind. And by this time, I think Lucas Enningham's going to look for a move on the inside of George Donald. Won't do it into turn 1, but he's sticking right behind. So maybe he's going to push the driver in front, maybe push him forward, or he'll have him look at a move. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we've still got about 9.5 minutes left. So drivers will be biding their time. You know, this is a long race. And although it'll feel long for us, it'll feel even longer for them. So they really need to, calm themselves and keep looking at what can happen in the future. Jack Collins braking just a tad bit later than Deacon Russell. So whether that will help him coming down the start-finish straight, we'll have to wait and see. No, nothing really gained from Jack Collins. He'll be wanting to try and see if Deacon makes a mistake and trying to capitalise on that. Luke Baker's made his way into 4th. He's going to try and close down the top 3, bringing along some other drivers such as Alex Adams-Acton, Ewan Richards, George Donald, Lucas Enningham, Thomas Pryor and Ben Southgate. You're rounding out your top 10. The drivers nearly 7, mostly separating each other here. About 2.5 seconds covers the top 10. Although some move through the field, Michael Morgan has made 12 places on those on the first 2 laps. So he's been making some moves through the field, but not much overtaking going on just yet. It's more of a waiting game. You've got to bide your time.
It's very early stages here. 1.5 seconds covering the top 6 drivers in these early stages. Charlie Webb controlling the race from the front. Deacon Russell still there in 2nd. Jack Collins in 3rd. No one in too much of a rush here to go for a move because there's still a long way to go in this race, and perhaps they're just letting the race pad out here. Charlie Webb, of course, from his part will be determined to try and hold on to that lead and make the advantage count, but the race still finely poised. They're running very close. 2 seconds covering the top 8 drivers. The rest of the field charging through there. Kosmarczyk, Cornwell, Michael Morgan, Adriel Maguire, Tommy Edmonds, Lucas Theo down towards the edge of the top 20, all charging over the line. They're having their own midfield battle further down, of course. There's action all the way through the field. That battle on the edge of the top 20 still running very closely. We just saw on the inset. But back at the front here, it is still Charlie Webb. 7.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this senior Rotax final. There's the top 20 battle. Those guys just on the edge of the top 20. You can see for yourself just how close things are further back there. That was Luke and Mann down in 31st position, and even at the back of the field they're still fighting for position. They're good clean start, of course. They're all running very well, so it should mean that back markers are unlikely to be a problem here. But now we focus on this battle at the front, and still we got Charlie Webb leading the way. But looking at this, Charlie, I think Deacon Russell is just starting to work a strategy out here and just start asking questions of the race leader.
Well, Deacon Russell has found some sort of pace in those last laps, and he's closed a bit of a gap here. So will he have a look at number 24, Charlie Webb? We'll have to wait and see. As I was saying earlier, this is a long race. You've got to bide your time. So looking down the grid, Archie Walker's made some moves. He's made up 9 places into 16th. So he's trying to work his way through. We obviously knew Archie Walker would be quick in this race. He was definitely quick in the 3rd heat until he had troubles in the pre-final, pushing him down near the back of the grid. So it's all to play for here. But yeah, some brilliant moves by Michael Morgan, who's now in 19th place, made up 14 places.
Oh, there's a
no
Kart.
problem. That's Archie Walker.
There's a Kart further back in trouble, so we went just out of shot there. The Archie Walker is in trouble, out of contention. More mechanical trouble. The Kart is stationary on the track at the moment on the TKM straight. It has got it going again, so luckily we have got a clear track. The race goes on. You can see everyone else in the midfield fighting away as we look towards the top of the circuit now, the Dan Weldon corner. And we wait for our leaders to come through. Here they are, and it's still Charlie Webb leading. Deacon Russell 2nd, Luke Bate, Alex Adams-Acton, Jack Collins, Ewan Richards, George Donald, only separated by 2 seconds. They charge down here. We see the rest of the field charging through, and this cutaway shot here really gives you an idea of just how close the entire race is. Even further down, outside of the top 20, the likes of Adriel Maguire, Tommy Evans, Lucas Theo, Cassius there, Daniel Archer, Alex McGee. They're all fighting for the positions further down the field. There they go, out of Kimbolton corner. And the action at the back of the field is just as close and frantic as the action at the front here, which is just starting to turn up a notch here. Archie Walker still on the track, but mechanical trouble for him, and I don't know if he's going to continue in the race. Yes, he is. He's still on the track. But at the front, it's still Charlie Webb that leads the way. And doing enough just to hold on to the lead here. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. There's that midfield scrap making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And they're still fighting away as Cassius Diaz, Castillo and Daniel Archer as the move on for second now. And it's Luke Bate now into second place. So the time ticking down here, Charlie. And they're just starting to move for position here. Luke Bate, of course, signalling messages to his teammates, of course, to work together and try and catch up with Charlie Webb as we go towards the final stages.
Well, Deacon Russell got baited by Bate, and he's made his way into second place. Brilliant stuff there by the 95 driver. Now, has he got the pace to catch to Charlie Webb? He's only got 3.5 minutes to do so, plus that additional lap. So round about five laps at the most. George Donald's out defending into turn 1. Jack Collins, you're going to have a look at a move. Can't get it done. Turn 1, a real good overtaking opportunity. As that's shown in the recent races. This race is really heating up. The drivers did kind of spread apart at the start, but slowly enough, they're slowly closing in on each other. Some brilliant moves through the field. Some drivers to watch out for. Michael Morgan, talking about him earlier, up 17 places now, so into P16 he goes, and he's now chasing down the driver of Scott Goldsby, the number 14, who's come out of retirement. He was not racing for quite a while, doing more on the mechanic inside. Thought he'd jump out for the weekend, have a bit of fun, and he's doing good for the amount of track time he's had. Track time's always important for these drivers. You'll probably see the drivers near the front of the grid try to really maximise the amount of time they get out on circuit, trying to always improve the car and the driver themselves. You know, the driver can always be better. You can never really say you put a perfect lap together. There's always little attempts there and then.
Yeah, I'd say that the perfect lap is always elusive. As you see there, Charlie Webb just going for the air intake as he makes his way through, just adjusting the car to a little bit as best he can, just to try and get a bit more of that cool air into the system. He's coming under some real pressure now from Luke Bate. Deacon Russell is still charging in third as Bate just starts to turn the screw. The rest of the top 10 making their way through. Jack Collins, Ewan Richards, all very close. Leaders are making their way through the Dan Weldon corner and running very close. We're going to look down towards the Kestrel corner any moment now. And the fight really on for leaders. There is the number 95, Luke Bate in second place. Deacon Russell right on his tail in third. They go over the line once again. We've got 1 minute 44 plus the 1 lap remaining. Top 10 very close. There's top car 11th as the midfield runners making their way over the line. Still very close to at the top 10. There's the 27 of James Tester right in there. Deacon Russell, meanwhile, has gone through to second. Here we go, back to the leaders. And Deacon Russell is through to second place, which has allowed Charlie Webb, who's led pretty much the entire race, of course, just to pull away. Luke Bate then dropping to third. Deacon Russell back into second place. Alex Adams-Acton and George Donald not too far behind. 1:12 on the clock, so the laps are ticking down here. A couple more laps to go. It's going to be 1:07, so they might just squeeze through and get another lap in.
George Donald on the inside of Alex Adams-Acton. Charlie Webb on that last lap really defended going into the last corner and the first corner, really backing up the drivers into each other, and it's definitely worked because these drivers now are really fighting each other, but the top three are still together. You know, Deacon Russell and Luke Bate are going to try and work together here. You know, it's always nice getting a third or a second, but everyone wants that first win, and it's all ever important in this race because, well, you get a K plate at the end of it if you win it. So these drivers, especially Charlie Webb, is going to have to really focus now, get these laps right. He's got about 2 laps left.
Yeah, we're coming up to 20 seconds on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Time ticking down for Charlie Webb, number 24, your race leader, as he makes his way through the willows for the penultimate time. Still being pursued hard here by Deacon Russell and Luke Bate, second and third. Looks like They're still trading positions, second and third place. It looks like Russell is now back into second place as Bate momentarily got through to that second position. They are starting to pull away slightly now from the rest of the chasing pack. Alex Adams-Acton dropping behind a little bit now in fourth. There we see that battle on the edge of the top 20. They're still fighting away. Ben Southgate, Michael Morgan, Stefan Kazmarczyk and Edgel Nagual all a bit further down. Meanwhile, over the line they go for the final time. Still Charlie Webb leading the way. Oh, and down the inside again goes Deacon Russell to retake that second place. And that fight for second, they push each other back a bit now. And I think, Charlie, that could give Webb the advantage on the final half lap.
Yeah, Charlie Webb has been given the deal here because of Deacon Russell now defending that second spot from Luke Bate. He's realised he can't have the win here anymore because Charlie Webb has just managed this race perfectly. And round the final corner, he's going to brake hard into the last corner, get it turned, round the final corner, he nods his head, he's going to win in Senior Road Tax. Charlie Webb wins the K-Plate and the Kimbolton Festival here in Senior Road Tax. My word, what a brilliant job he's done there. Really consistent. Managed to bunch the other carts up to each other, so they started battling. But a brilliant race that was. Luke Bate got into second there on that last lap. Deacon Russell rounding out the top three. Alex Adams-Acton got to fourth. George Donald rounding out the top five. It was Jack Collins, Ewan Richards, Lucas Enningham, James Tester and Louis Weaver who rounded out the top 10. So some brilliant racing through the field.
We go then. So Charlie Webb winning, Luke Bates, Deacon Russell, Alex Adams-Acton, George Donald chasing him home for Jack Scarter here in the top five. They had a bit of formation driving. Jack Collins, Ewan Richards, Lucas Ellingham, James Tester a little further down then, as we said, of course, Louis Weaver, Tom Pryor, and a very close action there, 1.5 seconds covering the top five drivers. There you see in the midfield how close things were in that midfield fight as well. So action all the way through the field in that penultimate race of the day. We have just one more race coming up next for you, of course. It's the TKM O-Plate, which will be underway in just a few moments' time, getting underway to round things off for this fifth round of the championship here at Kimbolton as the racing gets underway in just a few moments. TKM O-Plate in association with Clarkson Motorsport to round out the day's action here in Kimbolton, and of course for the weekend here at the Kimbolton Festival. Always one of the highlights of the Hunts Kart Racing Club calendar. And there's been some great racing for some of the famous prizes at the front. So the drivers now in position, and we should be underway very shortly for our final race of the day. Don't forget, of course, plenty of action coming up here on TNL Sports over the next few weeks. We're going to move on, of course. In a couple of weeks' time, we're going to go back onto two wheels for the British Supermoto Championships in association with Trips UK. That is at Crail Raceway on the 23rd of June. Road to MotoGP with the British mini bikes at Pembrey in South Wales with me on June the 30th. And we're going to move on back here to Kimbolton for the next round of the series, 14th of July for round number 6, right here. Give TNL Sports a subscription to check out all the action. Thanks for watching the action here today, and of course for those watching on the UK Karting channel as well. We're going to move on then very shortly, Charlie, to the TKM O-Plate. It's Charlie Webb from Luke Bate. That's the previous one. So we'll move on to the let the timing catch up in a few moments, of course, for the TKM O-Plate. And look for the drivers to watch out for in the O-Plate. So, of course, Kai Springfield, Leo Robinson, Jamie Mead to look out for, Johan Kalichern, Gareth Haynes, Lee Whittingham, Luke Jarman, Jake Cox. Plenty of drivers in contention here as they make their way down, Charlie, towards the final couple of corners. And for our final race here, this one will be wide open, I think.
Yeah, so the final race here, not going for a K-Plate this time, the O-Plate. So the TKM O-Plate, the heats and the pre-final have been very exciting indeed. Many overtaking opportunities. Let's see what happens here. Going down into turn one, the final race of the day. Kai Springfield on the inside. Will he hold it from Lee Whittingham? He just about gets it done. And brilliant move by, I couldn't see who that was, but yeah, Kai Springfield manages to hold on to the lead there, going into the bus stop. Some brilliant racing through the field. All the drivers just about holding on for each other. Some brilliant. There's Johan Kalichern in fourth, and Leo Robinson who's managed to hold on to the top 5 spot there.
So this, I think, here, Charlie, could be set to be a great race to round out the action. We've seen in the heat races and the pre-final, these drivers are all incredibly evenly matched. Even the drivers at the back of the field aren't really off the pace of the leaders all that much. And there is every possibility, if there's any kind of incident out there, I think even the drivers at the back of this group could potentially win the race. They're fast enough. But on the whole, there has been some very good racecraft. There's not been too much banging and buffing out there. And it's been some very close tactical racing. So I think we're in for a good 10 minutes here.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Top 3 have sort of got a little gap here. So we'll have to see what happens. Of course, if they start battling, that's only just going to close the other drivers in. It's what Kai Springfield will do against Jamie Mead.
Yeah, Jamie Mead, who's been there or thereabouts all afternoon. Unlucky perhaps not to win the pre-final, but over the line he goes. So he's still in second place. The number 4, Kai Springfield, is right in there, though. Controls the race from the front. And through the willows they go once again to start another lap. They are running very closely indeed in this final race today. The top 3 just starting to break away slightly now. We've got Kai Springfield in the lead, Jamie Mead in second, Lee Whittingham still third. Whittingham incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race. And they're just pushing themselves ahead of it now from Mihan Kalichern, Luke Jarman, Spencer Lane, who will all desperately trying to be involved in this race. James Morley, Jake Cox, Gareth Haynes and Harrison Morrow rounding up the field. Michael Cornell didn't take the start of the race. We'll just watch the drivers as they make their way over the line. I'm just going to consult the timing boards here. So it's still very close. 2.5 seconds here, Charlie, covering the entire 11-driver pack.
Wow, that is some pretty impressive stuff from the TKM O-Plate drivers. It's Kai Springfield, though, still holding the way. It is his race to lose. He won the pre-final, of course, and he's been at the front in the heats. Jamie Mead sat in second. We know he can make moves. He's won races before at the Kimbolton circuit, especially in the club championship. He's won races by making last lap corner moves. He's right behind Kai Springfield now. Let's see what he can do in the next few minutes or so. Just talking about Lee Whittingham. As you said, setting the fastest lap there. He was set at 43.62. So the times are really looking really quick here, especially in the final when, you know, you need to put those quick laps in. This is when the drivers need to be at their best.
Just looking out for Leo Robinson, see the driver with the yellow helmet there in 4th place. Just starting to break away a bit now from Luke Jarman and Mihan Kalichern. So Robinson trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. You'll see there the number 6 of Jarman and 28 of Kalichern just trying to tag on to the back of him as well. Those 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers, they've just been losing a little bit of ground on the leader, so they're trying to get back involved in this. And over the line they go. And the gap remains roughly between 1.1 seconds between 1st and 4th place. So let's watch this driver here. Number 36, Leo Robinson, as he really tries to close up. Now, he could have a very important part to play in this race, because if Robinson can really put the pedal down and drag the other drivers along with him, we could really blow this race wide open. We've only got 3 drivers in contention at the front here. They're running very closely as well, and running their own race there, sitting on the podium spaces in association with Room Lubricants, looking to get those goodies on the podium a little bit later on. But here we see Kalichern nipping down the inside, and Robinson keeping it nice and neat, not putting up too much of a fight there. The main objective here for the 4th place drive, which is now Kalichern, of course, is really to try and get involved in that fight for the lead. The gap remaining around 1.4 seconds between 1st and 4th place. So it's still Kai Springfield that leads the way. Jamie Mead in 2nd, Lee Whittingham in 3rd. Those 3 on their own in the top 3. And Mihan Kalichern and Leo Robinson desperately trying to get involved in this fight for the lead.
The drivers in 4th and 5th, Mihan Kalichern and Leo Robinson, are working together now to try and just catch up to the back of the top 3. Waiting for an opportunity when Kai Springfield has to defend for what he can against Jamie Mead. Jamie is just applying the pressure when he needs to. He's right behind, but hasn't gone for the move just yet. The number 4 Kart there on your screens, the guy who's leading the way, Kai Springfield. He's just biding his time. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. They've still got enough time to plan out this race and go for some moves. But in 6th place, who is that? That's Luke Jarman. who is just behind Leo Robinson and Johan Kalichern, trying to work with them to try and catch up to the back of the top 3 here. It's almost like a slipstream train. You know, you can't really work on your own. You have to work against other drivers, especially on a track like this, where it's just full of straights and not many corners. And I mean, the corners itself are just fast and flowing.
Jamie Mead having a look.
Lead. This is Jamie Mead on the inside of Kai Springfield. He does it, but Lee Whittingham goes for the both of them. Does he get it done? No, he doesn't. So let's see how they come round to the bus stop section. It is Jamie Mead.
This is good news now for Kalichern and Robinson, because they're just starting to fight a bit now, and it's going to bring Kalichern into the mix potentially here. Great move there, though, from Jamie Mead. He saw that one coming and planned the move nice and early. He had to be very decisive to make that pass stick. Johan Kalichern is just starting to tag on to the back of this little group here with 5.5 minutes to go. Oh, and a bit of a nudge there. Unintentional, I think, there from Kai Springfield. That's what a hefty nudge.
Well,
Jamie Mead holds on to the lead. Yeah, look, this is the nose cone going to be damaged there. There we see Jamie Mead going full defensive, and now you can see with that buffing and banging, it's really blown the race wide open. There was that gap, 1.4 seconds between first and fourth. There is a contact warning for Lee Whittingham out there, but now 1.5 seconds covering the entire pack. Look how much they've been pushed together now as they start to get involved in the battle for the lead. So now it's anyone's race. 5 minutes to go, and the hard work paying off for Johan Kalichern, Luke Jarman and Leo Robinson. Here they come once again. Mead holding on to the lead, and it's still Kai Springfield in second place.
Late move by Leo Robinson on Johan Kalichern. Gets the move done. And down the start-finish straight, here we go. So this is going to be really exciting. 4.5 minutes of proper TKM racing. This is how karting should be. Rubber to rubber. Car number 4 gets a contact warning. So Kai Springfield,
isn't it?
So a couple of drivers at the front there have got to be careful. Otherwise, they could be receiving penalties, which won't really help them when it comes down to the final results.
That's not an issue in itself, is it, Charlie, the contact warning? But if they carry on, then there could be penalties for them.
Exactly, as we all say, this is just the provisional results. So these aren't the final results. They're side by side, Jamie Mead, Kai Springfield. Who will hold on? He clips the curve, does Jamie Mead. Lee Whittingham, watch out for him into turn 1. Oh my God, it's about 9 karts in this. Let's see what happens. Jamie Mead round the outside. Is he going to go on late on the brakes? No, he doesn't. He just about holds his braking point where he usually brakes. Jamie Mead gets it to second place. Kai Springfield in first. That is a brilliant move.
0.8 of a second now, covering pretty much the entire pack. Harrison Morrow's been cut adrift a bit now, so the top 10 left in the race. And less than a second covering the whole lot here.
Oh my word, about 3 wide. Going into the Damwelden complex. Johan Kalichern's been pushed out wide. Will he make his way through? James Morley, who had that problem at the start of the pre-final where he had to DNF to a mechanical fault, has made his way through into a strong place in the final. But as you said, now Harrison Morris in the back of the pack. Anyone can win this race. This is the whole field. Whitson, oh my word, Whittingham and Springfield making contact. Luke Jarman has made his way to second place. My word, so Luke Jarman, who has been there or thereabouts, has finally made his way through to second place. My word,
Jamie Mead
into third place.
Jamie Mead has got the slenderest of gaps here now at the front, so they fight for second place. So the tenacious Jamie Mead has not given this one up at all. Is back into the lead, and for the first time this race there's ever such slight gap at the front. It's not very much at all, but in this race it's huge comparatively speaking. Here they go down into it's 0.3 of a second between first and second place. This does allow Jamie Mead the luxury of being able to run his own lines, of course. As they get together, Luke Jarman.
No!
So Luke Jarman pushed wide and collecting Johan Kalichern. Both drivers essentially out of the race. They're okay, but they're out of contention. So Kai Springfield will be up to second place. This is all working in the favour of Jamie Mead, of course. Johan Kalichern has stopped at the side of the track. He's out of the race. And Luke Jarman carrying on, but they're both out of contention. They're going to try and get that kart out of the way. I think there's a waved yellow flag on the Yamitsu straight where Kalichern has abandoned the kart. So here we go, 1:44 left on the clock. Jamie Mead leads the way, and the gap is half a second. So still he's got his own race at the front. Kai Springfield now clear in second. The marshals are dragging away the stricken kart of Johan Kalichern. There is a yellow flag here, though, whilst that marshal is still on the edge of the track. There is debris on the side of the track as well, so they have got to cease racing just for a moment. And I can tell you off the track that Johan Kalichern has slumped away off the track, looking quite dejected. And who can blame him, Charlie, because he was on for a good race there.
Well, yeah, he was making that move for second place. Luke Jarman was having a good one. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side today. They'll come back stronger, I assume. But now, this has really thrown the mix in here. We have, now we have about 9 drivers who can potentially win this race. Jamie Mead has to defend. Kai Springfield, is he going to get the run going into turn 2? No, he doesn't, so he just has to sit there. Spencer Lane's made his way to 3rd place. James Morley in 4th, up 7 places. So brilliant stuff there by James Morley. So drivers who's had to retire. Luke Jarman's had to pits. Has gone to the pits. Johan Kalichern obviously retired with damage, couldn't carry on. Michael Cornell didn't even start the race, so unfortunate for that. But we have about 2 or 3 laps here.
It's going to be 2 laps, I think, now, because we've got 19 seconds left on the clock. Here they come over the line, and it is still Jamie Mead that leads the way. Although you can see the rest of the pack closing up, he's going full defensive, guarding that inside line as they make their way into Stowe Corner, forcing everyone, which forces all the drivers back into each other, keeps everyone incredibly close. 1.4 seconds covering the entire pack now. These are the only drivers left in the race. It's going to be very close up to the finish line. Who's going to get the podium positions with Vroom Lubricants? It's still too close to call. Although if you ask Jamie Mead right now, he would be determined to say he'd be on the top step of the podium. He's still got a lot of work to do. And look at him going full defensive into the Kestrel corner, guarding the apex, making Kai Springfield do all the work. And the last lap board is now being ready. This race is wide open. And here they come down towards the Stowe corner again. Whoa. Made full defensive, but look at Springfield onto the concrete there, and Jamie Mead getting the elbows out there, and down the inside though goes the Spencer Lane. They are side by side. It's got a bit tight there.
Between
Jamie
the two
Mead
drivers
has just about held on. It's getting tasty now.
And Jamie Mead
Whittingham onto that's Lee Whittingham across the grass. So. That's
my God, this is really
Jamie Mead still leads the way.
Jamie Mead, Lee Whittingham, pod to pod, all through that second sector. That's definitely going to be seen by the marshals and Clark of the course. But round the final corner comes Jamie Mead. My word, I don't know if he'll be able to hold on to that one, but Jamie Mead is going to take the O-plate here at Kimbolton. My word, what a race that was. I mean, you can't call it there.
He got his elbows out there, Jamie Mead, to hold on to the lead. There's trouble further back there with Spencer Lane and Jake Cox getting together on the final corner. Lee Whittingham went wide on the approach to Derek's corner, was forced onto the grass. He didn't look too happy when he went over the line, nor did Kai Springfield. But Jamie Mead doing all he could to hold on to the lead there and taking a dramatic victory as 1 or 2 of the casualties come over the line there. Spencer Lane and the 26 there, Jake Cox, just going over the line. So that's how it finished up. As you can see, less than a second covering those top 6 drivers. Jamie Mead, Lee Whittingham, Kai Springfield, James Morley, Gareth Haynes, and Leo Robinson in 6th place. Morrow, Lane, Cox, Luke Jarman, Kalichern, and Cornwall, unfortunately, were non-finishers. So that pretty much rounds things off. And I have to say there, Charlie, great way to end the day as well. That final race, very dramatic indeed.
Well, that was probably the race of the day, if you had to call it there. But my word, what a race that was. Jamie Mead taking the win on track. Will it be overall? You'll have to wait and see. You can obviously look at Motorsport Time in UK to see the final results of all the finals we've had today and all the races we've had today. 40 races have been completed this weekend. That was definitely probably one of the best ones, but every race we've had so far always provided action. What a great weekend.
Definitely, and I think a shout has to go out to all the marshals, the medics, all the officials here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club. Don't forget, of course, British Supermoto Championships, Road to MotoGP, coming up in the remainder of June before we come back here on the 14th of July. So the British Supermoto Championships in association with Trips UK at Crail Raceway. We're going to go down to Pembrey in South Wales for the Road to MotoGP with the British mini bikes. And, of course, we are right back here at Kimbolton for round number 6 of the championship on the 14th of July. Drop a subscribe to TNL Sports to catch all of the action. I look forward personally to meeting you down at Pembrey. And we'll be back at Pembrey and, of course, back at Kimbolton on the 14th of July.